Chapter 2243. Let go, Grandma. If you don't let go, you'll be stuck here for the rest of your life. When Zishan persuaded earnestly, a cultivator like us can only forge ahead when our thoughts are clear. Grandma, you're still immersed in the defeat of that battle and are blinded by hatred. You want to kill me wholeheartedly, so how can you climb to a higher level of the martial Tao? Boy, are you lecturing me? Grandma, you glared at Wen Zishan. The latter shrugged and said, I'm just telling the truth. It's not like you don't understand these principles, you just don't want to admit them. He sighed again and said, Yang Boy and little Shueting probably think that the woman in front of them is your true appearance, and that the peerless woman in the divine ascension mirror is just an illusion of yours. But only you and I know that the appearance in the divine ascension mirror is your true appearance. Right now, you're just a disguise. Grandma, you're also a woman, so why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Why are you saying this? Grandma Yu's tone was much calmer for some reason. I just want to say that your aptitude is not necessarily below mine. If you can resolve the knot in your heart, you may be able to ascend to the position of great emperors in the future. As soon as he said this, Grandma Yu trembled and looked sharply at Wen Zishan, shouting in a low voice, Are you speaking from the bottom of your heart? Wen Zishan smiled and said, To be honest, I didn't say that. Then who said it? A sloppy, unrestrained old fart said it. Wen Zishan seemed to be very reluctant to mention that person's name. Although he did not say that person's name, Grandma Yu's eyes shone brightly. She seemed to have understood something. I can't support Azure Sun Temple alone. Grandma, are you willing to help me? Wen Zishan looked at Grandma Yu sincerely and asked. Grandma Yu looked at him for a while before suddenly laughing out loud and mocking. This old woman killed many of your Azure Sun Temple's elite disciples. Don't you have any resentment towards this old woman? The heavenly way is constant, and fate is unpredictable. They can't cross that threshold. It's because their cultivation isn't high enough. Wen Zishan said seriously. Grandma Yu's expression changed, and she fell silent. After a while, she suddenly shouted, Scram, scram. Wen Zishan smiled slightly and said, Granny, please think about it carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure gradually vanished from this expanse of space, as if he had never appeared. Granny Yu was the only one left, her face cold and her expression fluctuating. Time passed quickly. It had been a month since Yang Kai followed Gao Shueting to the Purple Bamboo Peak Cave Mansion. During this time, he had been in seclusion to refine the insect enslavement bracelet. At first, the insect enslavement bracelet didn't react at all. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry and kept using his own strength to attack the insect enslavement bracelet's restriction. As time passed, this Emperor artifact also gradually underwent some changes. It slowly began to accept Yang Kai's divine sense and origin energy. This time, he refined it. Like pulling a dead cocoon, Yang Kai took great pains. Only when all the hindrances were removed would Yang Kai have the opportunity to refine the insect enslavement bracelet and engrave his soul brand inside, making it his possession. On this day, Yang Kai continued with his usual actions. But at a certain moment, a strange buzzing sound suddenly rang out, followed by a slight tremor in the air in the secret room. At the same time, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation in his hand, as if the insect enslavement bracelet was on fire. Seeing this, Yang Kai wasn't surprised but delighted, knowing that this was a sign that the refinement was about to succeed. He immediately spared no effort to urge his strength and madly poured it into the insect enslavement bracelet. The burning sensation in his hand became more and more obvious, and the insect enslavement bracelet seemed to have regained its spirituality, constantly bouncing in Yang Kai's palm, trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. But how could Yang Kai let it do as it wished? He firmly controlled it in his hand. Slowly, the burning sensation changed. Kai Yang's palm felt like it was being nibbled on by tens of thousands of ants. The itchiness was unbearable, and the numbness spread from his palm to every part of his body, penetrating deep into his soul, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The numbing sensation gradually turned into pain, not only on his body, but also on his soul, as if it was being cut into countless pieces. Yang Kai couldn't help but roar. More surging divine sense and source qi continued to pour into his body. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and endured the unimaginable torture. 2 days later, Yang Kai suddenly felt his body lighten, and all the strange sensations disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the insect enslavement bracelet suddenly began to shine brightly, and on the surface of the small bracelet, Rice-sized runes began to flutter like fireflies, making the entire secret room look a little more beautiful. These runes were extremely complex and mysterious, and at first glance, they seemed to have a life of their own, constantly flickering in and out of existence. The ordinary insect enslavement bracelet gradually became filled with Emperor aura and Emperor intent. Seeing this situation, Yongkai not only did not feel the slightest joy, but instead his expression became dignified. After a short while, the complex runes all converged into the insect enslavement bracelet, and Yongkai heard a crisp cracking sound, as if something had broken. Immediately afterward, his divine sense and source chi poured into the insect enslavement bracelet without any obstruction. The sound that came from his soul was undoubtedly the sound of the last barrier of the insect enslavement bracelet being broken. This also meant that the refinement was more than half complete. However, because the insect enslavement bracelet was not a newly born artifact, it had a previous owner, so the biggest test came next. As his divine sense poured in, Yongkai soon noticed that there was a pure power inside the insect enslavement bracelet that was fighting back. This power was not vast, but it was extremely pure. This was the soul and life brand left behind in the insect enslavement bracelet by the Insect Emperor. Only by completely crushing this brand would Yongkai have a chance to leave his mark on it. The Insect Emperor's true cultivation was at least Third-Order Emperor realm, but unfortunately, tens of thousands of years ago, he was defeated and killed in a great battle with Yang Yen. In desperation, he could only place his soul in the Origin Essence crystal, and in the end, he had to rely on possession to be reborn. However, he was no longer as powerful as he used to be. After tens of thousands of years, the brand in the insect enslavement bracelet had long since weakened. If it were not for this reason, Yongkai would not have had a chance to refine the insect enslavement bracelet, unless he asked Wen Zishan to help him get rid of this brand. However, although this brand was pure, its strength was barely on the level of the Emperor realm, which was basically the same as Yongkai's divine sense. This brand counterattacked head-on, trying to stop Yongkai's next move. Yongkai naturally could not back down. He was not afraid, and he mobilized his divine sense to meet it head-on. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud noise, Yongkai's body shook slightly, and he felt a little dizzy. This was a collision of souls, without the slightest bit of fancy. It was a battle of the tenacity and strength of one's divine sense. After this collision, neither Yongkai nor the original brand gained the upper hand, and they were evenly matched. After taking a short breath, Yongkai mobilized his divine sense again and blasted it into the interior of the insect enslavement bracelet. With another noise, blood flowed out of Yongkai's mouth and nose, and his whole face turned slightly pale. However, after this collision, Yongkai's divine sense clearly gained the upper hand, and the brand of the Insect Emperor had been weakened by more than half. Yongkai did not stop, and in a spurt of energy, he mobilized his divine sense for the third time. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk on the insect enslavement bracelet, there was a flash of brilliance, as if something had been broken. Yongkai's divine sense was also extremely smooth, without the slightest obstruction. At this point, the brand of the Insect Emperor was completely destroyed. Yongkai poured his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet, endured the discomfort in his body, and struck while the iron was hot, carving his own soul brand into the insect enslavement bracelet. After doing this, Yongkai grinned and fell to the ground, not wanting to move anymore. Now, the insect enslavement bracelet was already his emperor artifact, but as for what use this insect enslavement bracelet had, he would need to slowly examine and develop it in the future. The silent battle consumed a lot of Yongkai's spiritual strength and stamina, but fortunately, he had the soul-warming lotus. Otherwise, he would never have dared to use such a violent and direct method to erase the brand of the Insect Emperor. However, under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, Yongkai was not worried that his soul would suffer any fundamental damage, so he had the capital to act recklessly. After resting for half a day, Yongkai felt a little better, sat up again, and carefully examined the insect enslavement bracelet in front of him. After refining it, the insect enslavement bracelet did not change much, but now it could be sent and received at will. Yongkai poured his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet, wanting to see what mysteries this artifact had and how to use it to restrain the soul-devouring insects. A scene that surprised him appeared. As soon as he poured his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet, he discovered that there was a strange space inside the bracelet. This space was not like the internal space of the sealed world bead, where people could not freely enter and leave. It was quite similar to the space inside a space ring, but there were some subtle differences. Because Yongkai could feel that there seemed to be some strange energy surging in this space. This energy was neither beneficial nor harmful to the soul, so he did not know what it was used for. Yongkai's eyes were quickly attracted by the wine jars of different sizes and shapes in this space. Some of these wine jars were as tall as a person, while others were as tall as a foot. They were neatly arranged on the side, and Yongkai did not know what was inside. Curious, Yongkai swept the jars with his divine sense to investigate. But soon, his face changed dramatically, and his divine sense retreated, quickly distancing himself from these wine jars. This was because he sensed that many of those jars were filled with something. Only a few of them were empty. He did not know what those things were. He only heard a series of strange noises coming from the jars. There were some wriggling sounds, some buzzing sounds, and some remaining silent. However, every item in these wine jars gave Yongkai an extremely dangerous feeling. Even though he was now the owner of the insect enslavement bracelet, he did not dare to open these wine jars to explore the inside. Just as he was feeling uncertain, Yongkai suddenly discovered that on the surface of each of the wine jars, some words had appeared. He quickly fixed his eyes on them. Chapter 2244. Blood aphid, two-legged silkworm, steel ant, silver-striped six-horned spider, Overlord be above each wine jar was the name of an exotic insect. Yongkai had almost never heard of these names. Only a small number of them were known to him. As for the small number of 1 to 2 existences, all of them were terrifying existences that struck terror into the hearts of cultivators. Yongkai's mind was shaken as he made some bold guesses. At this moment, in the internal space of the insect enslavement bracelet, a brilliant light suddenly flashed, and in the light, something like an ancient book slowly appeared in Yongkai's divine sense. Curious, Yongkai used his divine sense to investigate. On the front of the ancient book, there were a few large words, exotic insect scripture. Divine sense book, Yongkai exclaimed in his heart. In this world, there were some extremely brilliant secret arts and secret techniques that did not exist in physical form, but in a way that could not be observed with the naked eye, recorded in some secret places. Recording in this way could prevent some precious information from being easily obtained, and it was also a method used by many masters before the end of their lives. Divine sense books were one of these methods. The divine sense book in the insect enslavement bracelet was probably written by the insect emperor, because Yongkai sensed the aura of the insect emperor from this exotic insect scripture. Although many years had passed, Yongkai could still remember the special aura fluctuations. Yongkai moved his divine sense again, opened the exotic insect scripture, and read it carefully. This exotic insect scripture was indeed written by the insect emperor, because on the first page of this ancient book, there was a preface written by the insect emperor. Yongkai was not interested in this. After a quick glance, he turned to the next page. List of exotic insects. These 3 large words were immediately imprinted in Yongkai's eyes, and he could not help but look at them carefully. This list of exotic insects was divided into heaven and earth lists by the insect emperor. All the exotic insects that could be on this list were extremely rare and difficult to deal with in the world. The heaven lists were 36, and the earth lists were 72. A total of 108 kinds of exotic insects were recorded. Each of them had a detailed introduction and ranking. Yongkai quickly found the description of the strange insects in the wine jars. Blood aphid, 13th on the earth rankings. It moves when it smells blood. It is extremely weak and is extremely difficult to detect. The blood in the body of the victim will be sucked dry, and the victim will become a dried corpse. Two-legged silkworm, earth ranking 27th. Its entire body is snow white, and it stands on 2 legs. Its ice-type poison is the best in the world. There was no solution. Steel ants, earth ranking number 36. They live in groups. They devour iron and steel. They subdue all secret treasures in the world. Silver-striped six-horned spider, heaven leaderboard number 19. Silver stripes on its back. Highly toxic. Even emperor-level experts could not block it. Be overlord. Heaven leaderboard 21. The poison in the stinger was extremely potent and was one of the top 10 poisons in the world. There were so many of them. Yongkai saw the description and introduction of the soul-devouring bug on the heaven ranking. Soul-devouring bug, number 11 on the heaven list. It specializes in devouring the power of the divine soul. It is the nemesis of the divine soul. When it is young and weak, it can be destroyed by the conflagration of spiritual sense and suppressed by the transcendent divine will. However, if it grows, it is extremely difficult to deal with. Even emperor-level experts cannot subdue it. In this exotic bug list, the soul-devouring bug was ranked 11th on the heaven leaderboard. It was already considered an extremely high existence. As for the 10 exotic bugs before the soul-devouring bug, Yang Kai had never even heard of them. In the annotations of the Insect Emperor, the 10 strongest exotic bugs had all gone extinct and no longer existed in the world. Of course, this was only his personal opinion. Whether they were really extinct or not, no one knew. Yang Kai vaguely felt that the reason why the soul-devouring bug was ranked so high should have something to do with its huge growth potential. Just like the Insect Emperor's annotations, the soul-devouring bug was not difficult to deal with when it was very weak. The conflagration of spiritual sense could kill it, and the powerful divine will could suppress it. However, if it grew up, it would be a huge problem. The holy war in the divine ascension world was the best example. Suddenly obtaining such a wondrous book, Kai Yang couldn't help but become interested and began to read it with relish. Since the Insect Emperor dared to call himself a bug, it meant that his research on exotic bugs in his territory was almost unparalleled. His knowledge was probably unique in the entire star boundary. If Yang Kai mastered it, if he encountered any exotic bugs on the heaven and earth leaderboard in the future, he would not be at a loss. In the exotic bug record, after the heaven and earth leaderboard, it introduced in detail the living habits of each exotic bug, the way to raise it, and the methods to restrain it. Most exotic bugs had methods to restrain them. For example, the blood aphids, which were ranked 13th on the earth leaderboard, moved when they smelled blood. They were extremely small and could not be detected by the naked eye. Even divine sense might not be able to detect them. However, they were most afraid of fire. Any fire attribute secret technique or divine technique was enough to make them retreat. Another example was the steel ants, ranked 36th on the earth leaderboard. Although they were the nemesis of world treasures, they were afraid of a strange stone called Moonlight Stone. If the steel ants swallowed this Moonlight Stone, they would turn into a puddle of water and die. The key was that this Moonlight Stone was not very precious. It was just a kind of exotic bug used for illumination. It did not have much practical value. Looking at the entire star boundary, it could be found in many places. Yang Kai deliberately looked for a method to restrain the soul-devouring insects. The Insect Emperor only provided 2 methods. The first was to kill them with conflagrated knowledge, when they were still very weak. The second was to suppress them, because once they grew to the point where they were not afraid of conflagrated knowledge, they were basically impossible to kill. Apart from suppressing them, there was no other way. After flipping through the book, Yang Kai gained a lot and had some ideas on how to deal with the soul-devouring insects in his possession. Half a day later, Yang Kai put away the exotic bug record. Just like when it first appeared, it disappeared without any warning. With a flash of light, it was no longer in this space. However, Yang Kai was now the owner of the insect enslavement bracelet. If he wanted to read the exotic bug record again in the future, he could summon it at any time. Immediately after, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and immersed himself in releasing the power of the insect enslavement bracelet while controlling the soul-devouring insects in the soul-warming lotus, trying to move them into the insect enslavement bracelet. The soul-devouring insects he originally had were not difficult to deal with. Although these soul-devouring insects had shown a rebellious side in the divine ascension world, under the suppression of the insect enslavement bracelet's aura, they became obedient and were easily moved into the insect enslavement bracelet space by Yang Kai. It was the sealed soul-devouring insects that made Yang Kai cautious. Although the sealed ball of light was protected by the power of the great emperors and the world force of the divine ascension mirror's mirror soul, Yang Kai still did not dare to lower his guard. It took him a lot of effort to safely move them into the insect enslavement bracelet's world. Only now did he involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. There were no more soul-devouring insects in his body now, so he naturally did not have to worry about anything. The 2 batches of soul-devouring insects were moved into the insect enslavement bracelet by Yang Kai and placed in an unused wine jar. These wine jars were all containers that the Insect Emperor had used some extremely precious materials to create in the past. They were specifically used to raise exotic insects. The dangerous auras Yang Kai sensed from these containers were all from the exotic insects left behind by the insect emperor. Although they had been here for tens of thousands of years, under the nourishment of the insect enslavement bracelet's special environment, not only did these exotic insects not weaken, they were even stronger than before. Yang Kai did not dare to release them at all. These exotic insects were not raised by him, so Yang Kai did not have absolute confidence in being able to enslave them. If he released them and they did not listen to his orders, he would be shooting himself in the foot. He could only wait for his strength to increase in the future before gradually trying. Right now, the most important thing was to deal with the soul-devouring insects. The 2 batches of soul-devouring insects were placed in a wine jar. Yang Kai sealed the wine jar properly before using his divine sense to form a seal with his hands, using a secret technique to undo Tianyan's seal. In the next moment, a buzzing sound could be heard from the wine jar. Yang Kai listened attentively for a moment, and his face could not help but turn slightly pale. He could clearly sense that the 2 batches of soul-devouring insects were like 2 armies that were currently engaged in an earth-shattering battle inside the wine jar. However, because the difference in strength between them was not very great, this battle was extremely intense and bloody. Inside the wine jar, there seemed to be a storm of blood and sword light. However, Yang Kai was not worried about anything. The exotic insect scripture also indicated that this was a way and means for the soul-devouring insects to survive and evolve. Although they did not have thoughts, they had their own instincts. Just like the goo art, the goo refiner would place some poisonous creatures in a space and allow them to kill each other. The one that survived in the end would be the most powerful goob. The soul-devouring insects' evolution and growth were driven by their instincts and could not be suppressed by any means. However, this evolution process could be stimulated by external objects. Thinking of this, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense from the insect enslavement bracelet, shook the token in his hand, and opened the cave residence's restriction before flying out. After a short while, he arrived at the top of Purple Bamboo Peak and looked around. Soon, he found Gao Shueting's cave residence. Flying over, Yang Kai stood outside the secluded mansion. Just as he was about to shout, Gao Shueting's voice suddenly came from inside. "Come in." Yang Kai was stunned, but a trace of emotion appeared on his face. There were 2 reasons why Gao Shueting was able to detect his presence so quickly. Firstly, her cultivation was high, and secondly, she had been paying attention to his movements all this time. This was not surveillance, but protection. She had probably heard some news from Wen Zishan, so she had not slacked off during his closed-door cultivation. Yang Kai did not speak again and flew straight into the cave residence. After turning around in the cave, Yang Kai soon arrived at a stone room. This should be the place where Gao Shueting lived and rested. Looking around, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the cave residence was very simple. There were almost no furnishings, only a futon and a bamboo bed. Other than that, there was nothing else. Gao Shueting was sitting on the bamboo bed at this moment, looking at him indifferently. Chapter 2245. Elder Gao. Yang Kai cupped his fists and saluted. Gao Shueting gently nodded and asked with concern, "Did your retreat go smoothly?" Yang Kai said, "Thanks to Elder Gao's good fortune, there were no accidents." "What are you flattering me for?" Gao Shueting glared at him. "Your retreat has nothing to do with me." Yang Kai didn't expect Gao Shueting to be so blunt. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Gao Shueting regained her indifferent look. "Oh, it's like this." When it came to business, Yang Kai also quickly became serious and said, "I want to ask Elder Gao if there is any facetless profound grass in Azure Sun Temple?" "Facetless profound grass?" Gao Shueting frowned when she heard this. "It's a Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit grass. It's not a rare item." Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so he was naturally familiar with spirit flowers and herbs. "What do you want it for?" Gao Shueting asked curiously. "Alchemy," Yang Kai said insincerely. He looked away and said, "Elder Gao, you know that I'm an alchemist." "Of course, I want spirit grass for alchemy." The corners of Gao Shueting's mouth curled up slightly, as if revealing an imperceptible smile. However, she didn't continue to question Yang Kai's blatant denial. Instead, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it, while saying indifferently, "I'll ask around for you. Since this spirit grass isn't rare, the storehouse should have some in stock." Many thanks, Elder Gao. Yang Kai quickly thanked her. What followed was a long silence. Inside this secluded home, Yang Kai felt like he was being stabbed in the back. He felt uncomfortable all over. He wanted to find something to talk to Gao Shueting about, but he was afraid that she would dislike him for being noisy. Silence was golden. Gao Shueting didn't want to talk to him anymore. She just closed her eyes and meditated, as if he didn't exist. After a while, the communication artifact in Gao Shueting's hand suddenly buzzed. She opened her beautiful eyes. After checking, he looked at Yang Kai and said, "There is indeed faceless profound grass, and there is quite a lot of it. How many do you want?" "The more the better." Yang Kai's expression became serious. "Looks like you're going to refine a lot of pills." Gao Shueting snorted softly. Yang Kai laughed dryly. "What are you going to trade for it?" "Ah!" Yang Kai was stunned. Gao Shueting said, "I can't give you the faceless profound grass for free, right? That's an item from the temple. What are you going to trade for it?" "Elder Gao, are you doing business with me?" Yang Kai was shocked. He never expected Gao Shueting to have such a side to her. "Just take it that way." Gao Shueting nodded. "What do you mean? You want to take it for free?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "How is that possible? I wanted to buy it anyway." He paused for a moment and asked timidly, "Can I buy it with spirit stones?" "The Temple of Source Crystals doesn't lack them," Gao Shueting replied expressionlessly. Yang Kai was speechless. He said, "Since we're doing business, what else can we use if not spirit stones?" "Humph." Gao Shueting sneered and looked at him meaningfully, saying, "Forget it. I'll ask junior sister Chen how much this thing costs." "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Inexplicably, when he was with Gao Shueting, he felt extremely stressed. The pressure was especially great. This had never happened even when he was with Wen Zishan, and he didn't know why. After a while, Gao Shueting raised her head again and looked at Yang Kai, saying, "Junior sister Chen said that the faceless profound grass costs 1,000 spirit stones each. The price is reasonable." Yang Kai was immediately overjoyed. "High grade," Gao Shueting added. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then jumped up and said in surprise, "Are you robbing me?" Gao Shueting said indifferently, "Junior sister Chen is in charge of the temple's storehouse and everything in it. She has the final say. If she says it's 1,000 spirit stones, then it's 1,000 spirit stones." After saying that, she asked again, "Why? Are you poor?" "Not really." Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his expression was very complicated. "It's just that the price is not right." "Elder Gao, did you tell Elder Chen clearly that the faceless profound grass is a Dao source grade mid-rank spirit grass, and it's not a rare spirit grass? A large sect can cultivate it themselves. Why would it cost so many spirit stones? Who do you think this queen is? Am I your messenger? If you want to ask her yourself." Gao Shueting's indifferent face became even colder. Yang Kai didn't know why she was angry, but his expression suddenly became awkward, and he didn't know how to respond. But Gao Shueting suddenly changed the topic, and her beautiful eyes kept looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt a chill as he thought to himself, "Could it be that Elder Gao looks cold on the surface, but she's actually passionate on the inside?" This thought gave him a fright, and he felt uneasy all over. Junior sister Chen said that if you don't have the money to buy it, you can, well, pay with your body. That's what junior sister Chen said. Gao Shueting didn't stop until she shocked him to death. Gudong. Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp as cold sweat rolled down his cheeks. "Don't misunderstand," Gao Shueting explained. "What junior martial sister Chen means is that if you join the temple and become a disciple of the temple, you can enjoy great benefits. She can even give you all the faceless profound grass. You can refine as many pills as you want." "Become a disciple of the temple?" Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. "You don't want to?" Gao Shueting looked at him coldly, and her voice became much colder. "Are you looking down on the temple?" No, there's absolutely no such thing." Yang Kai kept waving his hand. "It's just the Azure Sun Temple is such a big sect. How can it accept people so carelessly?" Gao Shueting snorted. "Usually, if you want to join the temple, you naturally have to go through all kinds of inspections and tests. To put it bluntly, the temple only recruits disciples once every 10 years. Every time, at least hundreds of thousands of people come to the Azure Sun mountain range to participate in the trial, but only 300 people can truly become disciples of the temple. Even among these 300 people, Only half of them can become true disciples, and the remaining half can only become disciples after various tests. They can only use the identity of an outer mountain disciple. They can never enter the inner sect. But if it's you. Speaking up to this point, Gao Shueting glanced at Yang Kai from the corner of her eyes and continued, "We might be able to make things easier for you." She looked like she was giving Yang Kai a great discount, as if Yang Kai would lose something if he refused. Haha. Yang Kai laughed dryly. "Then I must thank Elder Gao and Elder Chen for your kindness. What's your choice?" Gao Shueting didn't give Yang Kai time to think and asked. Yang Kai coughed a few times. Realizing the seriousness of this problem, he looked calm on the surface, but his mind was racing. Very quickly, he opened his mouth and said, "Elder Gao, this junior has been used to being alone all these years, and I've never joined any sect. What's the situation with the Blue Feather sect?" Gao Shueting interrupted him directly. Yang Kai stared at Gao Shueting with wide eyes. "Elder Gao, are you secretly investigating me?" Gao Shueting said lightly, "It's just a casual investigation. It's not difficult to find information about you. The temple is a big family. Isn't it easy to investigate someone?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Then, "How much does Elder Gao know about this junior?" Gao Shueting said, "Other than the color of your underwear, I know everything else about you, including the fact that you're not a native of the star boundary." Yang Kai sweated profusely and wiped his forehead. Elder Gao is really well informed. In his heart, he cursed that bitch Bian Yuqing with a torrent of abuse. Gao Shueting's information was definitely obtained from Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing was just a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. If Gao Shueting really wanted to inquire about something from her, Bian Yuqing wouldn't be able to lie. It's just that Yang Kai didn't know when Gao Shueting did this. Since Elder Gao knows about the Blue Feather sect, then you must know why this junior joined the Blue Feather sect and what happened after that. Yang Kai saw that he couldn't hide it, so he could only tell the truth. Gao Shueting nodded. "I was very unhappy during those few months in the Blue Feather sect." Yang Kai said seriously, "Oh, you don't have to worry about that. The temple is different from a small sect like Blue Feather sect. It will definitely make you feel at home. If you are willing, this queen can even accept you as a disciple and teach you cultivation." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression brightened as he looked at Gao Shueting in surprise. She even said these words, which meant that Gao Shueting was sincerely trying to rope him in to join Azure Sun Temple. However, from another perspective, he did have the capital. He was young and had a good cultivation. He would be the target of all the major sects wherever he went. What's more, he was a Dao Source grade alchemist and a cultivator from the lower star territory. He had a strong foundation and had taken an extraordinary treasure pill. Due to various reasons, it was only a matter of time before he was promoted to the Emperor Realm and became a master in the Emperor Realm as long as there were no major accidents. Azure Sun Temple also didn't want to miss a future member of the Emperor Realm. His conditions were enough for Gao Shueting to try. Of course, with Gao Shueting's indifferent personality, she definitely wouldn't say this if there was no one else instigating her. So, who else could it be but Wen Zishan? Soon, Yang Kai figured everything out and his heart moved slightly. To be honest, although Gao Shueting's attempt to rope him in wasn't very clever, it was very sincere. During this time, Yang Kai also felt the care and concern of the seniors of Azure Sun Temple and got along well with Xia Sheng and the others. If he really joined Azure Sun Temple and became a member, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Joining a sect had its own benefits, especially a great force like Azure Sun Temple. In the future, when he went out with the name of a temple disciple, not many people would dare to provoke him. However, Yang Kai also had concerns in his heart. His biggest concern was the demon spirit sealed in his body. When he was eroded by the demon spirit and turned into a demon, he fought with Gao Shueting. If he really joined the temple, he didn't know what Gao Shueting would do to him if he accidentally exposed himself. The demon spirit of an ancient great demon couldn't be ignored casually. Chapter 2246. For a moment, Yang Kai was also a little hesitant. He didn't know if he should take the opportunity to join Azure Sun Temple and enjoy the shade under the big tree, or continue to be independent and free. Go back and think about it carefully for a few days. Give me an answer when you've thought it through. Gao Shueting seemed to see his dilemma and no longer forced him, but took the initiative to take a step back. Yang Kai immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Elder Gao. About the faceless, mysterious grass, the price remains the same. Put it down first. I've already asked someone to send you 1,000 stalks. Gao Shueting said lightly, when you become a disciple of the temple, when will this account be settled? Okay. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He thought that Azure Sun Temple really valued him and wanted to use this method to tie him down. What followed was another long period of silence. At a certain moment, Gao Shueting opened her beautiful eyes again and said, "You can go out. The person who sent the faceless, mysterious grass is already outside. You can talk to him yourself." "Thank you, Elder Gao." Yang Kai thanked her and turned to leave. Outside the cave mansion, Yang Kai saw a middle-aged man waiting outside. This man looked to be about 40 years old, but his cultivation was only at the first-order Dao source realm. This kind of cultivation might be very good elsewhere. For example, in Maplewood City, the old ancestors of the major families were only at this level. However, in Azure Sun Temple, it was quite inadequate. Obviously, it was because of the lack of aptitude. Yang Kai came out of Maplewood City this time and saw too many rising stars and young talents. His vision and experience were also much broader than before. When the middle-aged man saw Yang Kai walk out of Gao Shueting's cave mansion, he immediately smiled and said, "Yang Kai." Quickly putting on a big smile, he cupped his fists and said, "This one has been ordered by Elder Chen to deliver 1,000 pieces of faceless profound grass. I wonder if your excellency is Brother Yang Kai?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. The man's eyes lit up and he praised, "I've heard of Brother Yang's name for a long time. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." "What? Am I famous in the Azure Sun Temple?" Yang Kai touched his nose. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Brother Yang must have been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days. That's why I haven't heard about the news from the outside world. Brother Yang's name is not only widely spread in Azure Sun Temple, I'm afraid it has already spread throughout the entire Southern Territory." "Is there such a thing?" Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. He suddenly had a bad feeling in the depths of his heart. However, the other party didn't notice Yang Kai's strange expression and continued to flatter. Brother Yang refined an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm, shocking the heavenly martial Holy Lands Wuchang. Brother Yang can be considered a very famous person now. As he spoke, he realized that Yang Kai's expression didn't look too good. Suddenly realizing the problem, the middle-aged man smiled awkwardly and stopped flattering, coughing dryly. "Brother Yang, this is the facetless profound grass Elder Chen asked me to deliver. Do you want to check it?" "No need." Yang Kai reached out and took the space ring the other party handed over. Cupping his fists, he thanked the other party. Turning around, he bid farewell. Although Yang Kai had expected that after the events in the Four Seasons realm, he felt that some of his secrets could no longer be concealed, but the news spread so quickly and spread so widely. He never expected it. If this was the case, he would have to consider Gao Shueting's proposal to join Azure Sun Temple. With the protection of Azure Sun Temple's disciples, he would be able to avoid a lot of trouble in the future. Otherwise, he would be coveted by others. The cultivator in the Four Seasons realm would definitely know that the extraordinary treasure pill was gone, but the extraordinary treasure pill had too many implications. Perhaps some people wouldn't believe it and would come to Yang Kai to ask for the extraordinary treasure pill. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he felt. After returning to his secluded home on Purple Bamboo Peak, his mood gradually calmed down. There was no point in being irritated right now. If such a situation really happened, it would have nothing to do with him. Moreover, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although his physical cultivation hadn't improved after his experience in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, his divine sense had improved greatly. It really wouldn't be easy for a normal cultivator to deal with him, unless the Emperor Realm intervened. But even if it was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, if he couldn't defeat them, couldn't he run away? Thinking of this, his mind suddenly cleared up and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. His entire body was brimming with indescribable confidence, and he felt much more relaxed. After sitting down cross-legged, he took out the insect enslavement bracelet and put the 1,000 faceless profound grass into it before stuffing them into the wine jar where the soul-devouring insects were. According to the exotic insect scripture, faceless profound grass was the best herb to accelerate the evolution of the soul-devouring insects. This was because the medicinal aura of faceless profound grass had a great stimulating effect on the soul-devouring insects. Moreover, The medicinal efficacies of this spirit herb could also help the soul-devouring insects grow. In an instant, a series of crackling noises could be heard coming from the wine jar, as if the sounds of battle were ringing out. Yang Kai listened for a while, but didn't pay any more attention to it. He could no longer interfere with the evolution of the soul-devouring insects, so only time would tell what the final result would be. He withdrew his divine sense and took out another item, carefully examining it in his hand. This was the Insect Emperor's other Emperor artifact, the Soul-Splitting Blade. Before entering the Divine Ascension Mirror world, he had never thought that the Soul-Splitting Blade was actually a Soul-type Emperor artifact. If he hadn't brought it into the Divine Ascension Mirror, Yang Kai would have had to wait a long time before discovering it. If it was just an ordinary Emperor artifact, Yang Kai wouldn't have bothered to refine it. Right now, he had a lot of methods to deal with his enemies. Not to mention the various space divine technique he had comprehended. Just the Annihilation Thunder Bead and the Myriad's sword were already in his possession. Of course, he would still have to return the Myriad's sword to the Qin family when he returned to Maplewood City. However, one couldn't bite off more than they could chew. Yang Kai didn't refine the soul-splitting blade before because of this concern, and also because he wasn't strong enough. However, if it was a soul-type Emperor artifact, then things would be different. Yang Kai had a need to refine it. As such, he had already made up his mind to begin refining the soul-splitting blade after dealing with the soul-devouring insects. He originally thought that refining an Emperor artifact like this would definitely take a lot of effort and energy. After all, refining the insect enslavement bracelet took him an entire month, let alone refining the soul-splitting blade, which was mainly used for killing. However, in reality, refining the soul-splitting blade was even easier than refining the insect enslavement bracelet. In less than half a month, Yang Kai had already broken through the soul-splitting blade's restrictions and erased the brand of the Insect Emperor, leaving behind his own soul imprint inside. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai felt that there were two reasons for this. The first reason was that his divine sense was strong enough to shorten the time required to refine the soul-splitting blade. The second reason was that in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, it had fused with his soul avatar and fought alongside him. This experience strengthened the mental connection between him and the soul-splitting blade, so it only took him half a month to successfully refine it. However, like all artifacts, it wasn't certain that one would be able to use all of its power after successfully refining it. If one wanted to use all of the power of an artifact, it would definitely be a gradual process. Yang Kai placed the soul-splitting blade in his knowledge sea and revealed his soul avatar. He didn't hesitate to expend a huge amount of mental and spiritual energy to refine it using a secret technique. He had learned this secret technique from Tian Yen. During the last 2 days in the Divine Ascension Mirror world, Yang Kai had consulted Senior Tian Yen about many things. After all, Tian Yen was one of the great emperors. Even though he didn't have a physical body, since he had reached this level, wouldn't it be easy for him to give Yang Kai some pointers? Tian Yen wasn't stingy with his experience and secret techniques in cultivating his soul, and imparted to Yang Kai a lot of knowledge that would benefit him for the rest of his life. However, in terms of secret techniques, Yang Kai had only learned one from Tian Yen. Tian Yen had said that secret techniques valued quality over quantity. If one used them well, even just one of them would make one invincible, but if one didn't use them well, it would be useless no matter how much one learned. There were 3,000 paths, but they all led to the same destination. Martial skills and secret techniques all followed the same principle. As such, Tian Yen had only taught Yang Kai one secret technique. This secret technique was called Heaven-Shattering Slash. Normally, he would use a special method to refine and nurture his weapon. When he needed it, he would unleash all the power he had accumulated during the nurturing process. Often, he would be able to achieve a one-hit kill effect and decide the outcome of the battle with a single strike. Tian Yen didn't have a soul-type secret treasure, so he used this secret technique to nurture a weapon condensed from his own spiritual energy. Moreover, this was tens of thousands of years ago. It was a secret technique that he had comprehended on his own when he was in the Emperor realm. The current Tian Yen no longer needed this secret technique. He was one of the great emperors and controlled the laws of heaven and earth. No one in the world was his match, so why would he need this secret technique? He could use it to teach Yang Kai. Although the Heaven-Shattering Slash only had a miraculous effect on the first strike of a soul-type secret treasure, and the subsequent attacks could only display the original power of the secret treasure. The soul-splitting saber itself was an emperor artifact. Even if Yang Kai couldn't display its full power, with his current strength, if he really forced it out, not many people would be able to withstand it. Coupled with the heaven-shattering secret technique, even the Emperor realm would have to retreat in one strike. This was another life-saving and desperate trump card, so Yang Kai naturally spared no effort to refine it. In his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared. His hands were constantly forming seals, and the seawater in his knowledge sea churned and gathered into waves that washed over the soul-splitting saber again and again. Every time the waves washed over, accompanied by Yang Kai's hand seals, the soul-splitting saber seemed to flash with a faint brilliance. Faintly, its power increased a little. Although it was almost imperceptible, in the long run, its power would definitely be amazing. The first strike of the saber would definitely be earth-shattering. From time to time, Yang Kai would open his mouth and exhale pure spiritual energy onto the soul-splitting saber, cleansing its power. Days passed. Yang Kai stayed in Purple Bamboo Peak's secluded mansion, refining the soul-splitting saber with the heaven-shattering secret technique. However, he also took some time to visit Hua Qing Si and Zhang Ruoxi in the sealed world bead. Since the last time he gave the last extraordinary treasure pill to Hua Qing Si, the woman had unceremoniously consumed it. Moreover, her attitude towards Yang Kai had undergone a 180-degree change. Although she was no longer obedient, she no longer rejected him like before. When she was with Yang Kai, she was much more gentle and submissive. Chapter 2247. The world principles in the small sealed world weren't perfect yet. Although the small sealed world had absorbed a large number of principle fragments in the third layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda, the world principles inside were still lacking and couldn't compare to the star boundary's own principle strength. For a master like Hua Qing Si, it wasn't a big problem for her to cultivate in the small sealed world. However, if she wanted to break through, it wasn't suitable for her to do so in the small sealed world. Because the world principles weren't perfect, the heavenly way and martial Tao that she could comprehend when she broke through couldn't meet the requirements. However, when that time came, Yang Kai would definitely let her out and find a safe place for her to break through in peace. When that time came, Yang Kai would have a helper on the level of the Emperor realm under him. Just thinking about it made her excited. Zhang Ruoxi had also made rapid progress these days. Now, her cultivation had reached the second-order origin returning realm. All the heaven's prides and geniuses compared to her in terms of cultivation speed were like fireflies competing with the moon. Something in Zhang Ruoxi's body seemed to be gradually awakening, and as this power awakened, her cultivation speed became faster and faster. Her temperament also gradually changed. She was less delicate and timid, and more confident and strong. This was something that Yang Kai was happy to see. About 2 months after returning from the Divine Ascension Mirror world, Yang Kai was refining the soul-splitting saber with the heaven-shattering slash in his cave mansion when he suddenly felt the cave mansion's barrier vibrate slightly. His mind moved and he hurriedly stopped his technique. His soul avatar left his mind and returned to his physical body. He raised the token and waved it. The barrier was unlocked. A person's voice immediately came from outside. Young Master Yang, Young Master Yang. The voice sounded familiar. Yang Kai thought for a moment and immediately understood who it was. He replied, "Please come in, Deacon Tao." Outside the cave mansion, Tao Ming, who had some grudges with Yang Kai a few months ago, heard this and walked into the cave mansion with a serious expression. After a short while, arriving at the secret room, Tao Ming no longer had his usual arrogance and domineering attitude. With a face full of smiles, he cupped his fists towards Yang Kai and bowed, disturbing young Master Yang's cultivation. This Tao is truly guilty. Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "Who asked you to come over? Is there any news?" When Tao Ming heard this, his expression turned serious and he said, "Under the orders of the palace master, I'm here to inform young Master Yang that the thing you need has been found." Yang Kai abruptly stood up, his eyes bursting with light as he shouted, "Really?" Tao Ming smiled and said, "The temple master personally gave the order. How can it be false?" "That's great. I finally found it." Yang Kai's face was full of joy, although Tao Ming didn't tell him what he had found. But other than the tribulation fruit, what else could it be? These days, although Yang Kai had been refining the insect enslavement bracelet, raising the soul-devouring insects, and nurturing the soul-severing saber, he had always been thinking about the tribulation fruit. It was just that the agreed time hadn't arrived yet, so he didn't rush it. Now the news had finally arrived. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, his whole body relaxed, as if the burden he had been carrying for a long time had finally been lifted. After all, the tribulation fruit was related to Qin Yu's life and death. After all, the many opportunities he had in the past few months were all exchanged for by Qin Chaoyang with the bustling world token. If he couldn't get the tribulation fruit, he would be too ashamed to face Qin Chaoyang and give the Qin family an explanation. This matter would definitely become an obsession in his heart in the future, and it might even turn into a heart demon. But now, these worries were no longer there. Since Wen Zishan had ordered Tao Ming to pass a message to him, it meant that the tribulation fruit was already in his hands. In this way, he could also bring the spirit fruit back to Maplewood City and hand it over to the Qin family, resolving a knot in his heart. Tao Ming saw him beaming with joy, and although he didn't know what Yang Kai was looking for, he was happy for him and flattered him a few times. By the way, Deacon Tao, did the temple master say where that thing is now? Yang Kai came back to his senses and asked. Tao Ming replied, the temple master said that the thing is already on the way and will be back in less than 3 days. He said that you can rest assured that there won't be any accidents. Good. Thank Temple Master Wen for me. Yang Kai cupped his fists solemnly. If young Master Yang has no other instructions, this Tao will take his leave. Tao Ming said with a smile. Deacon Tao, take care. After sending Tao Ming away, Yang Kai was in no mood to do anything else. Wen Zishan probably just wanted to reassure Yang Kai, so he sent the message in advance, but he probably didn't expect Yang Kai to value the tribulation fruit so much. After waiting in the cave mansion for 3 days like sitting on pins and needles, Yang Kai left Purple Bamboo Peak early in the morning and went straight to Myriad Saints Peak. When he arrived at the main hall on the peak, Yang Kai didn't have time to ask someone to inform him before Wen Zishan's voice came from inside the hall. Come in. Yang Kai was taken aback, but he wasn't too surprised. He straightened his clothes and stepped in. There was no one else in the hall except for Wen Zishan, who was sitting cross-legged and seemed to be circulating some kind of secret art. Yang Kai went in and didn't disturb him, just waiting silently. But in his heart he was quite moved. Wen Zishan was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master and was extremely powerful, but he was still so diligent and didn't slack off. For a cultivator, it wasn't terrible to have talent, but it was terrible to not only have talent, but also work hard. Wen Zishan was undoubtedly such a person. It was definitely not a fluke that he could reach the third-order Emperor realm. After a while, Wen Zishan stopped and opened his eyes, looking at Yang Kai with a mocking smile. What's wrong? Can't wait anymore? Yang Kai said embarrassedly, the sooner I see you, the better. You're a righteous person. Wen Zishan nodded. The Qin family's bustling world token wasn't a shame or a waste. It's only human nature to keep one's promise, Yang Kai replied. Wen Zishan nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, what do you think about what little Xue Ting told you last time? Yang Kai heard this and smiled bitterly. So it was Temple Master Wen who asked Elder Gao to persuade me. That's what I meant. However, little Xue Ting also thinks highly of you, Wen Zishan admitted bluntly. Moreover, you even entered the Divine Ascension Mirror, so you can be considered half a disciple of my temple, right? This is a secret that even ordinary disciples don't know about. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and he pondered for a long time, as if he was considering his words. After a while, he said, thanks to Temple Master Wen and Elder Gao's kindness, this junior has no intention of joining any sect. However, it's not because I dislike the temple, it's just that there are some inconvenient reasons. Of course, he was referring to the demon spirit. Wen Zishan stared deeply at him and nodded. Very well, this king won't force you, but if one day you get tired of wandering outside, come to my temple. The temple's doors are always open for you. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he bowed deeply. Many thanks for Temple Master Wen's kindness. If that day really comes, it will be this junior's honor. Wen Zishan grinned. This king was like you back then, loving to be alone, loving to be free, loving to wander outside, until the corner of his mouth twitched. He then continued, in the wild, I picked up a little girl who fought with wild cats for food. Gao Shueting's face immediately appeared in Yang Kai's mind. In the future, I will travel the star boundary. You can pick up anything, but please don't pick up those little girls. When Zishan said earnestly, those little girls look cute, docile, and obedient when they are young, but when they grow up, they become lawless and heartless. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. Wen Zishan's extremely hurt expression made Yang Kai speechless. You want to cry, huh? A cold voice suddenly came from outside the temple. When the voice came, the temperature in the temple dropped sharply, as if winter had suddenly arrived, chilling everyone's skin. Wen Zishan's whole body shivered, as if he had been struck by a paralysis technique, and he froze in place. His expression changed dramatically. When the voice fell, a beautiful figure walked in from outside. Gao Shueting's face was cold, and her beautiful eyes were like lightning as she glanced inside. Wen Zishan suddenly shrank, and even Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. Murderous intent filled the air, and the emperor's will was awe-inspiring. Lawless, huh? Gao Shueting raised the corner of her mouth and snorted softly. This. When Zishan's cold sweat flowed down like a waterfall, and his mouth was full of subservience. His eyes looked around, and he said with a flattering smile, Little Shueting, why are you here? Why didn't you let someone report your arrival? That's against the rules, isn't it? Gao Shueting said coldly, Give me the tribulation fruit. As she spoke, she threw a jade box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he reached out to catch it. With a flick of his finger, he opened the jade box. Cold air filled the box, and an ice crystal-like spirit fruit lay quietly inside. The tribulation fruit. Although Yang Kai had never seen the real thing, he could still recognize it at a glance. Looking at the appearance of this tribulation fruit, it seemed to have been picked not long ago. If he was not mistaken, it should be the one in the Four Seasons realm's winter territory. Yang Kai didn't know which Force Azure Sun Temple had exchanged it with, but it seemed that Azure Sun Temple had put in a lot of effort for it to take such a long time. You're heartless, aren't you? Gao Shueting didn't intend to give up. After handing the spirit fruit to Yang Kai, she still stared coldly at Wen Zishan, her eyes as sharp as swords. Wen Zishan gritted his teeth and showed a resolute expression as he shouted at Yang Kai, This is not good. This temple master will take his leave first. Little brat Yang, do as you please later. Remember, if you encounter any trouble in the future, come to the temple. Yang Kai didn't even have time to thank him before Wen Zishan's figure flickered and disappeared. Wanna run? A cold light flashed in Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes as she instantly summoned the Emperor artifact, the blazing sun mirror. In an instant, Wen Zishan's figure became faintly discernible. Although Gao Shueting found his whereabouts, Temple Master Wen still broke free from the blazing sun mirror's shackles with his extraordinary strength and escaped in the blink of an eye. Old thing, don't run. Today, I'll show you what it means to be lawless and heartless. Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and chased after him. Outside the temple, many disciples who were guarding the temple opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded. Holding the jade box, Yang Kai also watched this farce with a smile on his face, but soon, he couldn't smile anymore and slapped his thigh in annoyance. I forgot to ask about the Shattered Star Sea again. Chapter 2248. Maplewood City, Qin family. In Qin Yu's boudoir, Qin Yu lay on the sickbed with a pale face. She coughed softly from time to time. Sometimes, her coughs were so severe that she couldn't even breathe. An inexplicable death qi lingered around Qin Yu. Even an ordinary person who had never cultivated before could faintly sense that something was wrong with Qin Yu's current state. If someone with a little bit of cultivation used their divine sense to scan Qin Yu, they would clearly see that she was currently shrouded in a faint black qi. As time passed, this black qi became denser and denser. No one knew what kind of energy this black qi was. Since it appeared 2 months ago, it had been devouring Qin Yu's vitality, causing her condition to worsen day by day. The heaven and earth body was a very special physique. It was a physique that the heaven and earth did not tolerate. Anyone with this constitution couldn't live past the age of 18 because the laws of heaven and earth would cut off this person's vitality. Beside the sickbed, the maidservant who served Qin Yu secretly wiped her tears. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Qin Yu was a kind and amiable person. She was always warm and courteous to her superiors and subordinates. Everyone in the Qin family treated her with utmost respect, and this servant girl was naturally the same. Seeing that her young miss had contracted some kind of serious illness and had actually become so weak in just 2 short months, the servant girl felt extremely distressed. "What are you crying for? Useless thing, why haven't you scrammed out yet?" Qin Zhaoyang suddenly roared furiously. He had been extremely worried these days and was already upset. Now that he saw the maidservant crying in front of him, he became even more irritated and couldn't help but shout. The maidservant was instantly terrified and knelt down with a thud. However, she didn't leave. She said, "Ancestor, please forgive me. Please calm down. I won't cry. I won't leave. I want to stay and take care of young miss," she kept begging in a sincere tone. Qin Chaiyang opened his mouth, but in the end, he sighed deeply. He raised his hand and an invisible force spread out, lifting the maidservant up. He restrained his anger and said, forget it. His tone was indescribably desolate. "It's my fault. I didn't take good care of young Mississippi." As the maidservant spoke, she wiped the corners of her eyes again. However, she forced herself not to cry out loud. "Ancestor." On the sickbed, Qin Yu suddenly called out softly. As soon as the words left her mouth, she coughed violently again. The maidservant hurried forward and used her hand to help her breathe. After Qin Yu regained his strength, Qin Chaiyang said softly, "You have a good rest. Don't say anything." Qin Yu shook his head slowly. "Big brother Yang, he hasn't returned yet?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chaiyang's expression changed slightly. He didn't know how to respond. Now, Qin Yu's 18th birthday was approaching, and the only hope for Qin Yu's survival was Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Qin Chaiyang couldn't help but wonder if he had trusted the wrong person. He had already investigated the situation in the Four Seasons realm. Yang Kai had displayed his skills in the Four Seasons realm, refining the extraordinary spirit pills all by himself. Playing with the elite disciples of the various sects in the palm of his hand, this matter had long spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. Although Maplewood City was a small city, under Qin Chaiyang's intentional inquiries, how could he not have heard of it? However, the Four Seasons realm had closed 3 months ago. If Yang Kai had really obtained the tribulation fruit, he should have returned to Maplewood City long ago. So why was he still nowhere to be seen? Qin Chaiyang didn't want to measure the heart of a gentleman with his own petty heart, but as long as he didn't see Yang Kai, he couldn't feel at ease. He didn't know if Yang Kai didn't have the face to see him because he couldn't find the tribulation fruit, or if Yang Kai didn't take the tribulation fruit seriously at all and had long since disappeared. Now that the world was so vast, even if Yang Kai wanted to find Yang Kai, he didn't know where to start. What's more, time was running out. "Old ancestor, are you doubting Big Brother Yang?" Although Qin Yu was terminally ill, she was as intelligent as ever. As soon as she saw Qin Chaiyang's expression, she guessed the concerns in his heart. "Old ancestor doesn't want to think too much about it. I hope that little brother Yang can return that thing as soon as possible. But even if he didn't get it, he should have come back to greet me. Sometimes a person's strength is limited. This old master can understand. But now Maybe Big Brother Yang was delayed by something important," Qin Yu said softly, but just as she finished speaking, she coughed violently again. "I hope so." Qin Chaiyang smiled bitterly, but in his heart, he didn't think so. Even if Yang Kai was really delayed by something important, couldn't he have asked someone to send a message back? Yang Kai felt more and more that Yang Kai probably took the Qin family's Myriad sword and didn't want to come back. The Emperor artifact, Myriad sword, was lost. Although this thing was precious, the Qin family was now in decline, and no one could use its power. An innocent man would get into trouble for possessing a jade ring. However, the price of misjudging someone made Qin Chaiyang's heart ache, and he secretly regretted that he had entrusted such an important matter to someone he had just met. If he had personally gone to the Four Seasons realm at that time, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope, and Qin Yu wouldn't have to lie here waiting for death. The deep self-blame in his heart made Qin Chaiyang unable to sleep at night, unable to eat or sleep in peace. "Big Brother Yang will come back," Qin Yu said firmly. "He isn't the kind of person who likes to take advantage of others and leave without saying goodbye." "Young lady, at this time, you're still speaking up for that person." The maidservant felt distressed as she watched from the side, tears almost flowing out of her eyes again. "What do you know?" Qin Yu reprimanded her, then continued, "Although I haven't had much contact with Big Brother Yang, old ancestor should know that I have the fated fortune heavenly pupil, so I can see through people very accurately. Hearing this, Qin Chaiyong's eyes lit up, and a little hope inexplicably appeared in his originally despairing mood. Indeed, although Qin Yu's cultivation wasn't high, because of the fated fortune heavenly pupil, she could see through people very accurately. Generally speaking, she could tell at a glance whether a person was good or evil and whether they were trustworthy. If Qin Yu hadn't agreed, Qin Chaiyong wouldn't have dared to give the quota to Yang Kai to enter the Four Seasons realm. Therefore, Big Brother Yang must have been delayed by something. Qin Yu concluded. After saying that, she continued, "Old ancestor, you should go and do what you need to do. You don't need to worry about me. I'll get better sooner or later. As for Maplewood City, I heard from that a lot of master have come to Maplewood City recently, and even one of them is staying in my Qin family?" Qin Chaiyong nodded. "You've been seriously ill these days, so old ancestor didn't tell you about this. But this little girl has been gossiping behind my back." While speaking, he glared at the maidservant called Ber. The maidservant quickly stuck out her tongue and explained. This servant saw that young miss was bored, so this servant casually said something. This servant won't dare do it again. If this happens again, I'll break your dog legs. Qin Chaiyong coldly snorted. Don't be afraid, old ancestor is just scaring you. Qin Yu smiled and patted the back of Ber's hand. Qin Chaiyong sighed deeply and said, the servants in the family have been spoiled by you. Old ancestor, what happened in the city recently? Why did it attract so many people? Qin Yu turned his head and asked. In the past 2 years, Maplewood City had not been peaceful. First, the divine spirit appeared, causing overlords like Star Soul Palace to send masters to investigate. Then the demonic Qi besieged the city, creating an uproar. The nearby forest city was almost destroyed because of the demonic Qi, but fortunately, the demonic Qi retreated at the last moment, allowing the demon dwellers to regain their sanity. Otherwise, Forest City would be an empty city right now. At that time, several masters from the Emperor realm had spared no effort to personally investigate. Now, for some unknown reason, it had attracted so many masters. Although Qin Yu had heard some rumors from Ber, he didn't know the details, so he naturally wanted to ask for clarification. If we trace it back to the source, this matter is related to the last demonic Qi reappearance. Qin Chaiyong sighed, his face full of worry. Hearing this, Qin Yu's pretty face changed slightly, and he exclaimed, could it be that the demonic Qi that disappeared inexplicably has reappeared? Hui, who was standing next to him, also trembled, a look of horror on her face. That's not it. Qin Chaiyong replied, last time, the demonic Qi retreated inexplicably and never appeared again, but, under the seal we went to last time, a high-rank earth vein appeared. High-rank earth vein? Qin Yu's beautiful eyes lit up. There's actually a high-rank earth vein near Maplewood City? Qin Chaiyong also smiled and said, this matter also surprised us old fellows. You also know that the reason why Maplewood City has never been occupied by a great force is because not only is this place small, but the world energy here is also not rich, and there are no special products here. So all these years, the City Lord's mansion has been in charge of managing this place. But now that a high-rank earth vein has appeared, the situation is completely different. A mere high-rank earth vein shouldn't be enough to attract so many great forces, right? Could there be another reason? Exactly. Qin Chaiyong's expression became solemn. Near that high-rank spirit vein, there seemed to be many branches of mid-rank and low-rank earth veins. In addition, there seems to be a source crystal vein near Clear Jade Mountain, but I don't know what grade it is. Qin Yu couldn't help but be moved. Hearing this, she finally understood why Maplewood City could attract so many people. Just the source crystal vein alone was enough to make people bleed, not to mention the many other earth veins of different grades. These earth veins and source crystal veins may not attract the attention of Star Soul Palace and several of the top great forces, but the first and second tier forces that are inferior to these top forces can't just ignore them. The situation in Maplewood City is changing rapidly, and there are already several dozen third-order Dao Source Realm masters here. I don't know if the Emperor Realm has also come, but as long as the benefits here are big enough, it's only a matter of time before the Emperor Realm is attracted. After Qin Yu heard this, she sternly said, old ancestor, at such a critical juncture, my Qin family shouldn't do anything, we should just wait and see. In front of these behemoths, my Qin family is just a pebble, we are powerless to resist. Chapter 2249. Old ancestor is naturally aware of this matter. Qin Chaiyong smiled bitterly. But my Qin family has taken root in Maplewood City, so we can't stay out of this matter. The masters from the first and second tier sects came to Maplewood City, but they weren't willing to stay in the inn, so they went to our local families. The Zhou family, Du family, Liang family, and Xan family all received many people, and even the City Lord's mansion was taken over by the Flying Saint Palace. Even the City Lord's mansion. Qin Yu couldn't help covering her red lips with her hand. Qin Chaiyong continued, the Flying Saint Palace has a master from the Emperor realm. So how could the City Lord's Second Order Dao Source realm cultivation compete with such a force? In comparison, my Qin family only sent a single force, which is already good enough, but the City Lord's mansion, it's the real trouble. What's going on? Qin Yu asked in confusion. Qin Chaiyong's face darkened as he said, Zhuangpan is back. What? Qin Yu's pretty face changed when she heard this. She gritted her teeth and said, that coward still has the face to come back? When the demonic qi besieged the city, everyone formed the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array and rushed out of the city to reinforce the seal of the demonic qi. In the end, Zhuangpan abandoned everyone and fled at the critical moment, causing the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array to collapse. Although Duan Yuan Shan turned the tide at the last moment and brought Qin Chaiyong and Qin Yu back to Maplewood City, the matter of the seal wasn't perfect, and they didn't know what happened after that. They only knew that the 3 great emperors had arrived. After that, the demonic qi took the initiative to retreat. Zhuangpan's whereabouts were unknown. He was originally the deputy city lord of Maplewood City, and like Drunkard, he assisted Duan Yuan Shan in governing the tens of thousands of kilometers around Maplewood City. After he left, the position of deputy city lord was naturally lacking. Duan Yuan Shan had tried to rope in Yang Kai to fill the vacancy of Zhuangpan, but Yang Kai politely refused. But because of what happened last time, the Qin family, Duan Yuan Shan, and the others had a lot of opinions of Zhuangpan, and Duan Yuan Shan even said in public that if he saw Zhuangpan in the future, he would kill him. Who would have thought that after a few months, this guy would actually return? How could Qin Yu not be surprised? Not only of the face of the demonic qi sect, but he also of the demonic qi? He's backs of the family sect. She felt that there was more to Yuan Yen Yang Yang than Yuan Shan. Phase over at what? He just sided with the Flying Saint Palace. Qin Chaiyong sneered. The Flying Saint Palace's people were the ones who led the City Lord. City Lord Duan's days now. I'm afraid he's having a hard time. Hearing this, Qin Yu fell silent, as if he could imagine Duan Yuan Shan's helplessness. Now that Zhuangpan had sided with the Flying Saint Palace, he was probably using Flying Saint Palace's power to intimidate Qin Yu. With the Flying Saint Palace's backing, Duan Yuan Shan couldn't do anything to him. Instead, he had to act according to Qin Yu's wishes. In the past, Duan Yuan Shan's position had been reversed, and now, Duan Yuan Shan was probably feeling extremely sullen. The City Lord's mansion now only existed in name. Every family is having a hard time now. The Zhou family, Du family, Liang family, and Xan family have all been stirred up. That old man Xan Gao Jia has come to me more than once to complain. Qin Chaiyong said, sighing and slowly shaking his head. Then my Qin family. Qin Yu wanted to say something, but hesitated. It's fine for now, Qin Chaiyong said in a deep voice. The sect that lives in my Qin family is called the Octagonal Door. It's a medium-sized sect, and the leader is a young man. He usually lives in seclusion and cultivates very hard. He doesn't ask my Qin family to do anything, and the others are quite easy to get along with. That's good. Qin Yu's expression relaxed when he heard this. Compared to them, my Qin family is quite good, Qin Chaiyong said with a faint smile. As they were talking, they suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside. It seemed that someone was hurriedly running towards them. Qin Chaiyong couldn't help but frown. After a short while, a maid's voice came from outside the door, Old Ancestor. Her voice trembled slightly, showing her emotional instability. Have a good rest. Old Ancestor will be back soon. Qin Chaiyong didn't want to disturb Qin Yu's mood because of trivial matters, so he said gently, then turned and walked out. Old Ancestor. Qin Yu called out from behind, be careful. Qin Chaiyong nodded slightly, then walked out and closed the door. His eyes flashed like lightning as he looked at the maid standing outside the door. The maid's eyes were full of tears. Just as she was about to say something, Qin Chaiyong glared at her, and she shut her mouth. In the next moment, Qin Chaiyong walked out with the maid following closely behind. When they were far enough away from Qin Yu's boudoir, Qin Chaiyong said, "What's the matter? Say it now." "Old ancestor." The maid hurriedly told him what had happened just now. Qin Chaiyong's face darkened when he heard this. His figure swayed, and he rushed out of the courtyard. In the boudoir, Qin Yu said to Hui-er, "Help me up." Hui-er was startled and asked, "Young miss, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to take a look. I keep feeling a little uneasy, as if something is going to happen," Qin Yu said with a solemn expression. "Old ancestor is taking care of you outside. What could happen?" "Young miss, you're not feeling well right now, so it's better if you don't get up. Are you going to help me or not?" Qin Yu glared at Hui-er. Hui-er panicked and said, "Young miss, this servant doesn't dare. If old ancestor finds out, then I'll get up myself." Qin Yu gritted her teeth and slowly got up. It was just a simple movement, but it made her forehead break out in cold sweat, and she groaned with difficulty. Hui-er watched from the side and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She tried to persuade Qin Yu, but she didn't listen. In the end, she could only cry and help. City Lord's mansion. In the City Lord's hall, a man who looked to be about 20 years old sat at the head of the table. Although the man had a dignified appearance, he gave off an extremely sinister feeling, as if this person was constantly plotting some scheme. The man's cultivation was not very high, and he was only from the First Order Dao Source realm. But his temperament was definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary disciple of a sect. This person was the current young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuan Shu. Since the previous young palace master of Flying Saint Palace, Ning Yuan Cheng, died inexplicably, Ning Yuan Shu, who was Ning Yuan Cheng's younger brother, was appointed as the young palace master. Beside Ning Yuan Shu stood a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm. One of them was expressionless, resting with his eyes closed, while the other had a dignified expression. These two, they were the two protectors of Flying Saint Palace, Gao Shan and Lu Shuai. The one on the left was Gao Shan, and the one on the right was Lu Shuai. Both of them were proficient in music and were good at using sound attacks. At this moment, Ning Yuan Shu was tasting the spirit fruit on the table with a smile on his face. And below him, the former deputy city lord of Maplewood City, Zhuang Pan, was coldly looking at a person with a look of contempt and pride on his face. The person he was looking at was Duan Yuan Shan. Drunkard's face was flushed red as he stood beside Duan Yuan Shan in a drunken state. He seemed to be drunk, and his eyes were a little hazy. "I didn't know that young palace master had summoned the two of us. What is the matter?" Duan Yuan Shan suddenly cupped his fists and asked. His expression was unpleasant. No one would be in a good mood when their home was occupied. But because of the strength of the other party's protectors, Gao Shan and Lu Shuai, and the background of Flying Saint Palace, Duan Yuan Shan did not dare to resist and could only acquiesce to the other party occupying the city lord's mansion, which symbolized the dignity of the city lord. These days, he and Drunkard had been living in seclusion, not paying attention to worldly affairs. But today, Ning Yuan Shu suddenly called them over. "I called the two of you here because I have something for you to do. Can't you see that the young palace master is tasting the spirit fruit? Just wait obediently." Zhuang Pan suddenly reprimanded coldly. A few months ago, he had a conflict with Yang Kai. His artifact's spirituality was destroyed by Yang Kai, and he was almost seriously injured. At that time, not only did Duan Yuan Shan not help him, he even stood on Yang Kai's side and reprimanded him. Zhuang Pan naturally held a grudge in his heart, and now that he had turned the tables, he could not wait to return the humiliation 100 times over. Burp! Drunkard suddenly let out a loud burp. Suddenly, the hall was filled with a strong smell of alcohol. Ning Yuan Shu, who was sitting at the head of the table, frowned. He was no longer in the mood to taste the spirit fruit and put down the thing in his hand with some displeasure. "Sir City Lord." Burped this old man. "Ugh! Why do I hear a dog barking? Ugh!" His sentence was divided into several paragraphs before he finished. His sloppy appearance made it hard for people to look at him directly. "You." Zhuang Pan was furious when he heard this. How could he not hear the undisguised insult and ridicule in the other party's words? Ning Yuan Shu, however, waved his hand and stopped him from making any more noise. Seeing this, Zhuang Pan did not dare to say another word. He just glared at Drunkard with resentment, as if he wanted to remember this hatred. "City Lord Duan." Ning Yuan Shu greeted Duan Yuan Shan with a smile. The latter frowned. Although the other party was smiling, he gave Duan Yuanshan the feeling of a poisonous snake that was constantly hissing and spitting out its forked tongue. This made his heart tremble. What orders does young palace master have? Duan Yuanshan asked in a deep voice. When this young master left the palace this time, my father specifically asked protectors Gao Shan and Lu Shui to accompany him. These two protector master are masters second only to my father in this palace. They will not be dispatched easily. Does City Lord Duan know why? He asked with a smile. Duan Yuanshan thought to himself, your father sent people to protect you. What does it have to do with me? Moreover, don't young masters of sects always have a few bodyguards when they go out? Although he thought so in his heart, he still said, I don't know. Ning Yuanshu smiled slightly and said, of course it's to protect my safety. Duan Yuanshan's face sank, revealing an expression that said, you're kidding me. If this question was so simple, why would he need to ask? Sure enough, Ning Yuanshu changed the topic and said, my father said that the security in Maplewood City is very bad. Duan Yuanshan frowned and said, where did this come from? This humble one has been in charge of Maplewood City for many years, and although the cultivators in the city are not all kind and easy to deal with, there are still very few cases of murder and robbery. This public security is not good, so please forgive this Duan for being unable to agree. Chapter 2250. Is that so? Ning Yuanshu smiled meaningfully as he stared at Duan Yuanshan. Then, may I ask how my brother died? Duan Yuanshan trembled and frowned. What do you mean, young palace master? Ning Yuanshu chuckled and said, my brother, Ning Yuancheng. City Lord Duan should know him, right? Duan Yuanshan remained silent. He naturally knew who Ning Yuancheng was. When the divine spirit had appeared last time, Ning Yuancheng had brought some followers to Maplewood City. Duan Yuanshan also knew about this matter. Later on, he had organized a large auction, and Ning Yuancheng had also participated in it. Ning Yuanshu said, as far as I know, my brother went missing after participating in the auction in Maplewood City. Although his body was not found, the life-soul lamp placed in the palace was extinguished. Obviously, he was killed. Even if the place where the accident happened was not in Maplewood City, it should not be far from here. Shouldn't City Lord Duan give me an explanation? Duan Yuanshan's expression changed when he heard this. He thought the other party was trying to settle accounts with him. Although Ning Yuancheng's death had nothing to do with him, and he knew nothing about this matter, the last time he appeared was in Maplewood City, and then he was killed. In any case, Maplewood City had some responsibility, and if Flying Saint Palace really pursued this matter, Duan Yuanshan really wouldn't be able to escape punishment. Seeing his ugly expression, Ning Yuanshu laughed and said, City Lord Duan, there is no need to panic. Speaking of this young master has to thank you. Young palace master, are you joking with this Duan? Duan Yuanshan looked up with a gloomy face. Ning Yuanshu shook his head and said, of course not. It's just that if my brother had not died in your Maplewood City, I would not have been able to become the young palace master. However, this young palace master has not died. City Lord Duan, don't you think this young master should thank you properly? Hearing this, Duan Yuanshan did not feel the slightest joy. Instead, he felt cold all over. His own brother had died, but this guy in front of him was not sad. Instead, he was extremely happy. He was happy that he had replaced him, and even said so in public. Ning Yuanshu's vile character was obvious. When interacting with such a person, Duan Yuanshan did not dare to lower his guard. Sitting at the head of the table, Ning Yuanshu continued, it's fine that my trash big brother died, but because of him, our sect suffered a great loss. In addition, Elder Fu, who came to investigate the cause of my big brother's death, also died in Maplewood City. Elder Fu is a cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source realm, and is a rare powerhouse in our sect. You can't just die like this. Shouldn't City Lord Duan give me an explanation for this? As he finished speaking, his expression gradually turned gloomy and cold as he looked at Duan Yuanshan in an overbearing manner. Elder Fu. Duan Yuanshan was startled upon hearing this, before his expression changed slightly as he thought of a person. The person young palace master is referring to. Don't tell me it's like this. As he spoke, he waved his hand in front of him. Origin energy surged in front of him, and the image of a person quickly appeared. Ning Yuanshu glanced at him and nodded, yes. He is our sex Fu stone, Elder Fu. Duan Yuan Shan's expression changed drastically as he muttered. So he is an elder of your noble sect. No wonder his cultivation is so high. He suddenly remembered this person, but he did not expect that this person was really the Elder Fu that Ning Yuanshu mentioned. He was not familiar with this person, but when the demonic Qi besieged the city, the Qin family contributed the 7 points black tortoise array and wanted to rush out of the city. When Duan Yuanshan was looking for a suitable candidate, this person volunteered to be a member of the array. At that time, there was another young woman from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although Duan Yuanshan knew that these two people had extraordinary backgrounds, he did not carefully inquire about their backgrounds. It was not until today that he learned that one of them was an elder of Flying Saint Palace. He pondered for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, "Young Palace Master, if you want to know how Elder Fu died, this Duan knows a thing or two." "Oh, tell me about it." Ning Yuan Shu raised his eyebrows. A few months ago, the ancient great demon demonic Qi appeared near Maplewood City. I'm sure young Palace Master has heard about it. He immediately recounted what happened at that time, including the fact that Zhuang Pan was afraid of death at the last moment and abandoned everyone to flee. Zhuang Pan's face sank as he listened, but he could not refute, so his face turned red and blue. The two elders, Gao Shan and Lu Shui, looked at Zhuang Pan with disdain, making him want to find a hole to hide in and never come out for the rest of his life. The spirit array was broken, and the demonic Qi was fierce. This Duan was powerless to resist, so he could only risk his life and rush back to the city with the two members of the Qin family. However, Elder Fu did not leave immediately and chose to stay. This Duan has no way of knowing what happened after that, but since Elder Fu is dead, it is possible that he was injured by the demonic Qi. So it's like that. Ning Yuan Shu did not have much doubt after listening to his account, but after pondering for a moment, he said, "So this matter is not City Lord Duan's fault, but Deacon Zhuang's?" He suddenly turned his gaze to Zhuang Pan. Zhuang Pan's cultivation was not low, and he was at least a Dao Source Realm cultivator. He joined Flying Saint Palace halfway, and even got the position of deacon. He thought that he would have a meteoric rise, but who knew that Duan Yuanshan's words would draw his hatred towards him? He immediately cursed Duan Yuanshan in his heart. Noticing the coldness in Ning Yuanshu's eyes, Zhuang Pan was so scared that he knelt on the ground with a thud. Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard looked at him with disdain. Young Palace Master, the situation that day was definitely not what Duan Yuanshan said. The reason why this subordinate did that was actually, he was at a loss for words when he found that he could not continue. He was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Actually what? Ning Yuan Shu sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes as if saying, "If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll teach you a lesson." At this critical juncture, Zhuang Pan's mind was suddenly enlightened. He kept saying, "That day, this subordinate saw that the situation was hopeless, so I boldly retreated in order to stay alive and serve young Palace Master. I will follow young Palace Master everywhere." After he finished speaking, he looked at Ning Yuan Shu with a flattering look. "This flatterer is really good." Duan Yuanshan whispered to Drunkard, "Why didn't I know this guy was so eloquent before?" Although he lowered his voice, everyone present was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so who didn't hear him? Burp. Drunkard was still drunk and hazy, as if he would never wake up. Hearing this, he let out a loud burp. On the other hand, Zhuang Pan could not help but glare at him fiercely. His face was red and white, as if he was a little embarrassed. And it's rare for Deacon Zhuang to be so loyal. Reward. Ning Yuan Shu was stunned for a moment, but his expression soon turned joyful. Saying so, he threw a spirit fruit at Zhuang Pan. The spirit fruit rolled and accurately landed in front of Zhuang Pan. Instead of feeling humiliated, Zhuang Pan laughed and cupped his fists. "Thank you, young Palace Master, for your reward." As he spoke, he bent down and lowered his head. Like a dog eating its food, he bit the spirit fruit into his mouth and swallowed it down with a smacking sound. Duan Yuanshan couldn't stand it anymore and turned his head away. Remembering that he used to work with this person, he felt disgusted. City Lord Duan. Ning Yuan Shu turned his gaze to Duan Yuanshan again and said, "This young master has a request." Duan Yuanshan said, "Please speak, young Palace Master." Ning Yuan Shu said, "This young master is an outsider. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. This is City Lord Duan's territory, So this young master hopes that City Lord Duan can help this young master investigate the cause of my brother's death. If someone tried to harm him, we must find the murderer. The corners of Duan Yuanshan's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to reply casually, Zhuang Pan stood up and said with an anxious look on his face, "If young palace master wants to investigate the cause of young Master Cheng's death, this subordinate has a suspicious candidate here." "Oh." Ning Yuanshu looked at him in surprise. "What do you know?" "Tell me." "A boy surnamed Yang once used one of our sect's ship artifacts," Zhuang Pan said. "As for that ship artifact, subordinate once saw young Master Cheng use it. If I'm not mistaken, that little brat surnamed Yang must know something about it. Perhaps that little brat surnamed Yang killed young Master Cheng out of greed." "Is there such a thing?" Ning Yuanshu's eyes flashed coldly. "Yes." As soon as Zhuang Pan finished speaking, he saw Ning Yuanshu suddenly throw a palm at him. Source chi pulsed from the palm, indicating that he was using some kind of secret technique. Zhuang Pan was shocked and instinctively tried to resist, but just as he did so, Elder Gao Shan, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them and a ray of light shot out from his eyes, enveloping Zhuang Pan. Zhuang Pan suddenly froze in place. The next moment, a muffled bang came from his chest, followed by a miserable scream. Zhuang Pan was sent flying and slammed heavily into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with stars and his expression was dispirited. "Young palace master." He forced himself to stay alert, looking flustered. "What is the meaning of this?" Ning Yuanshu coldly snorted. "Since you have such important news, why didn't you report it earlier?" Zhuang Pan opened his mouth wide and stood there dumbfounded, muttering, "This subordinate thought." "What did you think?" Ning Yuanshu looked at him coldly. "You thought this young master didn't want to find out the cause of that waste's death?" "Humph, although this young master didn't like that guy, he was still a member of our sect. How could he die for no reason? The cause of death must be found out, and the murderer must be severely punished." Yes, this subordinate didn't think it through. Zhuang Pan responded repeatedly. "Where is that boy surnamed Yang now?" Ning Yuanshu asked in a deep voice. "I'm afraid we'll have to ask City Lord Duan about his whereabouts." Zhuang Pan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced coldly at Duan Yuanshan with a gloating look. Ning Yuanshu also shifted his gaze and looked at Duan Yuanshan in an aggressive manner. Duan Yuanshan frowned and said, "He has left Maplewood City for several months. This Duan doesn't know where he is now." "Then which sect does he belong to? Does he have any close friends in Maplewood City?" Ning Yuanshu asked again. "This Duan doesn't know which sect he belongs to. He came to Maplewood City 2 years ago, and there doesn't seem to be any relatives in the city." Chapter 2251. In the Qin family, Qin Chaiyang anxiously rushed to a courtyard. When he swept his gaze inside, his expression immediately sank. There were many people gathered in the courtyard. Some of them were the disciples of the octagonal door who lived in the Qin family, while others were the guards and servants of the Qin family. Although there weren't many people from the octagonal door, all of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. On the other hand, although the Qin family guards surrounded them in layers, all of them were either Origin Kings or Origin Returning Realm cultivators. Although there were more people, their auras were incomparable. The atmosphere at the scene was somewhat heavy, and there was even a faint smell of blood in the air. Qin Chaiyang's heavy and urgent footsteps alarmed everyone. Many of the guards turned around to look at him, and when they saw him, they all called out, "Old Ancestor." On the other hand, the disciples of the octagonal door who were surrounded in the middle had slightly ugly expressions on their faces. Qin Chaiyang gently nodded and walked straight forward. The crowd took the initiative to part, allowing him to pass unimpeded. When he arrived at the center, Qin Chaiyang swept his gaze across the ground. His eyes narrowed as a trace of anger rose in his heart. There was a female corpse lying on the ground. The ground was covered in blood, and she had died a miserable death. This female corpse was obviously one of the maidservants of the Qin family. Qin Chaiyang recognized her at a glance. A few days ago, this maidservant had brought him tea, but today, her corpse was lying here. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, as if she had died with grievance. Looking at the maidservant's cause of death, it seemed that someone had smashed her chest with great force. Her entire chest had caved in, and there were pieces of her internal organs in the vomit at the corner of her mouth. When Qin Chaiyang saw this miserable scene, his mood fluctuated. The source chi in his body trembled slightly. The disciples of the octagonal door all looked at him. All of them had awkward expressions. Among them, there was a handsome young man with pale skin who stood out the most. Who did this? After a long silence, Qin Chaiyang took a deep breath. Although his tone was calm, the slight tremble in his voice revealed the injustice in his heart. As he spoke, he raised his eyes and swept his gaze towards the people of the octagonal door. Those people averted their eyes, not daring to look him in the eye. Does anyone know anything? Stand out and speak loudly. Don't be afraid. Qin Chaiyang shouted in a low voice as he swept his gaze over the guards and maidservants. One of the maidservants bit her red lips and stepped forward. Her face was deathly pale, as if she had yet to recover from the fright before her eyes. And swollen red, old ancestor. And stand up and say, what exactly happened? Qin Zhaoyang bowed and helped the maidservant stand up. After the maidservant stood up, she raised her head and glanced at one of the people of the octagonal door. Seeing that person staring at her fiercely, she couldn't help but let out a scream. Qin Chaiyang naturally sensed this. He reached out and placed his hand on the maidservant's shoulder. He poured a stream of pure source qi into her, calming the fear in her heart. He said softly, with old ancestor here, no one can bully you. Tell me the truth. Yes. The maidservant gently nodded and opened her red lips. Under old ancestor's orders, this servant and little Huan are here to take care of the master's daily life. We do our best and dare not slack off in the slightest. Today, this servant and little Huan came here to deliver some food to a certain master. After putting down the fruit platter, this servant and this servant were about to leave, but unexpectedly, as she spoke to hear, she seemed to recall something extremely terrifying. Her delicate body trembled, and she couldn't continue. Qin Chaiyang waited patiently and continued to use his source qi to assist her. After a long while, the maidservant gradually calmed down and said, unexpectedly, that Lord had evil intentions and wanted to force this servant and Xiao Huan to stay behind to serve him. Naturally, the two of us were unwilling and made excuses in every possible way. We don't know what happened, but Xiao Huan suddenly screamed and flew out of that side room. When this servant came out to investigate, hearing this, Qin Chaiyang exerted a little force and the maidservant fell unconscious. He turned to a guard next to him and said, take her away and let her rest. Yes. The guard heard this and quickly picked up the maidservant and rushed out of the courtyard. Only then did Qin Zhaoyang turn his head to look at one of the rooms in the courtyard. He saw that the door of the room was already broken. It was obvious that it had been smashed by something. Combined with the words of the maidservant, it should be because the maidservant named Xiao Huan had been beaten out of the room and destroyed the door. Which friend lives in this room? Qin Chaiyang pointed at the room where the incident had occurred and looked sharply at the people from the octagonal door. Several people averted their gazes, their eyes flickering, as if they knew they were in the wrong and felt somewhat embarrassed. However, there was one person who flew into a rage out of humiliation. He stuck out his chest and shouted, this young master lives here, so what? As soon as this was said, the gazes of all the Qin family guards locked onto this person, including Qin Chaiyang. This person was none other than the pale-skinned, handsome Eight Paths sect disciple. Under everyone's watchful eyes, this person didn't show any shame. He sneered and said, what do you want to do? Before you try to do anything, you'd better weigh your own abilities first. As he spoke, he pushed the source qi in his body. In an instant, his second-order Dao source realm cultivation was revealed. Qin Chaiyang was forced to take a few steps back by this imposing aura. The guards were even worse. They all felt like they were being crushed by a mountain. Their expressions were difficult, and the bones in their bodies creaked. Although Qin Chaiyang was suppressed by the other party's imposing aura, he didn't flinch in the slightest. Instead, he pushed his source qi and forced himself to stand in place. He said in a deep voice, what? Friend, do you want to destroy my Qin family? I didn't mean that. Don't make irresponsible remarks. The pale-skinned man shouted. Friend, did you kill little Huan? Qin Chaiyang gritted his teeth and asked. The fair-skinned man's expression turned awkward as he stammered. I didn't want to either. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that she bit me. I was angry and made a mistake. Look at how hard she bit me. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. Sure enough, a row of fine teeth marks could be seen on his arm. You killed her because of this? Qin Chaiyang suddenly took a few steps forward. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. Although his cultivation was higher than Qin Chaiyong's, the pale-skinned man's imposing aura shrank when he saw Qin Chaiyong's angry look. He took a few steps back and quibbled. I already said that I didn't do it on purpose. What else do you want? You're also a cultivator. Naturally, you know that mistakes can happen occasionally. This old master is a cultivator, but this old master will never force an ordinary person who has no cultivation to do something they don't want to do, let alone kill someone by accident. Qin Chaiyong said angrily. You old man. The pale-skinned man was also angry. I can't explain it to you. At this time, another middle-aged man stepped forward. He laughed and cupped his fists towards Qin Chaiyong. Qin family head, is it convenient for us to talk? If you have something to say it here, Qin Chaiyong replied coldly. After being rebuffed, the middle-aged man looked embarrassed. He secretly scolded Qin Chaiyong for not knowing how to appreciate kindness, but he didn't want to force it. After pondering for a while, he said, Qin family head, my junior brother Lin Yun accidentally killed your family's servant girl. Although he was at fault, he is now filled with regret. I hope that the Qin family head can be magnanimous and turn this into a small matter. Filled with regret? Qin Chaiyong glanced at the man named Lin Yun and sneered. Is this old master blind? Why can't I see the slightest bit of regret in him? The middle-aged man immediately cast a glance at Lin Yun. Lin Yun muttered a few words in dissatisfaction and quickly lowered his head, looking listless. Qin family head, the dead can't be brought back to life. You can't ask my junior brother Lin Yun to pay with his life, right? The middle-aged man chuckled. He dares. Lin Yun suddenly raised his head and sneered. Shut up. The middle-aged man glared fiercely at Lin Yun, which made him behave a little. The middle-aged man then looked at Qin Chaiyong and whispered, Qin family head, I won't hide it from you. My junior brother Lin isn't an arrogant and despotic person. He's just a little obsessed with women. Today's matter is probably because of this. He has been here for a while now and has always been very well behaved. Who would have thought that today's matter would take over his head? I really don't know what to say about him. When he was in the sect, the vice sect master spoiled him very much. Some of his temper is unbearable to us. Qin family head, please don't bother with him. Vice sect master? Qin Chaiyong narrowed his eyes. Oh, right, vice sect master Lin Rue is his uncle, the middle-aged man explained with a smile. How could Qin Chaiyong not understand the meaning behind his words? Not to mention that Lin Yun had a backer. Even if he didn't, no one in the Qin family would be able to restrain him with his second-order Dao Source Realm cultivation. Now, with this additional concern, Qin Chaiyong immediately knew that it was impossible to make him pay with his life. The Qin family couldn't provoke the octagonal door at all. Although the latter wasn't a big sect, it was hundreds of times stronger than the Qin family. Thinking of this, Qin Chaiyong couldn't help but feel a little disheartened and lonely. His own maidservant was killed in his own home, and as an old ancestor, he couldn't punish the murderer. This made him feel uneasy. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lin Yun seemed to be extremely impatient and shouted at this moment. Isn't it just a maidservant? Can't you just compensate her with some money? Is 100,000 source crystals enough? If not, I'll give you 200,000. For a small family like yours, 200,000 is a huge sum of money. It's enough for you to spend for several years. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He had a look of contempt and disdain, so how could there be any remorse? It was as if he didn't kill the maidservant on the ground. When the middle-aged man heard this, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping him. Obviously, he also had the same idea. It would be best if they could compensate some money and settle the matter peacefully. If not, he didn't mind tearing off all pretense of cordiality and threatening them. In any case, today's matter couldn't be spread out. When Qin Chaiyong heard this, his originally lonely expression suddenly became furious. The middle-aged man hurriedly comforted him. Qin family head, please calm down. Although my junior brother Lin Yun's words are unpleasant to hear, what he suggested is not a solution. If the Qin family head sets a price, we won't refuse. Chapter 2252. It could be seen that the middle-aged man from the octagonal door wanted to minimize the problem. Although the Qin family couldn't resist the strength of the people from the octagonal door, they were still in the wrong. The middle-aged man didn't want to make a big deal out of this matter, so as to avoid losing face if rumors spread. Qin Chaoyang's expression was mild and angry, but he didn't say a word. No one knew what he was thinking, but anyone could see the unwillingness and anger in his eyes. He just stood there, clenching his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. When Lin Yun saw this, he sneered and said, "Old Patriarch Qin, you'd better think it over carefully. A wrong decision is enough to cause a small family like your Qin family to lose everything." When he said this, his tone suddenly became gloomy and full of threat. At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. 200,000 origin crystals. You want to buy a life? Cough, cough. Is a life so cheap? When this person spoke, it was accompanied by light coughs, as if he was seriously ill. Who is it? Lin Yun was furious. He turned his head to look in the direction of the voice and shouted loudly. Qin Yu was slowly walking over with the support of Xiao Hui. Her face was pale and her body was delicate. She was like a small flower blown by the wind and rain, making people feel pity for her. Lin Yun was stunned when he saw this. Then, his eyes lit up as he stared at Qin Yu with an excited expression. Qin Yu was already very beautiful. Although she was seriously ill, it added a morbid sense of beauty to her. Lin Yun was quite captivated by her beauty and couldn't stop himself. As the middle-aged man said, Lin Yun was somewhat infatuated with women. He had been in Maplewood City for almost 2 months. These days, he had been living in the Qin family, but today, he didn't know why he was so obsessed with the 2 servant girls. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caused such a big mess. At this moment, when he saw Qin Yu, he suddenly felt that he was blind before. He actually had thoughts about those 2 plain-looking servant girls. It was a disgrace to his status. Even if he had any ideas, it should be the woman in front of him. Qin Chaoyang's expression changed slightly. He hurried over to Qin Yu and supported her. He scolded, "Why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to have a good rest?" Qin Yu forced a smile and said, "I had a feeling that something was going to happen. I was worried, so I came over to take a look." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes glanced at the corpse of the servant girl called Xiao Huan. Seeing her miserable state, her already pale face became even paler. "Miss." Lin Yun smiled brightly. Just as he was about to greet Qin Yu, the middle-aged man glared at him and said, "Back off. Don't you think you've caused enough trouble?" Lin Yun seemed to be a little afraid of this middle-aged man. Hearing this, she couldn't help but look embarrassed. He shut his mouth and didn't say anything. The other disciples of the octagonal door also looked at him with resentment. Blaming him for not knowing how to restrain himself was simply intolerable. "This should be Miss Qin Yu, right?" The middle-aged man cupped his fists and smiled at Qin Yu. "Senior, do you recognize me?" Qin Yu coughed a few times and looked at the other party with clear eyes. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "When I was inquiring about the news in the city, I heard many people mention that the Qin family has an extraordinary woman. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." She was just a trivial origin returning realm cultivator, and he didn't know what kind of serious illness she was suffering from. Her vitality was dim, but she could speak with confidence in front of a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. This wasn't something an ordinary girl could do. But looking at Qin Yu, the middle-aged man couldn't see the slightest panic or fear in her eyes. Most importantly, the middle-aged man could feel that Qin Yu didn't have long to live, but she didn't show the slightest fear. Her expression was calm. Even an old man who had lived for hundreds of years and had seen through the world wouldn't be as calm as her. The middle-aged man couldn't help but look at Qin Yu in a higher light. "What Miss you said just now? Are you complaining that the source crystals offered are too little?" Although the middle-aged man felt that Qin Yu was quite extraordinary, he didn't take it to heart. This girl was just an origin-returning realm cultivator and the young lady of a small family. She could only enter his eyes slightly and didn't require too much special treatment. So, after exchanging a few pleasantries, he went straight to the point and said with a smile, "If that's the case, Miss, you can give me a price you want. Although my octagonal door isn't a big sect, we can still afford a few 100,000 source crystals." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu continued coldly, "Do you think this is a transaction? You think you can bargain?" The middle-aged man's expression turned awkward and he laughed dryly. "Then Miss you mean? Life is priceless." Qin Yu shouted. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and his tone suddenly became much colder. "Miss you, please make it clear. I understand a little." He was gradually losing his patience. Although this matter was indeed caused by Lin Yun, as a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, He had to lower his stance and even put aside his face to deal with this matter, hoping that the other side would be tactful and give everyone a way out. But unexpectedly, the Qin family's elders and juniors refused to listen to him, and neither of them were willing to give up. Naturally, he was extremely annoyed. He felt that he had already given the other party a lot of face by negotiating with them in such a way given the huge gap in strength between them. However, the other party had repeatedly refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, making him feel like he had lost face. A life for a life, it's only right and proper. Qin Yu shouted in a low voice. What? The middle-aged man's face changed. He didn't expect Qin Yu to make such a ridiculous request. Lin Yun jumped up in shock and shouted, "Little bitch, are you crazy? How dare you ask this young master to pay with his life? How can the life of a trash maid compare to this young master's? Do you want to die? Clean your mouth. Did you eat shit?" When Qin Chaiyong heard that this little brat actually dared to insult Qin Yu, he immediately became furious and directly scolded back. Lin Yun was so angry that he laughed and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. You're just a small family, but your courage is bigger than the sky. Today, this young master will teach you how to behave. As he spoke, he actually urged his source Qi and showed signs of making a move. Bastard! The middle-aged man suddenly shouted at Lin Yun and gritted his teeth. What do you want to do? Lin Yun was stunned. He pointed at Qin Chaoyang and Qin Yu and said, You heard what they said just now. Isn't it obvious what I want to do? The middle-aged man's face was as calm as water as he quietly transmitted his voice. It won't take much effort to kill them. Even if the news spreads later, it will only cause the sect a loss of face. It's impossible for anyone to stand up for this small family and cause trouble for our octagonal door. Then what are you worried about? Lin Yun couldn't understand why the middle-aged man stopped him. Do you want to alarm that person? Do you know what will happen to you if you alarm him? The middle-aged man looked at him coldly. When Lin Yun heard this, his expression changed. The person the middle-aged man mentioned seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence to Lin Yun. Just hearing it made his face turn green and his momentum disappear. This scene was imprinted in Qin Yu and Qin Chaiyang's eyes. They didn't know what the two people of the octagonal door secretly communicated with each other, but they actually made Lin Yun give up. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Yu and cupped his fists. Miss Yu, I can pretend that I didn't hear your suggestion just now. Please change it. Qin Yu coughed a few times and said, I know, with the strength of my Qin family, we can't make you pay with your lives. Miss Yu is indeed sensible. The middle-aged man smiled and praised Qin Yu for being tactful. Qin Yu continued, But Xiao Huan is a servant of my Qin family. She can't die for no reason. Since we can't avenge her, we can't let her enemies stay in the Qin family. You should leave. As soon as he said this, the people of the octagonal door were all stunned on the spot. They all stared at Qin Yu with wide eyes. Their expressions were very interesting. The middle-aged man was silent for a long time before he coughed dryly and said, Miss Yu, what did you say just now? Qin Yu said, Don't you understand what I said? My Qin family won't entertain you anymore, but we will remember this hatred. One day we will avenge Xiao Huan. When she spoke, she looked straight at the middle-aged man without any intention of avoiding his gaze. The middle-aged man's face became colder and colder, and the expressions of the other disciples of the octagonal door weren't much better. A cool breeze blew over, causing the smell of blood in the courtyard to become even stronger. The middle-aged man stared sharply at Qin Yu. He was silent for a long time before he said, Miss Yu, are you serious? When he spoke, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he didn't expect things to develop to this point. If they were really driven out of the Qin family by Qin Yu, then where would the octagonal door's face go? Most importantly, if they were driven out, it would definitely alarm the guy that he was extremely wary of. When that guy asked for the reason, how would he explain it? He couldn't tell that guy that because Lin Yun accidentally killed one of his maidservants, he couldn't take revenge, so he didn't let them stay and drove them out. If he really said that, the middle-aged man was sure that he and Lin Yun wouldn't have a good ending. That guy wasn't easy to talk to. Do I look like I'm joking? Qin Yu bit her red lips and didn't back down. The middle-aged man suddenly closed his eyes and said slowly, Miss Yu, can you make an exception for this matter? We can't leave the Qin family for the time being, and it's not convenient to tell you the reason. Without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, he suddenly raised a finger and said, 1 million source crystals. How about it? As soon as this was said, the expressions of Lin Yun and the others changed greatly, and they cried out involuntarily, "Brother, are you serious?" 1 million source crystals wasn't a small amount, and the octagonal door wasn't a large sect. Although this amount wasn't something that Lin Yun and the others couldn't afford, it would still hurt them. So unless it was absolutely necessary, they weren't willing to pay so much. Thinking of this, Lin Yun shouted, "She's just a servant, so just kill her." "Why are you so long-winded? I'll give you 100,000 source crystals, take it or leave it. We won't leave the Qin family, so if you really have the ability, come find me for revenge at any time." Chapter 2253. You guys are scoundrels. Qin Yu stomped her feet in anger. The Qin family was no match for them in terms of strength, so they naturally couldn't use force to chase them away. If these people from the octagonal door really wanted to stay, the Qin family wouldn't be able to do anything to them. However, what Qin Yu didn't expect was that the other party still had the face to stay even after speaking to this extent. The level of shamelessness was rarely seen in her life. "Ha ha ha ha." Lin Yun laughed loudly and said, "So what if this young master is a scoundrel? Miss you, do you want to teach me a lesson? If you do, this young master will give you a chance. Come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Qin Yu in front of everyone. His hand formed a claw and grabbed towards Qin Yu's shoulder. The middle-aged man's expression changed when he saw this scene, but he quickly closed his eyes and pretended not to see it. The Qin family's failure to appreciate his kindness made him very angry, so he couldn't be bothered to care too much about it. He only felt that this small family was going to suffer a great loss. Only then would they know what it meant by there was always someone better than them. "Scram!" Qin Chaiyang suddenly shouted. He was originally beside Qin Yu, so when he saw Lin Yun charging towards Qin Yu, how could he just sit back and watch? As he shouted, the source qi in his body trembled, and a large hand that was strong enough to split open stone was pushed forward. The source qi in the palm of his hand was as fierce as a tsunami. It was obvious that he had used his full strength right from the start. Lin Yun sneered and said, "Old man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think you can stop this young master?" As he spoke, he didn't dodge. Instead, he turned his claw into a palm and slammed it towards Qin Chaiyang's large hand. A soft and gentle force leisurely spread out, and Lin Yun's entire body seemed to have turned into a venomous snake at this moment. He flicked his forked tongue, choosing people to devour. Qin Chaiyang's face changed as he realized that if he took this palm head-on, he would not have a good end. After all, he was already old and weak. Although he was a Dao Source Realm cultivator, his true strength was no longer comparable to when he was at his peak, while his opponent was still young and full of vigor. What's more, he was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. He wasn't someone Yang Kai could contend with. However, this was related to Qin Yu's safety. Even though he knew he would be injured, Qin Chaiyang didn't back down. His eyes flashed fiercely as he circulated all of the source energy in his body, causing his already violent palm strike to become even more ferocious. "You overestimate yourself." Lin Yun clicked her tongue and shook her head slowly with a mocking smile. Bang! The two palms collided. The intense collision of origin energy shot out in all directions, sweeping up a violent gale. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with sand and stones. However, then a shocking scene occurred. The moment the two sides clashed, Lin Yun's body actually trembled, and then her expression changed drastically. After a miserable shriek, she flew backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. She directly smashed into the back of the room, smashing a big hole in the wall. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk continuous crashing sounds came from the room. It seemed that Lin Yun couldn't control her momentum and smashed a lot of things. What? The eyes of the middle-aged man and the other 8 Paths sect disciples almost popped out of their sockets as they stared blankly at this unbelievable scene. The Qin family guards, who were originally on tenterhooks and had a common enemy, were also shocked to the extreme. But soon, all of them were beaming with joy and cheering. "Old ancestor, you?" Qin Yu's pretty face was full of confusion. Although she couldn't see through Lin Yun's true realm with her cultivation, she could feel that Lin Yun was much stronger than the old ancestor. But why was the old ancestor able to repel her in one move? This was simply impossible. Qin Chaiyang was also stunned. He had already mentally prepared himself to be injured. He also planned to risk his old life to protect Qin Yu's safety if the other party was still unwilling to let the matter go. No matter what, he couldn't sit idly by and watch Qin Yu be captured and humiliated by Lin Yun. But the final result was very surprising to him. But soon he seemed to realize something and turned his head to look. The next moment, a smiling face appeared in front of Qin Chaiyang. This person's hand was pressed against his back. From the palm of his hand, a pure and vigorous source power poured into him. The power to repel Lin Yun was obviously due to this person's secret help. Qin Chaiyang's eyes widened in an instant, and he immediately exclaimed in joy, "Little brother Yang." He found that the person who secretly helped him was none other than Yang Kai, who had never returned to Maplewood City. Ah! Qin Yu was shocked when she heard this. She followed Qin Chaiyang's gaze. When she saw Yang Kai, she couldn't help but cover her red lips with her small hand and said in a trembling voice, "Lord Yang." "Who is it?" The middle-aged man from the octagonal door finally came back to his senses. He shouted loudly and looked at Yang Kai with an unfriendly expression. His face was as calm as water as he said, "Who are you? How dare you secretly attack and injure the disciples of the octagonal door?" The octagonal door? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He glanced at the middle-aged man with some surprise, then looked at the disciples of the octagonal door. But he didn't see the person he was looking for. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed and said, "Are you disciples of the octagonal door?" "Of course." The middle-aged man saw Yang Kai's expression, as if he had heard of the octagonal door for a long time, and immediately became confident. "Who are you, sir?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man was also at a loss. He didn't know why, but when he looked at Yang Kai, he felt that he looked a little familiar. He vaguely felt that he had seen him somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't remember where. He said sternly, "No matter who you are, if you don't give a proper explanation for injuring the disciples of the octagonal door today, don't even think about leaving." He said this with full confidence because when he scanned with his divine sense, he found that Yang Kai's cultivation was only in the first-order Dao source realm. He didn't take this kind of cultivation seriously. It was just that he didn't know what kind of secret technique Yang Kai had used just now that allowed him to join forces with Qin Chaiyang to send Lin Yun flying. But now, it seemed that the secret technique Yang Kai had used was the kind that allowed two people to join forces. Lin Yun had been careless for a moment, so she had been hit by it. "Huh." Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged man in surprise and said, "I really didn't know that the disciples of the octagonal door were all so powerful. Those who didn't know would think that you were from Star Soul Palace." Yang Kai's sarcastic words made the middle-aged man's face turn pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Cut the crap. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently and accept your fate. Otherwise, don't blame this one for not showing mercy." Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression and said, "Do I know you? If you don't know me, why are you talking about feelings? How interesting." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Qin Yu and whispered, "Is there something wrong with this person's head?" Seeing his mischievous appearance, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Qin Chaiyang, on the other hand, frowned. Although he also knew that Yang Kai was not an easy person to deal with, otherwise, he would not have given him a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm that day. But now that the other side had more people, he didn't know if Yang Kai could deal with this matter, so he couldn't help feeling a little worried. "Boy, you're courting death." The middle-aged man shouted angrily. "Don't shout." Yang Kai looked at him with disgust. "It's embarrassing." After speaking, without waiting for the other party's reaction, he looked at Qin Chaiyang and said, "What's going on here? I just arrived not long ago and only heard you say something about 1,000,000 source crystals. Explain it to me." He was telling the truth. After obtaining the tribulation fruit from Azure Sun Temple, Yang Kai rushed to Maplewood City without stopping. But as soon as he entered the city, he felt that there was something wrong with Maplewood City, as if there were many more masters. After hurrying to the Qin family, he happened to see the scene of Qin Yu driving people away. He didn't know what was going on, so he hid in the dark and secretly observed until Lin Yun made a move. Only then did he show up to help Qin Chaiyang. Qin Chaiyang heard this, glanced at the middle-aged man resentfully, and briefly explained what had happened before. After listening, Yang Kai was silent for a long time before he looked up at the middle-aged man and said, "So, the situation is roughly like this. The Qin family treated you well, but one of your servants was killed by one of you. As a result, not only did you not have the slightest remorse, you didn't even admit your mistake. Instead, you relied on your numbers to seize the Qin family's young lady. The middle-aged man couldn't help but be silent, speechless. Because what Yang Kai said was indeed the truth. Tizke, such bullying of the weak and tyrannical is simply outrageous. Yang Kai was full of disdain. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, I also said that I was willing to settle this matter with 1,000,000 source crystals. But they didn't know how to appreciate it. Good. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. According to this friend, killing someone for 1,000,000 source crystals can be settled, right? If they don't accept it, then they don't know how to appreciate it. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, a small mountain of source crystals was piled up in the courtyard. There were so many source crystals that one didn't need to count to know that there were at least tens of millions of them. Even though the people from the octagonal door were not poor, they were dazzled for a moment. All of them swallowed hard, wanting to take that mountain for themselves. Qin Chaoyang and the others were stunned, not knowing what Yang Kai was going to do. Come. Yang Kai enthusiastically greeted the people from the octagonal door with a bright smile on his face. Don't be polite. Everyone take 1,000,000 source crystals. Don't take too much. Don't take too little. At this point, he changed the topic, and the smile on his face instantly turned into a cold sneer. He said in a low voice, After you take it, I'll send you on your way. Asterisk deng deng deng. Asterisk the people from the octagonal door all took a few steps back, looking at Yang Kai in horror. One of them even shouted, What kind of joke is this? Although source crystals were good, one needed to be alive to enjoy them. If one didn't even have one's life, what was the use of source crystals? The middle-aged man's face was ashen. At this point, how could he not know what Yang Kai wanted to do? He was clearly going to give them a taste of their own medicine. After understanding this, he couldn't help but sneer. I don't think you're a member of the Qin family, so why do you have to get involved in this mess? If your excellency retreats now, we might as well be friends. Who wants to be friends with you? Yang Kai curled the corners of his mouth. I told you to take it, so take it. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. The middle-aged man was furious and snapped. It seems that we have nothing to say. Chapter 2254. Sword-piercing Yang Pass, freezing 9 heavens. The middle-aged man was also a decisive person. When he saw that there was no room for negotiation, he immediately launched an attack. A snow-white longsword was unhurriedly drawn, and when the rhythm of the sword swept out, a strand of coldness descended from the sky. That coldness seemed to be able to penetrate into the depths of one's soul and freeze it. When the octagonal door members saw him use this move, their expressions changed slightly, and they quickly retreated. Obviously, the power of this move was not to be underestimated. Qin Chaoyang, on the other hand, hurriedly protected Qin Yu and retreated several dozen meters. The Qin family guards and servants also ran away in an instant, lest they be caught in the crossfire. Sword Qi and Sword Qi appeared. With a flick of his wrist, the middle-aged man wrapped himself in Sword Qi and shot straight towards Yang Kai, freezing the air in his wake. Ha ha ha! Yang Kai stood in place, grinning as he looked at his opponent contemptuously, not showing the slightest intention of dodging. Seeing him so arrogant, the middle-aged man's heart couldn't help but thump as a bad feeling filled his heart, as if something terrible was about to happen. You dare act so presumptuously in front of me? Yang Kai's grin turned into a sneer as his feet moved and his figure suddenly blurred. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the middle-aged man, stretching out a finger and pointing it forward. On the tip of his finger, a golden light suddenly appeared. It was the purest and richest source qi. Asterisk dang. Asterisk with a light sound, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened as he stood in midair, watching in horror as his all-out attack was blocked by a single finger of his opponent's. What made him feel despair was, Yang Kai's finger was made of flesh and blood. It was actually stronger than an artifact and remained unscathed. On the contrary, the power bursting out from Yang Kai's fingertip had bent his sword. As he lost control of his mind, the sword trembled, and the concept of ice suddenly disappeared like ice and snow. How is this possible? The middle-aged man exclaimed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He continuously released his divine sense to check Yang Kai's cultivation. He discovered that the other party was indeed only at the first-order Dao source realm level, which was slightly lower than him. However, The power that came from the other side was definitely not something that a cultivator of the First Order Tao Source realm should possess. The power that overturned his worldview completely messed him up. He only felt that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Calling out Luo Yuan is more like it. You're not strong enough. Yang Kai coldly snorted as the source chi on his fingertips suddenly increased in intensity. All of a sudden, he was pushed forward. You know junior brother Luo? The middle-aged man shuddered, looking at Yang Kai in horror. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly exclaimed, You're Yang Kai. You are that Yang Kai from the Four Seasons realm. He seemed to have thought of something and cried out in alarm. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light engulfed him. The middle-aged man let out a miserable cry. He fell directly to the ground, smashing a crater in the ground, making for an extremely embarrassing sight. Yang Kai! The Yang Kai from the Four Seasons realm? Yes, it's him. It's definitely him. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. Below, several disciples of the octagonal door shouted, all of them looking flustered. It was not until this moment that they finally recognized Yang Kai. After all, they were in the Four Seasons realm. When Yang Kai threatened everyone with the extraordinary treasure pills and wanted to exchange them for something useful, these people had also watched from afar. It was just that at that time, Luo Yuan was right next to Yang Kai, so they did not dare to get too close, so they did not recognize him at first sight today. It was not until the middle-aged man's flash of insight that they realized Yang Kai's identity. For a time, everyone was covered in cold sweat, and their faces were pale. Although they had not fought with Yang Kai before, they were well aware of what happened in the Four Seasons realm. Even someone as strong as Wu Chang, Luo Yuan, and the others could not do anything to Yang Kai, let alone them. This time, the opening of the Four Seasons realm had brought two rising stars to fame. One was Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. This person had fought Wu Chang of Heavenly Martial Holy Land head-on without falling into a disadvantage, proving his extraordinary strength. The other person was Yang Kai. He only had the cultivation of the First Order Tao Source realm, but he was also a Tao Source grade alchemist who could refine extraordinary treasure pills and play with all the masters in the Four Seasons realm in the palm of his hand. It could be said that even if the reputation of these two rising stars was not as good as Xiaosheng, Wu Chang, and Xiao Chun, they were not far behind. This was also why the other families in Maplewood City had 2 or 3 sect disciples living there, while the Qin family only had one octagonal door. Because Luo Yuan was here, how could any cultivator from any sect be willing to provoke this fiend? He was not even afraid of Wu Chang, so in this world, besides the masters of the Emperor realm, who else could make him afraid? Cough cough. The middle-aged man from the octagonal door was forced back by Yang Kai, and although he was injured, it was not serious. After quickly standing up, he looked at Yang Kai with a look of dread, grit his teeth, and cupped his fists. So it is Grandmaster Yang. This one had eyes but failed to see before and forgot to take offense. His cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, and he was older than Yang Kai, so calling Yang Kai master was naturally a loss of face. If he called him brother, Yang Kai would not be happy, so he simply called him Grandmaster. In any case, with Yang Kai's Tao Source grade alchemist skills, he was worthy of this title. What? Qin Zhaoyang was stunned as he stared at the middle-aged man in astonishment. He didn't know how this fellow, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, had become so respectful in the blink of an eye, even addressing Yang Kai as Grandmaster. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, as if she was thinking about something. What's there to take offense? Yang Kai grinned. Grandmaster Master Yang is magnanimous. The middle-aged man looked happy. Yang Kai changed the topic and said coldly, There is no need to bicker with a dead man. The joy on the middle-aged man's face suddenly froze as a chill ran from head to toe, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He hurriedly said, Grandmaster Yang, today's matter was indeed my junior brother Lin's fault. It was his fault to begin with. Yang Kai coldly snorted. But Grandmaster Yang, please give my junior brother Lin a chance to turn over a new leaf, considering that he has already been taught a lesson. He pleaded with a sincere expression. A life for a life. I just knocked him out and you call that a lesson? Yang Kai sneered and said sarcastically, Are other people's lives so cheap to you? Seeing that he was unmoved, the middle-aged man couldn't help sweating on his forehead. He didn't know whether it was because of anxiety or pain, but he gritted his teeth and said, Grandmaster Yang, junior brother Lin Yun, is my sect's vice-sect master Lin Rui's nephew. He brought up Lin Rue in hopes that Kai Yong would give him some face and refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. But Yang Kai sneered and said arrogantly, "Who is Lin Rue? It's none of my business." The middle-aged man's face paled, realizing that today's matter really could not be resolved peacefully. "Anyway, I have to kill someone today, either you or that fainted guy." Yang Kai flicked his wrist, and the myriad sword appeared leisurely. Endless Emperor intent instantly filled the air. The unique Emperor aura and sword fluctuations were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that spread out in all directions. He pointed the wide myriad sword at the middle-aged man and said, "Choose one yourself." Saying so, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he sneered, "Or are you willing to die in place of that guy? That guy is your vice sect master's nephew. If you die in place of him, maybe your vice sect master will take good care of your family." This. Aye. The middle-aged man kept retreating, incoherent, his eyes trembling as he stared at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. Although he had never seen an emperor artifact before, he could feel that this sword was extraordinary at this moment, and knew that Yang Kai was not joking. He could clearly see the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, which was so thick that it was almost tangible. However, although Lin Yun's identity was not low in the octagonal door, how could he allow him to die in place of someone else? "If you don't choose, then I'll make the decision myself." Yang Kai snorted, then looked at Qin Chaiyang and said, "Qin family patriarch, they killed one of your family members. I'll kill them with the Qin family's artifact. This can be considered as the Qin family's revenge. What do you think?" "Good." Qin Chaiyang shouted heavily, "Thank you, Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded slightly and moved the myriad sword. Just as he was about to perform a killing move, his expression suddenly changed. He looked up at the sky and curled his lips. "Since you're here, show yourself. Why are you sneaking around? Oh, there's someone else?" Qin Chaiyang's expression changed and he hurriedly looked in that direction. But he could not help but feel suspicious when he saw that there was no one there. Right at this moment, there was a ripple in space, and two figures suddenly appeared like phantoms. These two figures were a man and a woman. The man was a young man with an indifferent expression, as if nothing could affect him. The woman was petite and cute, with a round face. She stood quietly behind the young man, her beautiful eyes fixed on the young man's tall and straight back. It was as if in her eyes, there was nothing else in this world other than the young man in front of her. "It's him." Qin Chaiyang's face became gloomy. He naturally recognized this man and woman. They were both disciples of the octagonal door. On that day, they came to the Qin family with the middle-aged man and Lin Yun. These people from the octagonal door also followed this young man's lead. However, since this young man moved into the Qin family, he had been in seclusion. According to the servants, he had been cultivating diligently and had not slacked in the slightest. Qin Chaiyang also knew that this person was called Luo Yuan, a rising star who shone with Yang Kai in the Four Seasons realm. As for the round-faced woman, she seemed to be the daughter of the octagonal door's sect master. She had a special liking for Luo Yuan and had been guarding the courtyard where he was in retreat. It was a pity that the falling flowers were unrequited and Luo Yuan didn't seem to care about her at all. Junior brother Luo, eldest young lady. When the middle-aged man saw the two appear, he could not help but be overjoyed and exclaim. But soon he seemed to think of something and his face became terrified. Luo Yuan glanced at him faintly and frowned. "You're very noisy." As soon as this remark came out, the people from the octagonal door all fell silent, and their faces turned pale, as if they were extremely afraid of Luo Yuan. Chapter 2255. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the octagonal door, everyone was afraid of Luo Yuan. Not only them, but even the sect master and vice sect master were afraid of him. The sect master had said that Luo Yuan was a rare genius that only appeared once every 10,000 years, and that one day his name would shake the territory of the Star Territory. Therefore, the entire octagonal door agreed to almost all of Luo Yuan's requests and placed all their hopes of revitalizing the sect on him. In the sect, Luo Yuan's words were equivalent to the words of the sect master. He occupied the best secluded home and had access to nearly half of the cultivation resources in the entire octagonal door. When he cultivated, no one dared to disturb him, otherwise they would die. This was also the biggest reason why the people from the octagonal door wanted to keep the peace. They didn't dare to alarm Luo Yuan. But who would have thought that in the end, he would still be alarmed? For a time, the people from Octagonal Door were both surprised and overjoyed. They were surprised because Luo Yuan was in a bad mood at the moment and didn't know if he would punish them. But they were overjoyed because they had obtained such a powerful helper. "Ah, it's you." At this moment, the round-faced woman who had been standing behind Luo Yuan recovered, and her infatuated gaze broke away from Luo Yuan as she frowned and looked around. After seeing Yang Kai, she couldn't help calling out, "You're that." For a moment, she couldn't remember Yang Kai's name. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Yang Kai. Yes. You're the guy who exchanged an extraordinary treasure pill with me in the Four Seasons realm. Why are you here?" The round-faced woman obviously had some memories of Yang Kai. "Why can't I be here?" Yang Kai found it a little funny. The round-faced woman tilted her head and thought for a moment. She also seemed to feel that her question was a little ridiculous. He smiled at Yang Kai. He didn't say anything else. Luo Yuan's eyes, on the other hand, were locked onto Yang Kai, and his pair of eyes, which were originally as calm as water, suddenly flashed with infinite fighting spirit. Yang Kai grinned. "How long have you been here?" Luo Yuan said lightly, "Just arrived." After a pause, he added, "I was awakened by the aura of the secret artifact in your hand, and then I saw you trying to kill my Octagonal Door's disciple." His tone was flat, but anyone could hear the displeasure and coldness in his words. No matter what, he was still a member of the Octagonal Door. Someone wanted to kill a disciple of the Octagonal Door. Naturally, he couldn't just sit by and watch. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Junior brother Luo. This person relied on his ability and didn't put our Octagonal Door in his eyes at all. Not only did he knock out junior brother Lin Yun, he also injured me. Please avenge us, junior brother Luo." He changed his previous submissive attitude towards Yang Kai and became extremely arrogant, as if he was hugging a thick thigh. His sense of security doubled, and he no longer had to worry about Yang Kai. "Really?" Luo Yuan raised his brow as he stared at Yang Kai coldly and asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, The one lying there was knocked out by me, and the one who spoke was also injured by me." "Very good. You dare to take responsibility for your actions." Luo Yuan grinned. "Men should be like this. I admire you. Does brother Luo want to stand up for them?" Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "I've been trying to comprehend a certain secret technique, but I've reached a bottleneck. Even after studying it for many days, I still haven't been able to grasp the crux of it." Luo Yuan suddenly spoke of an unrelated topic, but the burning fighting spirit in his eyes only grew fiercer. As he spoke, he pushed his source chi and shouted, "I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find an opponent to fight in this remote place. Since Brother Yang has come, please lend me a hand." "You want to use my strength to break through that secret technique's bottleneck?" Yang Kai looked at him strangely. Why should I help you?" Yang Kai snorted. "This is a losing deal. I won't do it. You have no choice." Luo Yuan snorted coldly as he stepped forward, approaching Yang Kai step by step, his momentum rising with every step he took. Looking at his posture, whether Yang Kai agreed or not, he was going to take action. Yang Kai frowned. Luo Yuan was not an ordinary Dao Source Realm master. Not to mention that he was a master from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. His combat power alone could not be underestimated. If it was not necessary, Yang Kai did not want to fight with such a person. What's more, this was the Qin family. If they really fought, the Qin family's territory would be destroyed, and Qin Yu and the others would be implicated. He was not as unscrupulous as Luo Yuan. "Stop!" At that moment, Qin Yu suddenly shouted. Luo Yuan paused, and a look of displeasure flashed across his face as he shouted fiercely, "Who are you? What do you want?" Murderous intent flashed across his face, as if he was extremely displeased with being interrupted by Qin Yu. If not for him suppressing his anger, he would have killed her. Qin Yu said, "Qin family member." Luo Yuan frowned, and his murderous intent disappeared as he muttered to himself, "The owner of this place." A look of helplessness flashed across his face as he pondered for a long time before asking, "What can I do for you?" His previous murderous aura was replaced by a gentle and polite one. Seeing this, Kai Yang was amazed again and again. "I don't dare to give you any orders. You are all very strong, and my Qin family is weak. How could I dare to give you any orders?" Qin Yu said sarcastically, "However, your Octagonal Door's disciple killed my Qin family's servant. Shouldn't your excellency give my Qin family an explanation first? Killed your Qin family's servant? Luo Yuan heard this and his face turned cold. Is that so? The body is still here, are you blind? Qin Yu gritted his teeth and shouted. Luo Yuan's gaze turned to the female body in the courtyard. After frowning for a moment, he looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "What's going on here?" The middle-aged man looked flustered and didn't know how to answer. He stammered and couldn't say anything. "I'll count to 3. If you don't answer, you know the consequences." Luo Yuan's face turned colder, and he started counting to himself. 1. The middle-aged man trembled and didn't dare to hide anything. He immediately told Luo Yuan the whole story. After listening, Luo Yuan said thoughtfully, "So, Brother Yang intervened because of this?" Yes. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Kai and nodded in acknowledgement. He didn't dare to splash any dirty water on Yang Kai anymore. "I understand," Luo Yuan said. His figure flickered and he rushed into the room. When he came out again, he was holding the unconscious Lin Yun in his hand. Yang Kai looked at him with interest. He didn't know how Luo Yuan was going to deal with Lin Yun and what kind of explanation he would give to the Qin family. "The young lady of the Qin family, right?" Luo Yuan looked at Qin Yu and said lightly, "He killed her. Since that's the case, watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed the source qi in his hand and poured it into Lin Yun's body. In an instant, Lin Yun's whole body swelled and her exposed skin turned blood red. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's eyes shrank and he was secretly horrified. The faces of the people from Octagonal Door turned ashen. The middle-aged man even cried out, "Junior brother Luo, you can't!" under the severe pain. Lin Yun also woke up from her coma. She seemed to be a little confused and didn't know what had happened. When she opened her eyes and saw Luo Yuan, she was shocked and shouted, "Luo? Brother Luo?" Luo Yuan responded casually. He increased the strength in his hand again. "Ah!" Lin Yun suddenly screamed. She also realized that something was wrong and screamed, "No, *pung, accompanied by a loud explosion. Lin Yun's entire body exploded in Luo Yuan's hand, leaving nothing behind, his flesh and bones flying everywhere. Although Luo Yuan was standing nearby, there was not a speck of dust on him. The entire courtyard was silent. The people from the Qin family were completely stunned. The people from Octagonal Door were horrified and didn't dare to breathe. No one expected this. Luo Yuan killed Lin Yun so simply. Weren't they brothers from the same sect? Wasn't Lin Yun the nephew of the vice sect master of Octagonal Door? Everyone was shocked by Luo Yuan's cold-blooded, cruel, inhuman, and unscrupulous brutality. "Young Lady Qin, are you satisfied with this punishment?" Luo Yuan looked at Qin Yu and asked. Qin Yu gritted her teeth and said, "I am satisfied. The murderer died in front of her. What else could she say? A life for a life, Luo Yuan did do it, so she was speechless." "It's good that you are satisfied." Luo Yuan nodded slightly. Regardless of what the others thought, he looked at Yang Kai again and said, "Brother Yang, let's start." Yang Kai's face darkened and said, "Start what? What's there to start? Can't you behave? What are you doing, fighting and killing all day?" Qin Chaiyang thought that Yang Kai was afraid of Luo Yuan, so he quickly jumped out to smooth things over and said, "Little brother Luo, since the murderer has been killed, why don't this old master play host today? Let's sit down and have a good chat." Luo Yuan ignored him and looked at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, you are very disappointing. Where is your domineering and arrogant attitude in the Four Seasons realm? How can you reach the peak of the martial Tao with such cowardice?" "What peak of the martial Tao?" Yang Kai curled his lips fiercely. "I am now in the First Order Tao Source realm. Isn't it too early to talk about this? One can walk as far as one can see." Luo Yuan said, "Brother Yang, you shouldn't be so short-sighted." Yang Kai said sternly, "Wrong, a big mistake." Luo Yuan asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai said, "I think that one should take one step at a time and be down to earth. It's easy to reach for what is beyond one's grasp if one thinks too much." Luo Yuan frowned and said, "If you don't have a big goal, where will you find the motivation to move forward?" He looked like he wanted to have a good discussion with Yang Kai. Yang Kai said impatiently, "If you don't agree with me, go do what you need to do. I want to fight Brother Yang right now. Are you done yet?" Yang Kai suddenly jumped up. "What's the point of fighting me? With the divine technique I have mastered, can you even touch my clothes?" Luo Yuan was startled and suddenly remembered that Yang Kai seemed to be proficient in space secret techniques. In the Four Seasons realm, surrounded by so many masters, the reason he was so calm was because of his control over space. No one under the Emperor realm could restrain his actions. If he fought Yang Kai, he might not even be able to touch the other party's clothes. Just don't dodge. Luo Yuan thought for a while and said, "Let's have a fierce, passionate, bloody collision between men." Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Yang Kai looked at him and sneered. "Have you become stupid from cultivating? I have the divine technique, so why wouldn't I dodge?" Chapter 2256. Shut up. The round-faced woman, who had been standing behind Luo Yuan, suddenly frowned and shouted at Yang Kai, "Don't speak ill of Brother Luo." "Brother Yang." Luo Yuan looked at Yang Kai and shouted, "Let's fight." Yang Kai slapped himself in the face, feeling that he had nothing to say to this guy. At that moment, another change occurred. Accompanied by a series of whooshing sounds, many masters suddenly appeared from all directions. When these masters arrived, they all cast their eyes on the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand, and after careful observation, their eyes flashed with greed. They were obviously alarmed by the emperor intent of this emperor artifact, so they came out of their hibernation to check it out. After seeing it, they naturally coveted it. These people were basically all from the Third Order Dao Source realm, and none of them were from the Emperor realm. Even if a cultivator of this level occasionally saw an Emperor artifact, it was just a fleeting glimpse. They had never really owned one. But now, an Emperor artifact had appeared in the small Maplewood city, and it was a sword-type Emperor artifact that focused on killing. After scanning with their divine senses again, they realized that Yang Kai was just from the First Order Dao Source realm, and could not help but show joy. Luo Yuan could not help frowning at the sudden arrival of so many people, and a look of displeasure appeared on his face. Pushing his source chi, a wave of energy visible to the naked eye spread out leisurely with him as the center, radiating out in all directions. "Get out of my sight!" he roared, angry that these idlers had come to disturb his one-on-one battle with Yang Kai. Asterisk deng deng deng. Asterisk the people who came here, regardless of their cultivation level, were all intimidated. Regardless of their age. They were actually intimidated by this force and imposing aura, and some of them retreated over 10 steps, while others retreated over 100 meters. All of their faces were livid. Not to mention Luo Yuan's recent rise in fame, everyone basically recognized him. Even if they did not recognize him, after seeing the power he displayed at this moment, they could tell. He was not an ordinary Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so who would dare to provoke him? However, there were two people who stood where they were, not moving at all. These two were old men, one of them with his eyes closed, allowing the pressure to sweep across his face while the other sneered, as if mocking Luo Yuan for overestimating himself. These two. They were Gao Shan and Lu Shui of the Flying Saint Palace. Previously, the two protectors were still in the city lord's mansion, protecting young palace master Ning Yuan Shu. However, when the emperor artifact appeared and the emperor aura filled the air, the two of them noticed it and asked Ning Yuan Shu for instructions. He hurriedly rushed over here. Yui arrived here just in time to witness Luo Yuan's outburst. "Young man, there's no need to be so hot-tempered." Protector Lu Shui looked at Luo Yuan with a smile, taking advantage of his seniority. Hot-tempered people can easily harm their health. Humph. Protector Gao Shan also opened his eyes at this moment and coldly snorted. Young people nowadays are all people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They think that they can look down on the heroes of the world just because they have some ability. Sooner or later, they will suffer a big setback. What the two seniors said is very reasonable. Yang Kai looked at the two and rolled his eyes, showing a look of enlightenment. While nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice, he cupped his fists towards Gao Shan and Lu Shui and said, "This junior deeply agrees with senior's words." Being able to say such words, I can tell at a glance that the two of you are not ordinary people. Well said, well said. Lu Shui looked at Yang Kai with a smile, finding that this boy was quite pleasing to the eye. You are a promising child. You will definitely become a great person in the future. Gao Shan was not stingy with his praise. May I ask the two seniors' names? Yang Kai humbly asked for advice. This old man is Gao Shan. This old man is Lu Shui. The two of them, one after another, reported their names, and then said in unison, We are the two protectors of Flying Saint Palace. Their lines seemed to have been rehearsed many times, and they were extremely skilled without the slightest pause. Flying Saint Palace. Yang Kai's face changed slightly, and he said in surprise, "So the two seniors are the famous protectors Gao Shan and Lu Shui of the Southern Territory." Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Gao Shan and Lu Shui were even more pleased. The former smiled slightly and said, "Have you heard of our names?" "More than heard of it." Yang Kai said seriously, "It's like the sound of thunder, rolling past my ears, deafening." Ha ha ha. Gao Shan and Lu Shui looked at each other, laughing so hard that they could not close their mouths. Everyone was sweating profusely as they listened, fiercely despising Yang Kai's flattery. Simply shameless, shameless. At the same time, everyone also despised these two old fools, Gao Shan and Lu Shui, in their hearts. They had lived for so long, and their cultivation was also at the third-order Dao source realm. But after being flattered by a little brat, they almost forgot their parents' names. How could the two protectors of Flying Saint Palace be like this? Everyone seemed to be meeting Gao Shan and Lu Shui for the first time, frequently glancing at each other with brilliant expressions. But Yang Kai's face suddenly sank, and he hesitated. "But what?" Gao Shan frowned and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai laughed dryly and replied, "But it seems that some people don't put the two seniors in their eyes. Before you came here, this junior happened to hear some unfavorable remarks about the two of you. Who dares to not put the two of us in their eyes?" Gao Shan was angry and swept his cold eyes around. The cultivator who was targeted by them all looked away with flickering eyes. Although these two old fools were a little stupid, their strength was obvious to all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to occupy the city lord's mansion, while the others could only live in the great families. It was precisely because they were afraid of the two old fools' strength that no one dared to compete with them for the city lord's mansion. "It was you." Gao Shan suddenly glared at a middle-aged man with fleeting eyes and asked sternly with an unkind expression. "No, no, no." The middle-aged man quickly waved his hand, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he explained, "This one arrived a little later than the two of you. How could I say anything bad about the two of you?" Gao Shan heard this and did not doubt him, turning to the other person and asking, "Was it you?" "Absolutely not. This one has admired the two of you for a long time. How could I do such a thing?" The person being looked at said seriously, "Who is it? Who dares to do such a thing? This old master will teach him a lesson." Lu Shui was also furious, glaring at Yang Kai and asking. Yang Kai stammered, playing hard to get, "This junior doesn't dare say. This junior's strength is too low. If I say it, I am afraid I will be killed." "Speak, don't be afraid. With the two of us here to protect you, who would dare to do such a thing? If anyone dares to hurt you, this old master will exterminate their entire family." Gao Shan said confidently, as if he was the only one in this world. "With senior's words, I can rest assured." Yang Kai suddenly became happy, pointing his finger and shouting, "It's him, it's this little brat." Before the two seniors arrived, he said that in Maplewood City, the strongest people, Gao Shan and Lu Shui, were nothing more than ants in his eyes, that he could crush them with just a finger. He also said that Flying Saint Palace was simply a gathering place of garbage, a place of filth, and that the cultivator there was not born and raised by their parents, they were all from. From what? Gao Shan's expression was furious, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "This junior won't say it. It's quite unpleasant to hear, anyway. That's what he meant." Yang Kai chuckled. "Ha ha." Gao Shan was furious, shouting, "This old master is furious. Good, good, good." Lu Shui also glared at the man Yang Kai was pointing at and sneered. "Young man, your tone is really arrogant. I'd like to see how you're going to stretch out a finger and crush the two of us." Luo Yuan frowned slightly, looking at Yang Kai and asking, "Are you referring to me?" Yang Kai shouted, "Luo Yuan, if you are a man, then you dare to take responsibility for your actions. Don't tell me you don't want to admit what you said. Gao Shan and Lu Shui are here now. If you have the guts, repeat what you just said again and see if these two old masters can beat you to death." "I understand." Luo Yuan nodded lightly, not intending to explain himself. Seeing that he did not deny it, Gao Shan and Lu Shui became more and more convinced that what Yang Kai said was true. Gao Shan angrily shouted, "Young man, just because you've made a name for yourself, you think you're invincible? In this world, there is always a heaven beyond a heaven, and there is always someone better than you. Your cultivation is far from enough. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Daring to insult us, today's punishment is death. Lu Shui coldly snorted, glancing at Luo Yuan. Boy, do you want to come here yourself, or do you want these two old masters to take your head? If it's the former, you'll suffer less, but if it's the latter, you'll have to suffer a little. Listening to Lu Shui's words, Yang Kai suddenly smiled, feeling that his plan to divert trouble to Luo Yuan had mostly succeeded. Sure enough, as he expected, how could someone as arrogant as Luo Yuan remain indifferent after being threatened like this? Not to mention that he hadn't said those words just now. Even if he had, he certainly wouldn't have compromised at this moment. However, Luo Yuan's brow rose as a look of arrogance appeared on his face, his source chi trembling slightly as he grinned. Two old fools want to take my life? Do you think you have the ability? Still acting so arrogant even in the face of death? Boy, eat my move first. Gao Shan was furious and immediately stretched out his hand and slapped towards where Luo Yuan was standing. In an instant, wind and clouds gathered in the sky and world principles surged as a huge palm print descended from the sky, covering all the light and enveloping Luo Yuan. The surrounding cultivators all paled. Gao Shan was an elder of Flying Saint Palace, and his third-order Dao Source Realm cultivation was extremely solid, so his attack was naturally extraordinary. Everyone was thinking about how to defend or dodge this attack if it was aimed at them. Thinking about this, their expressions became ugly because everyone found that besides dodging, the consequences of this attack were unimaginable on the other side. Luo Yuan stood in place without dodging, as if he was scared silly. The round-faced woman standing behind him was the same, her pair of beautiful eyes fixed on Luo Yuan's heroic back, not even the quarrel between the crowd disturbing her. Hong Long Long. The huge palm formed from a mixture of world energy and world principles directly slammed down. The void where Luo Yuan stood was filled with violent energy, and a strong wind swept out in all directions. Anyone who tried to probe it with their divine sense was immediately swallowed up by this powerful energy, making it impossible to see the details inside. Several of the Qin family's houses were also hit by this huge force and collapsed, turning into ruins. Chapter 2257. A piece of trash actually dared to act presumptuously in front of this old master. This is his fate. After Gao Shan's move was successful, he clasped his hands behind his back and shouted calmly, looking like he had succeeded in making a name for himself. A young man who has only cultivated for a few years really thinks he can compete with this old master? He's simply overestimating himself, Lu Shui also sneered. What's my fate? Suddenly, Luo Yuan's voice came from the center of the energy chaos, and at the same time as this sentence came out, there was a flash of light that spread out instantly, forming an invisible force that pushed back all the surrounding energy. Luo Yuan reappeared in front of everyone, a thick layer of source chi covering his body. The bright light he released almost blinded Gao Shan and Lu Shui, causing them to feel a sharp pain in their eyes. Not only was he unscathed, but even the round-faced woman who had been standing behind him was not affected in the slightest. After being disturbed, the round-faced woman frowned a little unhappily and glared fiercely at Gao Shan and Lu Shui. This. Gao Shan couldn't help taking a few steps back as he stared at Luo Yuan like he was looking at a ghost, unable to believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? Lu Shui also exclaimed. He naturally knew how powerful Gao Shan's move was. Even if Luo Yuan was a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, it was impossible for him to take it head-on without suffering any injuries, but the facts were right in front of him, causing him to be shocked. I was just worried about not being able to find a decent opponent. Luo Yuan grinned, a ferocious smile appearing on his face. It was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Since you took the initiative to deliver yourself to me, I won't be polite. Saying so, he licked his lips, as if he had been hungry for a long time and suddenly saw a plate of delicious food. This appearance frightened Gao Shan and Lu Shui greatly. As soon as these words fell, Luo Yuan slowly raised his hand and began to circulate his source chi. A strange sound like waves hitting a reef rang out. Stop! At the critical moment, a tender voice called out. Luo Yuan frowned and turned to look at the source of the voice, only to find that it was Qin Yu again, causing his face to go cold as he asked, "What's the matter?" When he was about to attack Yang Kai, he was stopped by Qin Yu. Now, when he was about to attack Gao Shan and Lu Shui, he was stopped by Qin Yu. If Qin Yu was not the owner of this place, Luo Yuan would not have bothered with her. What do you want to do? Qin Yu looked at Luo Yuan coldly and grit her teeth. Isn't it obvious? Luo Yuan said. Can't you see what I want to do? I can tell. Qin Yu was not afraid of Luo Yuan because of the gap in their cultivation. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes and said, It's precisely because I can see it. That's why I stopped you. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Luo Yuan frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. Do you want to tear down the Qin family? Qin Yu asked. I have no such intention, Luo Yuan replied seriously. Then don't fight here. Qin Yu snorted. If you don't want to sleep on the streets, find somewhere else to fight. Luo Yuan listened to her words, thought for a while, and nodded. That makes sense. Now that everyone from the octagonal door was lodging with the Qin family, if he really tore down the Qin family, not only would the people from the octagonal door not have a place to live, it would also be a loss of face. He looked up at Gao Shan and Lu Shui and said, You two old things. Come with me. As soon as these words fell, his figure flickered and he rushed out of the city. Before leaving, he flew directly between Gao Shan and Lu Shui, full of provocation. How could Gao Shan and Lu Shui tolerate such a rampant junior? They roared and turned to chase after him. In the blink of an eye, the three masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm disappeared from everyone's sight. The round-faced woman, who had been standing behind Luo Yuan, sighed at this moment with a sad expression. From beginning to end, Luo Yuan had never looked at her, which made her very sad. At this moment, she glared at Yang Kai and said angrily, It's all your fault. Why are you blaming me? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. If it weren't for you, Brother Luo wouldn't have run away, the round-faced woman pouted, looking playful and cute. Then shouldn't you be thanking me? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Why should I thank you? The round-faced woman squinted at Yang Kai and said sarcastically, What do you have for me to thank you for? Yang Kai said matter-of-factly, Naturally, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to tell that your brother Luo cared about you. Brother Luo cared about me? The round-faced woman frowned and a faint blush appeared on her pretty face as she stamped her foot and said, Don't talk nonsense, Brother Luo. He wholeheartedly devotes himself to the martial Dao. He wouldn't care about me. After a pause, she asked expectantly, Tell me, how did Brother Luo care about me? Before Yang Kai could answer, Qin Yu smiled slightly and said, Young lady, I'm afraid you're too close to the situation. When that Protector Gao Shan attacked just now, were you injured in the slightest? No. The round-faced woman shook her head. Who protected you? Qin Yu asked again. Hearing this, the round-faced woman's beautiful eyes gradually brightened and the original look of sadness disappeared, replaced by a radiant smile, as if she had received a huge reward. Qin Yu said, If your brother Luo really didn't care about you, you would have been seriously injured by now. He just did it in passing. He didn't care about me at all. The round-faced woman lowered her head, bashful and shy. Her cheeks flushed red. The expression of a young girl was clearly visible. Although she said that, anyone could see that her heart was probably sweet as if she had eaten candy. But aren't you worried about your brother Luo? Although that Gao Shan and Lu Shui have some problems, they aren't easy to deal with, Yang Kai suddenly asked with a smile, reaching out and tapping his head. The round-faced woman said, What's there to worry about? Those two will definitely be beaten to a pulp. She seemed to have great confidence in Luo Yuan. Saying so, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she smiled and said, You still have time to talk about this? You should worry about yourself first. What's there to worry about? Yang Kai sneered, glancing around and saying disdainfully, A bunch of trash. What did you say? Boy, you're too arrogant. You need to be taught a lesson. Which family's child is this? Speaking so immoral. Haven't your elders taught you the word courtesy? The surrounding cultivators suddenly shouted. The three strongest people here had already left, so the rest of the people naturally had no scruples. Everyone stared at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand with scorching eyes, their little abacuses clanging in their hearts. Ha. An elderly man suddenly smiled slyly and looked at Yang Kai kindly. Little brother, where did you get this sword? You mean this? Yang Kai held the myriad sword horizontally in front of his chest and wiped it with his fingers. Suddenly, the sword light overflowed and the sword halo flowed. He smiled and said, I picked it up on the road. Then it must be the one this old man lost a few days ago. No wonder it looks so familiar. Little brother, quickly give it back to me, the elderly man quickly said. The surrounding cultivators all looked at the elderly man dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, isn't this too shameless? Even if you want to snatch the treasure, you should at least find a better excuse. This excuse is really lame. Even a fool won't believe it. I picked it up, so it's mine. Why should I give it to you? Yang Kai's face darkened and directly put the myriad's sword back into his body. When the elderly man saw this, he immediately swallowed his saliva and said eagerly, Little brother, as long as you're willing to return the sword to this old man will guarantee you a lifetime of glory and wealth. You may not know, but this old man is the Vice Valley Master of Evil Moon Valley, Chu Huiran. I always keep my word. Yang Kai stared at him and said, I don't believe it. If you don't believe it, ask them. They can testify for this old man. The elderly man was anxious and pointed at the surrounding cultivators. The surrounding cultivators sneered when they heard this, and all of them acted as if it had nothing to do with them. Look, they don't believe it either. Yang Kai ridiculed, You must be trying to cheat my treasure. Chu Huiran was anxious, and his eyes flashed a few times. He coldly snorted and said, Fine, fine. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, you can't blame this old man for being ruthless. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and his whole body was like a rock spreading its wings, pouncing on Yang Kai. He stretched out one hand in front of him in a claw shape, and his expression was fierce. You, what are you doing? Yang Kai's expression was panicked, and he kept retreating. Ha. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. A mere first-order Dao Source realm dares to show off such a precious treasure to others. You're digging your own grave. If you're reincarnated as a human being in your next life, remember the saying that a man's wealth is his own ruin. He said earnestly, but the movements of his hands did not stop at all. His murderous intent surged toward Yang Kai like a tide. I'll fight you to the death. Yang Kai roared, and it was like a thunderclap, causing everyone's ears to buzz. The surrounding cultivators saw the old man suddenly make a move, and their expressions changed. A few of them had already secretly activated their source chi, as if they were waiting for the old man and Yang Kai to fight before making a move. And under this roar, everyone could not help but pause slightly. At the place where Yang Kai was, there was a flash of brilliance, and the myriad sword, the Emperor artifact, was summoned by him again. He waved it in a flurry without any order, as if he had been intimidated by Chu Huiran's aura and could not exert his strength. Give it to me. Seeing this, Chu Huiran was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the myriad's sword. A look of excitement appeared on his face, as if he had already seen the beautiful scene of him obtaining the precious treasure and laughing at the world from now on. Asterisk chi, poo, asterisk 5 severed fingers flew out in response, and crimson blood spurted out. Chu Huiran stood not far in front of Yang Kai, his figure frozen in place as he stared at Yang Kai in astonishment. He seemed to have not recovered yet, only feeling a chill on his hand and chest, and at the same time bursts of pain. The next moment, he saw a sarcastic smile appear on Yang Kai's face. This smile made him shudder involuntarily, and he faintly felt that something was wrong. Chapter 2258. Asterisk drip, drip. Asterisk the clear sound of blood dripping entered everyone's ears, and the air was quickly filled with a unique smell of blood. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what was going on, but when they looked up at Chu Huiran, what they saw shocked them. They saw Chu Huiran's body was stiff in place, still maintaining his lunging posture, but the 5 fingers on his outstretched hand had been cut off at the base, the wound smooth and glossy, blood gurgling out. But that was not all. More importantly, half of the tip of the sword was protruding from Chu Huiran's back. Blood was dripping from the tip of the sword, splattering on the ground and slowly converging into a crimson stream. Asterisk gudong. Asterisk a series of gulping sounds rang out as everyone asked themselves in their minds, what is going on? They only saw Chu Huiran rushing towards Yang Kai aggressively, while Yang Kai was flustered and waving his artifact to deal with him. They had thought that Yang Kai would be wounded by Chu Huiran and be robbed of his artifact, but the final outcome was so shocking. It seemed that Chu Huiran had been careless and hit the tip of his opponent's sword. The wound was right in the middle of his heart, and at this moment it was likely that even his arteries had been severed, leaving no possibility of survival. Some of the cultivators' eyes flashed, as if realizing something. Their original contempt and disdain disappeared in a flash, and their expression towards Yang Kai became dignified. Others still looked at him blankly. You. Chu Huairan opened his mouth and spat out a single word at Yang Kai. There was no chance for him to finish his sentence. Blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain, uncontrollably gushing out of his mouth. You courted death yourself, so don't blame me. Yang Kai shouted, slapping Chu Huairan in the chest and sending him flying. In midair, Chu Huairan's vitality quickly dissipated. His eyes quickly became lifeless, and by the time he fell to the ground, he was already dead, and his death was extremely miserable. The Vice Valley Master of the Evil Moon Valley had died in such a small city like Maplewood City. Before Chu Huairan came here, he would never have thought that he would end up like this. You actually killed Vice Valley Master Chu, a middle-aged man suddenly shouted with a cold look on his face. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to know Chu Huairan, or was familiar with him. How could he just let it go like that? As he roared, he flicked his wrist, and a golden light suddenly appeared in his palm. He shouted, "Boy, you'd better surrender yourself, and follow me to the Evil Moon Valley to ask for punishment. Perhaps there was still a chance of survival. Otherwise, you'll definitely die." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden light in his hand suddenly exploded and turned into a large golden net, covering Yang Kai's head. In his opinion, the reason why Chu Huairan died tragically at the hands of Yang Kai was because he was too careless, and the artifact in Yang Kai's hand was extremely sharp. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's trivial first-order cultivation, he would not have been able to kill Chu Huairan. How could he have killed Chu Huairan of the third-order Dao Source realm in such a short time? People could make mistakes, and horses could stumble. Chu Huairan had fallen into the gutter. He was afraid of the sharpness of the myriad sword, so he did not intend to fight Yang Kai at close range. He was only going to use his artifact to bind Yang Kai first. Yang Kai didn't know what material this golden net was made of, but it was exuding the energy fluctuations of a Dao Source-grade artifact. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to have sealed off this part of the world. An invisible force surged out, forming a unique sealing force. Profound gold heaven capturing net. Someone who knew what it was shouted in a low voice. He instantly recognized the name of this artifact, and his face could not help but change slightly. The middle-aged man coldly snorted. He formed a seal with his hand and released his divine sense to control the power of his artifact. On the other hand, Kai Yang was forced to take a few steps back, but no matter how he tried to escape, he was unable to escape the profound gold heaven capturing net's range. He was completely enveloped by that invisible sealing force, which surprised him greatly. He secretly felt that there were many talented people in this world who could even refine such a strange artifact. Boy, you can't escape. My profound gold heaven capturing net has never failed since it was refined. Give up resistance. The middle-aged man sneered. At the same time, he changed his hand seal, and the golden net covering Yang Kai's head fell down, directly enveloping Yang Kai. Then it suddenly shrank and turned into a mass of golden light, completely sealing him. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged man saw that his attack had succeeded and could not help laughing, but as he laughed, his smile stiffened on his face. He stared with wide eyes and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Inside the golden light, Yang Kai, who was bound by the profound gold heaven capturing net, slowly faded and soon disappeared. It was just an afterimage. That was close. Yang Kai's voice suddenly came from the side. The middle-aged man fixed his eyes and saw him reach out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, a look of lingering fear on his face. "Boy, you." The middle-aged man's face changed slightly. He couldn't figure out how Yang Kai had escaped the sealing force of his artifact without him noticing. Good. This artifact is good. I want it," Yang Kai said as he reached out to grab the golden light. "Ah!" The middle-aged man was taken aback. Seeing Yang Kai actually grab the golden light in his hand, he suddenly became anxious and pushed his source chi, forming a series of seals with his hands. The golden light in Yang Kai's hand buzzed in an instant, and a strong resistance was transmitted over, causing Yang Kai's hand to go numb. After all, this was an artifact that had been painstakingly refined by the middle-aged man and was connected to his soul. Yang Kai's forceful attempt to seize it was naturally impossible for him to obtain it. Perceiving the resistance of this artifact, Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely as he looked up at the middle-aged man and said, "Watch me." "What?" The middle-aged man, who who was controlling his artifact to escape from Yang Kai's control, was startled when he heard these words and looked up. The next moment, he suddenly shuddered and a feeling of horror filled his heart. A flow of pure soul power suddenly came from the front. That power was vigorous and pure, like a sharp sword from the ancient times. It cut open the middle-aged man's soul defense and instantly rushed into his sea of consciousness, setting off violent winds and waves in his sea of consciousness. Ah! The middle-aged man's face turned pale in an instant as he clutched his head and screamed loudly. When the bystanders saw this scene, they were all shocked and distanced themselves from the middle-aged man. After being hit by Yang Kai's soul attack, his knowledge sea was in chaos and his soul was shaken. So the middle-aged man no longer had the energy to control his profound gold heaven-capturing net. Yang Kai pushed his source chi forward and directly suppressed the resistance of the artifact, pouring his spiritual energy into it and erasing the other party's soul brand in less than 3 breaths before throwing it into his space ring. This artifact had been snatched away by him. Everyone paled and finally realized that something was wrong. Snatching an artifact was not something an ordinary person could do unless there was a great disparity in soul cultivation between the two parties. Otherwise, it would be impossible to erase the original owner's soul brand in such a short time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to store it in a space ring. But Yang Kai had done just that. In other words, he was absolutely able to erase the middle-aged man's soul brand in a very short time, which meant that his soul was much stronger than the middle-aged man's. Thinking so, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Someone shouted as they stared at Yang Kai in fear, a trace of dread flashing across their eyes. If Chu Huairen's death was due to his own carelessness, accidentally hitting the tip of Yang Kai's sword, then the middle-aged man's fate could not be explained by carelessness. This was absolutely a crushing defeat in terms of strength, not something that could be explained by luck. The middle-aged man who attacked Yang Kai was still clutching his head as he lay on the ground, constantly groaning. From his posture, it seemed that his injuries were not light, and it was unknown if he would ever recover. However, even if his soul was damaged, it would take a lot of time and energy to heal. If he was not careful, he might become an idiot for the rest of his life. Who else has a good artifact? Take it out and let me have a look. Yang Kai looked around and smiled coldly. Everyone couldn't help taking a few steps back, all of them feeling funny. These people had originally been eyeing Yang Kai's artifact, but now, the situation had been reversed. This little brat seemed to have tasted the sweetness and couldn't stop himself. No, my artifact is only Origin King grade. Little brother definitely won't be interested in it. Someone explained seriously. Origin King grade is so powerful. My artifact is only Origin Returning grade. Someone immediately followed up. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at this guy with black lines on their faces. The man suddenly shouted, "What's wrong? Can't I be poor? Is it shameful for a Dao Source Realm cultivator to use an Origin Returning grade artifact? What are you looking at?" Saying so, he turned his face and cupped his fists to Yang Kai with a smile. Little brother shouldn't be interested in an Origin Returning grade artifact. That's good. This one just remembered that he still has something important to do, so he'll take his leave first. Goodbye. Saying so, regardless of Yang Kai's attitude, he directly fled. Everyone else also reacted, cursing this man in their hearts for being so quick to act, quickly cupping their fists to Yang Kai and retreating. Wait! Yang Kai suddenly snorted coldly. Everyone was startled when they heard this and all turned around, staring at Yang Kai vigilantly, lest he do something unfavorable to them. Coming and going as you please. How can there be such an easy thing in this world? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Gudong. Everyone gulped as their faces turned ugly, realizing that they were in trouble. What they feared most had happened, and they didn't know what this little brat wanted to do. Yang Kai snorted, pointed to the ground, and said, "Take this body and this guy who's screaming like a pig." Ah, yes. Hurry up and help. Everyone shouted and quickly dragged Chu Huairen's body and the middle-aged man who was still screaming away, disappearing one by one. Chapter 2259. Alarmed by the aura of Yang Kai's Emperor artifact, the 20 to 30 Dao Source Realm cultivators who had come to the Qin family had basically all left. Only one person remained standing in the air. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at that person. It was a woman dressed like a young woman. Her figure was graceful, her skin was as white as snow, and her black hair flowed down her back like a waterfall. She wore a turquoise palace dress, and her beautiful eyes were bright. Although she was wary of Yang Kai, she wasn't afraid of him. This young woman's cultivation wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. She was around the second-order Tao source realm, and it seemed like she came from a medium-sized sect or family. "Why haven't you left yet?" Yang Kai's face couldn't help but sink when he saw that she wasn't moving. Hearing this, the young woman asked, "May I ask if little brother is Yang Kai's Grandmaster Yang?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow and became vigilant in his heart. He didn't answer and asked instead, "Who are you?" The young woman hurriedly said, "This mistress is Thousand Leaves Sect's Yi Jing Han." Thousand Leaves Sect. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He had a vague impression of this sect, but it wasn't a deep one. However, he was sure that this Thousand Leaves Sect wasn't a big sect. It was probably similar to Blue Feather Sect and didn't have any masters from the Emperor realm. It only had a few Tao Source realm cultivators. In the entire Southern Territory, if there weren't 1,000 sects like this, they would at least be 800. Each of them occupied a territory and thrived. Perhaps their ancestors had created a lot of glory, but after passing it down from generation to generation, the sect's influence gradually declined. Blue Feather Sect was the best example. The ancestor of Blue Feather Sect's sect master, Wu Mengshan. He was the strongest person in the star boundary. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was the great emperors of the great emperors. But in his generation, Wu Mengshan was only a third-order Tao source realm cultivator and the sect master of a small sect. In this world, there was no sect that could last forever. There were no clans that didn't scatter. Only the Star Soul Palace and a few of the top sects could achieve 10,000 years of inheritance. "Is it really Grandmaster Yang?" Yi Jing Han asked anxiously. "You've got the wrong person," Yang Kai replied without hesitation. The members of the Qin family and the disciples of the octagonal door stared at him with wide eyes. "That's right, he is Grandmaster Yang of Yang Kai." The round-faced woman who had fallen in love with Luo Yuan suddenly opened her mouth and admitted on behalf of Yang Kai. After she finished speaking, she grinned at Yang Kai and made a funny face. Yang Kai couldn't help but glare at her fiercely. "You really are Grandmaster Yang." Yi Jing Han couldn't help but feel a little excited after confirming Yang Kai's identity. "I said you've got the wrong person. In this world, there are many people with the same name and surname. Quickly leave. If you don't leave, then I won't be polite to you." Kai Yang impatiently waved his hand, driving her away like a chicken. Yi Jing Han bit her red lips and looked at Yang Kai pitifully. "Grandmaster Yang, can you listen to a few words of this mistress? Once I'm done speaking, this mistress will leave." "I'm not in the mood." "You." The round-faced woman couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily, "She's already begging you. So why don't you listen to her? Don't you know what it means to have tender feelings for a woman?" Yang Kai glared at her and said, "I don't know. Besides, she came here to steal my treasures, so if I want to listen to her, what would you do if this happened to your Luo Yuan?" "My Luo Yuan." The round-faced woman blushed and became bashful, but soon her pretty face turned cold and she snorted coldly. "Who dares to have ideas about Brother Luo? Beat her to death." Her face was filled with murderous intent, which surprised Yang Kai. He didn't expect that this young woman would have such a cold side. "Qin family head, please see our guest out," Yang Kai said to Qin Chaoyang and beckoned to Qin Yu. "Young lady Qin, please come with me." Qin Yu quickly walked toward Yang Kai. On the other side, Qin Zhaoyang thought for a moment before his body flickered, and he flew up into the sky. He started talking to Yi Jing Han, as if he was trying to persuade her to leave, but Yi Jing Han wasn't swayed by his words. She just continued begging him. "That's right." Yang Kai took a few steps forward, then looked back at the people from the octagonal door and sneered, "Behave yourselves. If you dare to act presumptuously again, I'll teach you a lesson." The people from the octagonal door broke out in cold sweat. How could they dare to refuse? They all nodded in agreement. They had seen how Yang Kai had killed Chu Huai Run and snatched the middle-aged man's artifact. They knew that they weren't Yang Kai's match, so if they provoked Yang Kai, they wouldn't have a good end. The round-faced woman said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them. They won't act recklessly." That'd better be the case. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving face to Luo Yuan. Yang Kai snorted, then turned around and left. He led Qin Yu to the secret room and asked her to sit down cross-legged. Then Qin Chaiyang rushed in anxiously, as if he had already dealt with Yi Jinghan's matter. He looked at Yang Kai expectantly and asked nervously, "Brother Yang, what's the result of this trip to the Four Seasons realm?" He hadn't had time to ask about the tribulation fruit since he returned from Yang Kai. Now that he finally had some free time, he couldn't wait to know the result. Qin Yu's tender body couldn't help trembling slightly, and her breathing became rapid, as if she couldn't control her emotions. After all, this was a matter of life and death for her. How could a girl under the age of 18, who hadn't seen enough of the world's splendor and hadn't seen enough of life, be able to face death with equanimity? Yang Kai glanced at the two of them and said with a faint smile, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Saying so, he took out the jade box from his space ring and opened it with a flick of his finger. A spirit fruit that looked like it had been carved out of ice and jade entered the eyes of the two Qin family members. Qin Chaiyang opened his eyes wide and observed it carefully, while Qin Yu couldn't help but stretch her neck and stare at it in a daze. "That's right. That's it. This is the tribulation fruit." After staring at it for a while, Qin Chaiyang suddenly burst into laughter, tears flowing from his eyes as he said, "I recognize it. That master once showed me an image of this spirit fruit." Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help covering her red lips with her small hands, feeling as if a great stone had been lifted from her heart. Her entire body seemed to have lost all strength, and she directly collapsed to the ground. There were many twists and turns in the process of obtaining the spirit fruit, so I wasn't able to rush back as quickly as possible. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Yang Kai didn't explain too much and simply said lightly. Qin Chaiyang said with tears streaming down his face, "There's no need to rush. This time, it was all thanks to Brother Yang that Yuber's life was saved. By the way, Qin family head, did that master say how this spirit fruit should be consumed by Miss Qin? Should it be refined into a pill? If so, I can help a little," Yang Kai asked seriously. "There's no need to refine it." Qin Chaiyang shook his head and said, "That master said that we only need to find the tribulation fruit and let Yuber consume it directly. Her world tribulation body was originally caused by the heavens and earth cutting off her vitality. The medicinal effect of the tribulation fruit can transform into an invisible bridge and reconnect that severed vitality. You will no longer have to suffer the pain of this physique in the future. Then there's no time to lose. Quickly let Miss Qin consume it," Yang Kai said as he quickly handed the jade box to Qin Yu. Qin Yu reached out and received it. Looking at the tribulation fruit, she then looked up at Yang Kai and Qin Chaiyang. Seeing their encouraging expressions, she no longer hesitated and stretched out her slender jade fingers, taking the tribulation fruit out of the jade box. Covering her mouth with one hand, she slowly chewed. After a short while, the spirit fruit entered her stomach. Qin Chaiyang looked at Qin Yu anxiously and asked worriedly, "Yuber, do you feel any discomfort?" Qin Yu shook her head and said, "No, it's just cold." As soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Her beautiful face was almost distorted, as if she was enduring great torment and pain. At the same time, an extremely special energy leisurely swayed out from within her body, transforming into a layer of white light that enveloped her entire body. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he circulated his divine sense and instantly saw that the originally thick black qi around Qin Yu's body was slowly being dispelled and melted by the white light. As the black qi dissipated, Qin Yu's pain seemed to gradually ease and a trace of vitality was gradually born in her tender body, spreading to her limbs and bones. Upon seeing this scene, Yang Kai lightly nodded his head. He knew that this was the time for Qin Yu's stubborn illness. "Brother Yang, this. Qin Chaiyang was at a loss for words. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Qin family head, let's go out first. Miss Qin should be fine. She just needs time to accumulate." "Brother Yang, are you sure?" Qin Chaiyang asked worriedly, but after saying this, he felt that something was wrong and hurriedly said, "It's not that this Qin doesn't believe you, but—" "I understand," Yang Kai smiled and said, "Qin family head, you are confused because you care too much. You can use your divine sense to scan Qin Yu's body, and you'll understand." Hearing this, Qin Chaiyang immediately performed a scan, and after a while, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Now, can we leave with peace of mind?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Qin Chaiyang was a little embarrassed by his teasing and said awkwardly, "Yuber has had a hard life since she was young. Her parents both died in her early years, and she is the only descendant of the Qin family left. She and this old man have been relying on each other for more than 10 years. If even she— I understand, Yang Kai nodded seriously. As they spoke, the two left the secret room. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Kai took out the myriad sword and handed it to Qin Chaiyang with both hands, saying, "Qin family head, this sword is returned to the Qin family. Please verify it." Qin Chaiyang looked at the myriad's sword with a calm gaze. After a long time, he reached out and touched the sword, saying, "The myriad sword was left behind by my Qin family's ancestors and is also the family treasure of the Qin family. For 10,000 years, the ancestors of my Qin family have taken it as their duty to restore the family's glory and have set the goal of refining and controlling the myriad sword, but only a few have achieved it. In this old master's generation." "Huh." He sighed heavily and continued, "This treasured sword has been sealed away and has never seen the light of day. If the ancestors in the underworld knew of this, I wonder if they would blame us." Yang Kai said, "Young Lady Qin's talent is extraordinary. She has already reached the origin-returning realm at the age of 18. Now that she has been freed from her suffering, she will definitely become a great talent in the future." Qin Chaiyang smiled and said, "This old master has placed all his hopes on you, so this old master would like to ask Brother Yang to keep this sword for now." Chapter 2260. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Qin Chaiyang said, "This sword can only display its full power in your hands. Brother Yang, please use it for now. If one day you can break through to the Emperor realm, you can give this sword to her. What do you think?" He looked as if he was leaving an orphan on his deathbed, as if he was making arrangements for his funeral. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He knew that Qin Chaiyang was preparing for a rainy day. Although Qin Chaiyang was not young, he was still a Dao Source Realm cultivator. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have no problem living for another 100 or 80 years. However, his cultivation wasn't very high after all. In the star boundary, the path of a cultivator was filled with thorns at every step. Who could guarantee that they would have a good ending? Perhaps one day, an unexpected calamity would befall them, and they would be swept up in some storm and lose their lives for no reason. If that really happened, no one would be able to protect the Qin family. Qin Zhaoyang wanted to hand over the myriad sword to Yang Kai for safekeeping for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was because an ordinary man's wealth was his own ruin, and he was worried that the myriad sword would bring trouble to the Qin family. Secondly, he probably wanted to use it as a pivot to draw closer the relationship between Yang Kai and the Qin family. As long as the myriad sword was in Yang Kai's hands, he would definitely not sit back and watch the Qin family. If something really happened to him, at least there would be someone to take care of Qin Yu. Yang Kai thought for a moment and quickly guessed Qin Chaiyang's intentions. After pondering for a moment, he did not refuse and said, "Since the Qin family patriarch trusts this Yang so much, then I will use this sword for a while. I will definitely not disgrace the reputation of the Qin family's ancestors." He was quite comfortable using the myriad sword. He had also thoroughly comprehended the sword Dao secret techniques that could only be used with this treasure, so it was not impossible for him to keep it for a while. Very good. Very good. Qin Chaiyang was overjoyed. Hong long long. Right at this moment. Suddenly, a burst of muffled thunderous sounds came from under the ground. It was as if thousands of dragon horses were galloping past, shaking the world. At the same time, the spirit qi in the world suddenly fluctuated. "What's going on?" Qin Chaiyang's complexion slightly changed as he asked in surprise. Yang Kai's eyes also shone brightly as he released his powerful divine sense. After inspecting the surroundings, his gaze quickly turned towards a certain direction outside the city. He shouted in a low voice, "The source seems to be over there. It seems like something incredible has awakened. Let's go and have a look." Qin Chaiyang shouted. Yang Kai also had the same idea. The two of them looked at each other, and then used their movement skills to rush out. Just as he flew out of the Qin family, he bumped into a beautiful figure standing quietly in midair. It was Thousand Leaves Sex Yi Jinghan. This young woman didn't seem to have left. She had been waiting outside the Qin family all this time. Upon seeing Yang Kai's figure, Yi Jinghan's eyes lit up and she called out, Grandmaster Yang, get out of the way. Don't block my way." Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. He flew past her. In the blink of an eye, he was only a small black dot. Yi Jinghan clenched her teeth as she looked at his back. She then stamped her feet and hurriedly chased after him. Qin family's patriarch, Yang Kai, who was running ahead, turned around and glanced at Yi Jinghan. He asked in a low voice, "Did this woman tell you why she was looking for me?" Qin Chaiyang grinned and said, "Brother Yang, you've become famous and handsome. You also have an extraordinary cultivation. You're a peerless hero. It's normal for you to attract the attention of some women." Yang Kai reached out and brushed his hair. He straightened his chest and raised his head slightly. In the blink of an eye, he said solemnly, "I'm being serious." Qin Chaiyang shook his head and said, "She didn't tell this old master in detail. She only said that she wanted to talk to you. I think this woman isn't bad. Even though she's a little older than you, she has a delicate body and a seductive look in her eyes. She's definitely a stunner. Brother Yang, why don't you consider her proposal carefully?" Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and swept his gaze over Qin Chaiyang, as if he wanted to re-examine him. After a long while, he said, "Qin family's patriarch, please conduct yourself with dignity. You're already so old, so it's not appropriate for you to say such things." "Ha ha ha ha." Qin Chaiyang laughed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. He said earnestly, "It's a waste of youth if you're not a romantic. Young man, you should seize this opportunity well. In any case, she's definitely up to no good. Just ignore her." Yang Kai curled his lips. While the two were talking, many streaks of light appeared around them. Obviously, these were the Tao Source Realm Masters living in Maplewood City who sensed the commotion and went to investigate the situation. "Ah, Yang Kai, it's you, you bastard." A voice suddenly came from the side, sounding extremely angry. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a familiar face at a glance, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. This person was the former Vice City Lord of Maplewood City, Zhuang Pan. There was another person beside Zhuang Pan. It was a handsome young man with rosy lips and white teeth. His cultivation was not high, only at the level of the First Order Tao Source realm. Inexplicably, Yang Kai suddenly felt that this guy was a little familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen this person before. "Yang Kai." The young man beside Zhuang Pan heard this, and his eyes instantly lit up. He looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze and asked Zhuang Pan, "Is he that little brat surnamed Yang?" Replying to young palace master, "It is this little bastard." Zhuang Pan replied, gnashing his teeth, "Who are you calling a bastard?" Yang Kai looked at Zhuang Pan with a look of disdain and sneered. Zhuang Pan's face was livid, but he was not stupid enough to take the initiative to fall into Yang Kai's trap. He just stared at him with eyes full of endless hatred and resentment. "Qin family patriarch, who is that young man?" Yang Kai whispered to Qin Chaiyang. He saw that although this young man was handsome, his expression was gloomy, and he was hanging around with Zhuang Pan, so he knew that he was not a good person. Flying Saint Palace's young palace master, Ning Yuan Shu. Young palace master? Yang Kai was stunned, but he soon understood. It was likely that the Flying Saint Palace's young palace master had died, and the Flying Saint Palace's palace master had re-established it. Since Ning Yuan Shu and Ning Yuan Cheng were blood brothers, they naturally looked similar. No wonder he looked familiar. While the two were talking, Ning Yuan Shu also ordered Zhuang Pan, "Since it is this boy, there is no need to be polite. Zhuang Pan, take him for me. This young master wants to ask him properly." Hearing this, Zhuang Pan's face suddenly wrinkled like a bitter gourd. He looked at Ning Yuan Shu pitifully and stammered, "Young palace master, this. What are you talking about? Hurry up and do it. Do you dare not to listen to my words?" Ning Yuan Shu looked at him and suddenly became angry. He slapped Zhuang Pan on the back of his head, causing his neck to shrink back. "This subordinate can't beat him," Zhuang Pan said with a look of grief and indignation. After saying that, his whole person was like a deflated ball, without the slightest momentum. Ning Yuan Shu stared at him and said, "He is from the First Order Tao Source realm. You are also from the First Order Tao Source realm. Moreover, you were personally taught by your father's master for 3 days. Why can't you beat him?" "Last time, I was beaten quite badly by him. My artifact's spirituality was completely lost." Zhuang Pan stammered. "What a waste. What use do I have for you?" Ning Yuan Shu was furious and kicked Zhuang Pan's waist. Zhuang Pan screamed and staggered to the side. Ning Yuan Shu didn't even look at Zhuang Pan. Instead, he glared at Yang Kai and shouted in a deep voice, "Boy, get over here." He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he had become the one who ordered the world around him, and no one dared to disobey. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, all of them turned pale with fright and quickly distanced themselves from Ning Yuan-shu. Most of these cultivators had just returned from the Qin family. They had seen the scene of Yang Kai flipping out before and knew that Yang Kai was not to be trifled with. Now that they saw Ning Yuan-shu touch the tigers, but how could they dare to stay by his side? Even if there were people who didn't know the inside story, at this moment, there were acquaintances who whispered to each other and solemnly warned them. In an instant, all the cultivators within a radius of 500 feet around Ning Yuan-shu had left. Ning Yuan-shu didn't understand and thought that everyone was intimidated by his aura, so he acted even more arrogantly. Qin family head. Yang Kai had a strange expression and said loudly, "Why did you hear a dog barking in the wilderness?" Qin Chaiyang laughed. "It's probably a stray dog. Brother Yang, you don't have to pay attention to it." In the past, as the head of a small family, he wouldn't have dared to offend Flying Saint Palace. Although Flying Saint Palace wasn't a big sect, they still had a master from the Emperor Realm and countless Dao Source Realm cultivators. If they offended such a great force, the Qin family's good days would come to an end. They could just send a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator to wipe out the entire Qin family. But now, he was grateful to Yang Kai. Not to mention offending Flying Saint Palace for Yang Kai, he didn't care even if it was Star Soul Palace. The two of them echoed each other loudly, so that everyone could hear them clearly. Ning Yuan-shu was fuming with anger. "Boy, you've got guts. Do you know who this young master is? How dare you speak such nonsense?" Ning Yuan-shu was so angry that he laughed and shouted at Yang Kai gloomily. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Who do you think you are?" He looked extremely disdainful, which made Ning Yuan-shu even angrier. He shouted, "Listen carefully, this young master is Flying Saint Palace's young palace master. Ning Yuan-shu." Flying Saint Palace's young palace master? Yang Kai couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. "You're Flying Saint Palace's young palace master?" "Yes." Ning Yuan-shu was very satisfied when he saw his frightened look. He smiled like a poisonous snake with a look that said, "It's good that you're scared." The next moment, Yang Kai's face turned solemn and he said seriously, "Sorry, I've never heard of you." "You." Ning Yuan-shu's face changed when he heard this. How could he not know that Yang Kai was toying with him? He immediately became angry and shouted, "Damn you, brat!" Having said that, he urged the source qi in his body and formed a hand seal with both hands. A vortex of power suddenly appeared around his body. Then his figure flickered, leaving behind several afterimages in the air, and he flew in front of Yang Kai, sending a palm strike towards Yang Kai's chest. "This is what you get for offending me." He didn't forget to sneer. However, his palm was destined to hit nothing but air. Kai Yang simply stretched out his hand and pulled, drawing his palm to the side. Ning Yuan-shu was caught off guard and lost his balance, almost falling on Yang Kai. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a smile 3 inches in front of him. Their faces were almost touching, and the other's smile was full of ridicule and sarcasm. Chapter 2261. Sensing that the other party was up to no good, Ning Yuan-shu turned pale with fright. With a flash of light under his feet, he tried to retreat. But how could he run away? Yang Kai had already reached out and grabbed Ning Yuan-shu's collar, then raised his other hand and slapped Ning Yuan-shu's handsome face. Asterisk crackle. Asterisk after a series of crisp sounds, Ning Yuan-shu was completely stunned. By the time Yang Kai stopped, Ning Yuan-shu's cheeks were swollen like a pig's head that had been soaked in water for several days. The surrounding cultivators all kept quiet out of fear and looked sideways with horrified expressions. Although Yang Kai had killed the Vice Valley Master of Evil Moon Valley and injured a middle-aged man in front of the Qin family, neither Chu Huai-ren nor the middle-aged man had a noble background. There were no masters from the Emperor Realm in their sects, so as long as Yang Kai was strong enough, there was no need to worry about revenge. But Ning Yuan-shu was different. He was the young palace master of Flying Saint Palace. Flying Saint Palace was considered an extraordinary sect in everyone's eyes. Ning Yuan-shu's father, Ning Bo-yang, was a first-order Emperor Realm master. There were also many masters in the sect, including the 2 protectors, Gao Shan and Lu Shui. Now that their young palace master was beaten up, how could Flying Saint Palace let it go? Thinking of this, everyone's gazes towards Kai Yang not only contained a deep sense of dread, but also a sense of schadenfreude. They all felt that this guy's courage was boundless and was destined to provoke disaster. You dare to hit me? Ning Yuanshu's cheeks were swollen as Yang Kai held him in his hand. The pain was numbing. Staring at Kai Yang with his eyes wide open, he muttered vaguely. Yang Kai sneered, "Dare or not? Didn't I already hit you? This young master is. I know. Flying St. Palace's young palace master." Yang Kai said as he slapped Ning Yuanshu again. In the end, he smiled at Qin Chaiyang and said, "This guy is interesting." He didn't forget to introduce himself even after being beaten. It's as if he doesn't think he's embarrassed enough. As he spoke, he lifted Ning Yuanshu up high and shouted, Come, everyone take a look. This is the famous young palace master of Flying St. Palace, Ning Yuanshu. Remember this face so you can avoid him in the future." The surrounding cultivators all broke out in cold sweat. They thought to themselves, "You've already beaten him into a pig's head. How can you still see his face clearly?" Wow! A word came out. Ning Yuanshu coughed out a mouthful of blood as his blood rushed to his heart. He was of extraordinary birth and had been pampered since he was young. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he was slapped twice by Yang Kai. He was so angry that he almost fainted. It was just a mouthful of blood. It was enough to show the strength of one's heart. Qin Chaiyang smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say to Yang Kai. He could only sigh inwardly that young people were indeed full of vigor. When he thought about his own youth, wasn't he the same? **Xiao. **2 streaks of light rushed towards them. The aura of the 2 streaks of light was somewhat disheveled, as if they had encountered a great battle. Ah, young palace master. The 2 streaks of light came to a stop not far in front of Yang Kai and the others. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were immediately revealed. At this moment, the 2 elders of Flying St. Palace were in a sorry state. Their white hair and beards were messy and their clothes were tattered. Gao Shan was holding a zither-like artifact in his arms. The halo on this artifact was dim, indicating that its spirituality was somewhat damaged. The same was true of the flute on Lu Shui's waist. For some reason, the 2 of them came from the opposite direction. When they saw Ning Yuanshu's appearance at this moment, they were both shocked. Left and right protectors. When Ning Yuanshu saw Gao Shan and Lu Shui, his eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying light. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Quickly avenge this young master and kill this boy." "Did you do it?" Gao Shan's eyes turned cold as he glared at Yang Kai. Lu Shui's face was gloomy as he pulled out the flute from his waist without saying a word. Source chi surged from his body. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to these 2 old men and just narrowed his eyes as he looked behind them. After a while, he suddenly frowned and his expression became solemn. "Boy, let go!" Gao Shan shouted angrily when he saw that Yang Kai was unmoved. At the same time, Lu Shui's figure flickered and suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai, pointing the flute artifact in his hand at Yang Kai's wrist. "Brother Yang, be careful." Qin Chaiyang was shocked. With his cultivation and eyesight, he couldn't see how Lu Shui got close to him, so his warning came a little too late. Yang Kai, however, just laughed and didn't put Lu Shui's attack in his eyes. Holding Ning Yuanshu in his hand, he turned around and blocked the young palace master. Lu Shui frowned and had no choice but to stop halfway, retreating back to Gao Shan's side. Gao Shan's face was gloomy as he slowly strummed the ancient zither in his arms. A clear and superior sound instantly filled the air, radiating in all directions. When the nearby cultivators heard this sound, their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly circulated their source chi to block their ears. "Boy, what kind of enmity does my Flying St. Palace have with you? Why would you do such a thing to our young palace master?" Gao Shan asked while playing the zither. "I don't know." Yang Kai held Ning Yuanshu in front of him and poked half of his head out from behind Ning Yuanshu. With a sneaky look, he said with a smile, "You'll have to ask your young palace master about this. He suddenly attacked me, so I just retaliated." Ning Yuanshu's eyes were filled with resentment, and he wanted to resist. But his cultivation was suppressed by Yang Kai, and he couldn't even circulate his source chi. He gritted his teeth and said, "Left and right protectors, this is the boy surnamed Yang who may have killed Big Brother. Take him back to the Holy Palace for interrogation." "Huh? He's the one surnamed Yang?" Gao Shan and Lu Shui were both shocked when they heard this. Recalling that when they saw Yang Kai in the Qin family, they immediately regretted not asking for his name. "Killed your big brother?" Yang Kai laughed, his mind turning sharply as he understood why Ning Yuan-shu attacked him. He shouted, "Whether you believe it or not, your big brother's death has nothing to do with me." Although he was the one who had destroyed Ning Yuancheng's body, the one who had truly killed Ning Yuancheng was the wood spirit. At that time, when the wood spirit seed erupted in Ning Yuancheng's body, he had completely lost his vitality. What Yang Kai killed was just the wood spirit clone that had occupied Ning Yuancheng's body. Therefore, Ning Yuancheng's death really had nothing to do with him. Whether it's related or not is not something you can decide with a single word. If you know what's good for you, you will obediently return to the holy palace with us. The palace master will make the decision. Gao Shan shouted. Yang Kai sneered and said, "If I go with you just because you say so, won't I lose face? And the two of you are still standing here leisurely. Is it really okay? The Star of Slaughter is about to catch up." His words had a hidden meaning, and many people were at a loss when they heard it. However, Gao Shan and Lu Shui's expressions changed greatly as they quickly turned around. *1. Between heaven and earth. There was a sudden tremor as a huge pressure suddenly came from afar, sweeping in all directions. All the cultivators felt their bodies sink, as if they were being crushed by a mountain. Under this unimaginable pressure, the gravel and soil on the ground slowly floated up. Such a phenomenon was simply unimaginable. What is this? Could it be that the master of the Emperor realm has arrived? I can't, I'm going to die. Ning Yuan-shu was already injured, and now he was bleeding profusely. His white robes were dyed red, and the blood on his chest was a shocking sight. This is among the disciples of the octagonal door who followed Yang Kai and Qin Chaiyang here. The round-faced woman's pretty face suddenly changed as if she had noticed something and looked into the distance in horror. The other disciples of the octagonal door also looked uneasy and frightened. On the horizon, a figure suddenly appeared. That person's entire body was enveloped by an indescribable energy. That powerful and violent energy gathered into a ball, constantly surging around his body, causing people to tremble in fear. Wherever that person passed, the universe collapsed, heaven and earth turned upside down, and heaven and earth seemed to be hanging upside down. That person was furious, and his aura was no less than that of a master from the Emperor realm. Amidst the chaotic energy, only a pair of bright eyes could be seen, and the excitement in those eyes made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. That person was none other than Luo Yuan from the octagonal door. Previously, Luo Yuan went out of the city to fight Gao Shan and Lu Shui. No one knew what happened, but Gao Shan and Lu Shui fled in panic like stray dogs while Luo Yuan chased after them. TSK, this aura," Yang Kai said with a look of admiration. "It's rare that he hasn't lost his mind and is not affected by power. This secret technique is amazing. I wonder if he has succeeded in cultivating it." Previously, Luo Yuan said that he was trying to comprehend a secret technique but failed, so he wanted to have a good fight with Yang Kai, but Yang Kai diverted the trouble to Gao Shan and Lu Shui. At this moment, it seemed that even if Luo Yuan had not succeeded in comprehending this secret technique, he was not far from it. No one knew what kind of secret technique it was, but it allowed his aura to rise to the level of the Emperor realm. Luo Yuan was still far away in the horizon, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of them. No one could see how he moved. Not good. Gao Shan and Lu Shui had just suffered a big loss at Luo Yuan's hands, otherwise they would not have fled in panic. At this moment, seeing this fiend chasing after them, they were scared out of their wits, so how could they dare to stay in place? The two looked at each other, and as their eyes met, they had a tacit understanding. One of them picked up a long flute and played it, while the other played a zither and composed a melody. The melody was like the tinkling of a mountain stream. Many cultivators could not help but fall into a trance for a moment. At the same time, Gao Shan and Lu Shui flanked Yang Kai from left and right, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Lu Shui's flute hit Yang Kai's head, and the sound of Gao Shan's zither changed abruptly at the same time. Under the continuous wave of his 5 fingers, slashes leisurely appeared and rained down on Yang Kai. "Ha!" Yang Kai, however, laughed and said sarcastically, "Since you want it so much, I'll give it back to you." While speaking, he shook his hand slightly and sent Ning Yuan-shu, who had been holding him, flying straight towards the zither slashes. "How is this possible? Not good," Gao Shan and Lu Shui exclaimed, and their expressions changed abruptly. Chapter 2262. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were the left and right protectors of Flying Saint Palace. Their cultivation base and divine technique were only below Palace Master Ning Boyang's. When the two of them joined forces, they could even exchange a few blows with someone from the Emperor realm. But today, the two old men had almost lost their confidence. First, there was Luo Yuan from Eight Paths Sect, who managed to beat up the two old men under the joint attack of the two old men, causing them to flee like stray dogs. Then there was Yang Kai, who completely ignored the two old men's sound attacks. What's wrong with young people these days? Every one of them was so arrogant that they couldn't be judged by common sense. In a trance, the two old men couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Seeing Ning Yuan's shoe thrown out by Yang Kai to meet the sound wave attack, Gao Shan and Lu Shui's faces changed drastically. If Ning Yuan's shoe died here, they wouldn't be able to go back and explain it to Ning Boyang. With a loud shout, Lu Shui put away his flute and his figure flickered. Using the divine technique, he appeared in front of Ning Yuan's shoe and blocked the sound wave attack with his back. At the same time, he reached out to grab Ning Yuan's shoe. Asterisk poo poo. Asterisk the sound wave hit Lu Shui squarely, causing him to stagger and a trace of blood to overflow from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was injured. Boy, you're courting death. Lu Shui, who had suffered such a big loss, was unwilling to give up. Glaring at Yang Kai, he roared. Heh heh. Yang Kai chuckled in a low voice without saying a word. Not good. Take the young palace master away from here. Gao Shan suddenly shouted. Lu Shui also realized that they couldn't stay here for long because they had been delayed for a while. Luo Yuan had already caught up. In the distance, Luo Yuan stretched out his hand, which seemed to be able to stir up the world's momentum. As he stretched out his hand, the wind and clouds in the sky changed and an unimaginable pressure spread out. Many cultivators paled. Gao Shan and Lu Shui's figures flickered as they quickly fled into the distance. Before he left, he didn't forget to leave behind some harsh words. Yang, obediently come to the holy palace and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape. Don't run if you have the guts. Yang Kai shouted with a megaphone in his hand. How could Gao Shan and Lu Shui care about him? They had already disappeared without a trace. The next moment, Luo Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Getting closer to him, Luo Yuan's current state was simply chilling. The dense and substantial energy swirled around his body like a vortex, as if it could crush the laws of heaven and earth. Wherever he passed, space shattered and the universe collapsed. Countless spatial cracks visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions like swimming fish. However, it was quickly repaired by the laws of heaven and earth. Many of the cultivator who came here quickly retreated, not daring to come within 1,000 feet of Luo Yuan. Yang Kai's expression also became solemn as he stared at Luo Yuan indifferently. At this moment, although Luo Yuan Chi's sure had reached its peak, he was covered in blood. It could be seen that when he was fighting Gao Shan and Lu Shui earlier, he did not have much of an advantage. But although his appearance was miserable, his eyes were extremely bright. Brother Luo. The round-faced woman looked at Luo Yuan with distress. He stammered out a cry. Luo Yuan did not look at her, and just glanced at Yang Kai. In that glance, Yang Kai saw a high fighting spirit in his eyes. He quickly said, Brother Luo, you must finish what you started. Don't give up halfway. They ran that way, aren't you going to chase after them? As he spoke, he pointed in a direction to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan looked at him for a while before nodding slightly. When your cultivation improves a little, you and I will definitely fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yuan had already chased in the direction Gao Shan and Lu Shui fled. After he left, the sound of people gasping for breath could be heard one after another. Everyone seemed to have put down a big stone in their hearts. They looked at each other and had a strange feeling that they had just survived a disaster. Among the crowd, one person was sneakily retreating. But before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly felt a chill behind him, causing his face to change drastically, and he quickly turned his head to look. Hugh. What he saw was a short, fat man in sloppy clothes with a rosy nose and a flushed face exhaling a mouthful of hot air at him. Caught off guard, Zhuang Pan inhaled most of the hot air and could not help but turn pale. He staggered back a few steps and covered his mouth with one hand, making a gurgling sound in his throat as if he was about to vomit. Fortunately, his cultivation was not bad, and he forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit. The short fat man looked at him with a grin, then picked up his big cyan gourd, poured it into his mouth, and burped loudly. Elder Joe. Zhuang Pan looked at this person and could not help but have an ugly expression. When he saw another person flash out from behind Drunkard, his expression became even uglier and the corners of his mouth twitched as he called out, "City Lord Master." Duan Yuan Shan coldly snorted. "It's rare for you to remember that this Duan is the City Lord Master. Deacon Zhuang is really considerate." Duan Yuan Shan's bellyful of grievances seemed to have finally been vented at this moment, causing him to feel indescribably happy. Zhuang Pan smiled awkwardly and said, "City Lord Master must be joking. This Zhuang has worked for the City Lord Master for decades, so how could I not remember this?" "Is that so?" Duan Yuan Shan glanced at him and sneered. "A few days ago, I saw that Deacon Zhuang seemed to have forgotten. How could that be?" Zhuang Pan flatly denied and explained, "A few days ago, there were some reasons." As he spoke, Qin Chaiyong's figure flickered and suddenly appeared beside Zhuang Pan, forming a triangle with Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard, surrounding Zhuang Pan. Poor Zhuang Pan's cultivation was only in the first-order Dao source realm, so when he saw the three of them glaring at him with malicious intent, how could he not know what they wanted to do? He was so scared that his legs turned to jelly, and he could not help shouting, "What are you doing? Don't forget that this Zhuang is not the Deputy City Lord of Maplewood City, but a deacon of Flying Saint Palace." As soon as these words came out, Duan Yuan Shan and the others frowned and revealed looks of dread. A mere Zhuang Pan was nothing. No matter which of the three of them attacked, they would not be at a disadvantage. If the three of them really joined forces, Zhuang Pan would have no chance of survival. However, Zhuang Pan's current status was the source of their dread. The status of a deacon of Flying Saint Palace was neither high nor low, but it still carried the name of Flying Saint Palace. If the three of them really did something to Zhuang Pan here, the news would definitely spread to Flying Saint Palace under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Qin Chaiyong had the Qin family to protect, while Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard had the entire Maplewood City to take care of. If they really offended Flying Saint Palace because of this, their good days would come to an end. Seeing the change in the expressions of the three, the fear in Zhuang Pan's heart was swept away and he grinned. "City Lord Duan, this Zhuang is very afraid of you staring at this Zhuang so aggressively. Can you not look at me so fiercely?" His words were full of ridicule, causing the faces of Duan Yuan Shan and the other two to turn extremely ugly. Saying so, Zhuang Pan actually took 2 steps forward and reached out to pat Drunkard's big belly, sneering, "Elder Drunkard, don't drink so much when you have nothing better to do. Back then, you were also a handsome young master of Maplewood City. Now that the flowing time great emperor has passed, what have you become? If those women who admired you back then knew that you had become like this, they would be very sad." Drunkard didn't say a word, just picked up the big wine gourd and poured another mouthful of wine into his mouth. Zhuang Pan then turned his gaze to Qin Chaiyong and said, "Old Ghost Qin, it's not easy for you to support the Qin family alone, right? Have you ever thought about what the fate of your Qin clan would be like if you were to die one day? What will happen to Qin Yu?" As soon as this remark came out, Qin Chaiyong's expression changed drastically. Qin Yu was Qin Chaiyong's biggest weakness, so Zhuang Pan's words had obviously angered him. Zhuang Pan chuckled and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Do you want to join Flying Saint Palace? This deacon may be able to introduce you to them." "Humph." Qin Chaiyong snorted heavily. "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." Seeing Qin Chaiyong give him such a look, Zhuang Pan's smiling face suddenly sank, and he turned to look at Duan Yuan Shan and said, "City Lord Duan, this Zhuang has accompanied young palace master to Maplewood City to invite City Lord Duan to join Flying Saint Palace. What do you think, City Lord Duan?" Although Maplewood City was a small city, it did not possess many natural products or resources. In fact, no one had even tried to rob it before, but now many ore veins and earth veins had appeared around the city, making it a highly sought-after city. Duan Yuan Shan was the City Lord of Maplewood City, so if Duan Yuan Shan was willing to join Flying Saint Palace, Maplewood City would become Flying Saint Palace's territory, and all the mineral lodes would naturally belong to Flying Saint Palace. If other great forces wanted to get their hands on them, they would have to weigh their own strength and confidence. Hearing Zhuang Pan's question, Duan Yuan Shan's face turned cold, and he didn't say a word. Zhuang Pan sneered, "City Lord Duan, This opportunity is right in front of you. Don't let it slip through your fingers. This Zhuang knows that City Lord Duan's cultivation has reached the second-order Dao source realm. Don't you want to take another step forward? If Master Palace Master personally instructs you for some time, you may have a chance to break through to the third order. Hearing this, Duan Yuanshan trembled and his eyes flashed, but soon his expression calmed down again and he coldly snorted. You want this Duan to submit to Flying Saint Palace? That's impossible. Zhuang Pan jumped up and said in exasperation, Duan Yuanshan, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Scram, and don't appear in Maplewood City again, or don't blame this Duan for being impolite. Suppressing his murderous intent and letting Zhuang Pan leave was already the limit of what he could do, as well as the limit of his patience. Zhuang Pan had fled at the last moment and left them to die, so even if he killed him 10,000 times, it wouldn't be too much. What's more, after Zhuang Pan returned to Maplewood City with Ning Yuanshu, he was like a fox exploiting the tiger's might, ridiculing and suppressing Duan Yuanshan and drunkard everywhere. If Duan Yuanshan hadn't been wary of such a villain joining Flying Saint Palace, how could he have let him go so easily? Chapter 2263. Impolite. Zhuang Pan immediately cried out. He sneered and said, How impolite? This deacon would like to see if you, Duan Yuanshan, have the guts to be impolite to me. Hit me, hit me, hit me if you dare. Zhuang Pan put his face in front of Duan Yuanshan and the others, constantly shouting provocatively. The surrounding cultivators all shook their heads in disdain. Although this was the first time these foreign cultivators had met Zhuang Pan, and they didn't even know of his existence, a person's nature could often be seen just by listening to a few words. Zhuang Pan was undoubtedly the kind of person who would become arrogant after getting his way, which made him despise people. The patriarchs of the several great families of Maplewood City, who had rushed over, all wore gloomy expressions, as if they were grieving for the death of a rabbit. Over the years, under the management and restraint of the City Lord's mansion, although there had been some small frictions and conflicts between the several great families, there had never been any serious battles. Many times, the City Lord's mansion had become a buffer and a mediator for the several great families, so everyone was quite convinced by the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, seeing the City Lord, the Vice City Lord, and the patriarch of the Qin family being humiliated by Zhuang Pan, they all felt uncomfortable. Pa! A crisp sound rang out, resounding through the world. Everyone was stunned, cold sweat dripping down their faces as they thought to themselves, Did he really hit him? Is the City Lord's master so bold? Puzzled, they all looked over. In the next moment, everyone showed a look of understanding. They saw a figure standing in front of Zhuang Pan, shaking his neck and rubbing his wrist. It was as if he was about to go all out. Who? Who dares to hit me? Zhuang Pan was stunned by the slap just now. At this moment, he only felt that half of his cheek was swollen and completely numb. His head was tilted to the side under the strong swing, so he didn't see clearly who did it. After he came back to his senses, he immediately shouted loudly and hysterically, Who is it? He had just finished shouting. Then he saw Yang Kai grinning at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Yang Kai looked like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. A chill ran down his spine, and he didn't dare to say any more harsh words. He swallowed them back into his stomach. Very interesting. As Yang Kai spoke, he sent out another slap. Pa! A crisp sound was heard. Zhuang Pan's other cheek also swelled up, and a few bloody teeth flew out. Yang Kai grabbed his collar with one hand. Keeping him in place in front of him, his other hand began to move at a leisurely pace. Each move was heavier than the last, and the origin energy under his palm began to fluctuate more and more violently. Pa pa pa, a rhythmic sound rang out. His voice reverberated throughout the wilderness. In this world, Yang Kai fanned himself. He sneered, There's actually someone who takes the initiative to ask others to hit him. Such a clear and refined wish. This is the first time I've heard of it, so I've decided to satisfy you. Looking at this scene, all the cultivators suddenly felt a sense of pain just by looking at it. They couldn't help but touch their cheeks. Zhuang Pan was completely stunned. It took him a while to regain his senses. He kept struggling, trying to get rid of Yang Kai's control. But how could he do it with his cultivation base in the First Order Dao Source realm? Yang Kai's origin energy covered him, directly suppressing his power in his body. He couldn't move at all. In despair, Zhuang Pan cried out loudly and begged for mercy. "Lord Yang, stop hitting me. Lord Yang, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Let me go, I'll apologize to you. I'm a deacon of the Flying Saint Palace. Let me go. Bastard. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. If you dare to do this again, I'll fight you. Whoa. Lord Yang, please spare my life. I don't want to die yet." The surrounding cultivators watched this scene and heard Zhuang Pan's words. They all had black lines on their faces, secretly despising Zhuang Pan for having no integrity. His death was not to be regretted. After dozens of slaps, Zhuang Pan's face was no longer human. When Yang Kai beat Ning Yuanshu before, he didn't kill him. After all, Ning Yuanshu's identity was special. He had a father in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai didn't want to go too far and cause trouble for himself. But it was different for Zhuang Pan. Every slap of Yang Kai's was filled with origin energy. After dozens of slaps, the meridians in Zhuang Pan's body were shattered. In other words, even if Zhuang Pan survived this time, he would become a cripple in the future, without the slightest bit of cultivation and the possibility of cultivating again. "Brother Yang." Duan Yuanshan looked at Zhuang Pan's miserable appearance and couldn't bear to see him like this. He said with waning interest, "Forget it, he's afraid of death. It's just his nature to run away. He didn't do anything to us, just give him a quick death." Drunkard burped, his narrowed eyes flashing with a cold light as he said, "If you don't kill the snake, you'll just let the tiger return to the mountain." Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and covered Zhuang Pan's head. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and pushed Drunkard's hand away, smiling as he said, "There's no need to trouble Vice City Lord Master with such trivial matters." It was inconvenient for Drunkard to make a move, but Yang Kai was different. In any case, he had even beaten up Ning Yuanshu, so what was the point of killing Zhuang Pan? The conflict between him and Flying Saint Palace wasn't just a matter of a day or two. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand shook slightly and a surge of source qi poured into Zhuang Pan's body. Yang Kai then pushed Zhuang Pan into the air. "Ah!" Zhuang Pan let out a shrill cry, but that cry came to an abrupt end. His body suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of blood that sprinkled down. The surrounding cultivators were all silent out of fear. But when they remembered that Yang Kai had even killed the Vice Valley Master of Evil Moon Valley, they secretly felt that this scene wasn't a big deal. Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard both cast grateful looks at Yang Kai, as if they were thanking him for cleaning up Maplewood City. At this moment, the world energy shook again, and an indescribable feeling suddenly burst out in all directions. Then, a rumbling sound like muffled thunder came from the depths of the earth. Everyone was startled and looked around. "Everyone, do you feel that the world energy has suddenly become much richer?" A second-order Tao Source Realm cultivator in the crowd suddenly asked. Someone immediately replied, "I felt it before, but I thought it was just my imagination. Since Brother Lu also said so, it seems to be true. The world energy has changed, so it is very likely that something has happened to the mineral lode and earth vein." As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes lit up. After exchanging glances with each other, they all used their movement skills and flew towards the mineral lode and earth vein. Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard, as the masters of this place, naturally couldn't just sit back and watch, so after bidding farewell to Yang Kai, they immediately followed the crowd. "Brother Yang." Qin Chaiyang looked at Yang Kai. "It seems that the movement we felt before was not caused by the battle between Luo Yuan, Gao Shan, and Lu Shui, but by the earth vein and mineral lode underground. That should be it." Yang Kai nodded. He had also thought that the movement was caused by the battle between Luo Yuan, Gao Shan, and Lu Shui, but now it seemed that there was another reason. "Do you want to go and have a look?" Qin Chaiyang asked Yang Kai for his opinion. "Of course I have to take a look at such an interesting matter." Yang Kai grinned, but just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of Thousand Leaves Sec's Yi Jing Han standing not far away, looking at him quietly. Yang Kai's face sank. This woman was like a plaster that he couldn't get rid of, and she really annoyed him. Seeing that Yang Kai's expression had darkened, Yi Jing Han tactfully took the initiative to step back, a sad look on her face that made one feel sorry for her. "Let's go," Yang Kai said and flew towards the source of the movement. Before the two of them reached the place, they could already see the horizon in the distance. 7 colored rays of light were flying in the sky, and magic clouds were covering it. The wilderness seemed to have turned into a paradise in an instant. What's going on? Qin Chaiyang was also confused. When the demonic qi had besieged the city, they had come to the sealed area to ask Qin Yu to strengthen the seal. Although they had failed at the last step, they hadn't noticed anything unusual about the sealed area at that time. Apart from the boundless demonic qi, there was nothing else there. But a few months later, many earth veins and mineral veins had been discovered here, which really surprised them. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, a loud explosion rang out, and in Yang Kai's field of vision, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground, and from that hole, a beam of light shot up into the sky. Fluorescent light was flowing within the beam of light, and it spiraled into the sky, breaking a hole in the clouds. This is, my God. Is there such a thing in this world? All the cultivator who came here shouted and looked up at the beam of light. Releasing their divine sense, they soon perceived the true nature of the beam of light. It was actually formed from the purest world energy, and it was so rich that it had almost turned into liquid. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't control themselves. Their expressions were extremely excited. This was because the purity and density of the spirit qi here was simply beyond their imagination. Although the cultivators who came here were not of noble birth, they were still members of medium-sized sects and clans. In these medium-sized sects and clans, there were some cultivation holy lands. In these holy lands, the spirit qi was much denser than in ordinary places. Disciples could cultivate and advance much faster in these holy lands. But at this moment, everyone found that the world energy in their cultivation holy lands was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Perhaps only the blessed lands and grotto heavens occupied by the top sects could have such a scene. While they were still in shock, the top of the beam of light suddenly exploded, and an unimaginably rich world energy appeared to be radiating, spreading in all directions. Asterisk patter patter patter. Asterisk, it was raining in the sky. It was a rain of world energy. In the wilderness, the density of the heaven and earth spirit qi was increasing at an unimaginable speed. It was increasing, and increasing. In an extremely short period of time, everyone was in a sea of spiritual energy. Chapter 2264. In less than half a cup of tea's time, an area of several tens of thousands of kilometers was completely covered by this extremely rich world energy sea, causing many cultivators to be unable to see anything. Even Maplewood City, which was 2,000 kilometers away, benefited greatly from this world energy sea. Countless cultivators rushed to the top of the city wall and raised their eyes to look around, their eyes filled with excitement as they opened their arms to welcome the rich world energy sea. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk, the sound of invisible shackles being undone suddenly rang out in every corner of Maplewood City. These strange sounds came from the bodies of many cultivators, causing them to tremble and have strange expressions on their faces. I actually broke through. I broke through to the second-order origin king realm. Woo woo woo. I was actually able to touch the shackles of the origin returning realm while I was alive. I can die in peace. Ha 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 ha. This young master is truly talented, a rare genius. He broke through 3 minor realms in an instant and reached the divine ascension realm. This young master is invincible. Cheers of joy could be heard one after another. In this unbelievably rich world energy, there were constantly martial artists breaking through their own realms and climbing to a higher realm of martial arts. There wasn't much of an abnormality when breaking through a minor realm, but when breaking through a great realm, one would welcome a baptism of world energy. As a result, the sky above Maplewood City quickly darkened. The darkness that swallowed all light suddenly shrouded the entire city, as if the end of the world had arrived. Then, winds and clouds converged in the sky as energy gathered and swirled. The power of the world fell down and poured into the bodies of the cultivators who had broken through to the next great realm, cleansing their divine souls and bodies. Maplewood City was completely boiling. As for Yang Kai and the others who were in the sealed area outside the city, the benefits were even more obvious. All the Tao Source Realm cultivators were stunned in place. They closed their eyes and sensed the rich world energy around them, opening their minds to absorb it. They didn't need to circulate their secret arts and only needed to stand in place for the omnipresent world energy to continuously pour into their limbs and bones, making them feel comfortable both physically and mentally. Creaking sounds also came from Yang Kai's body. This made his expression turn strange, but it soon turned to excitement. "Brother Yang." Qin Chaoyang suddenly shouted with difficulty. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Qin Chaoyang. "This old master can't hold on." Qin Chaoyang's expression was ugly, as if he had been constipated for many days. Hearing this, he glanced at Yang Kai and said, "I probably need to find a place to calm myself and break through." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai's Qin family's name, Yang's patriarch, of course. Of world, of course, of world of heaven's world. Yang of world of heavens of heaven 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 of it. This could be considered his own fortuitous encounter. If not for this opportunity, with Qin Zhao Yang's talent and age, he would not have been able to touch the threshold of the second-order Tao source realm, even if he died. Of Yang of heaven of heaven. Qin Zhao Yang smiled bitterly. The timing isn't right. This old master would like to ask Brother Yang to stand guard for me for a while. No problem. Yang Kai readily agreed. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai found that many cultivators were looking excited, and the source qi in their bodies was surging endlessly. It seemed that they were also about to break through. "Let's go to the source." Yang Kai grabbed Qin Chaoyang and rushed forward. There were too many people at the moment, and all of them were Tao source realm cultivators. The fluctuations caused by a breakthrough were bound to be very chaotic, so it was not suitable to stay here. Since Qin Chaoyang showed signs of breaking through, he could not waste it. So he decided to enter the tiger's den. The source. Qin Chaoyang narrowed his eyes and soon understood what Yang Kai was referring to. He actually pulled Yang Kai towards the huge hole, and swooped down while enduring the impact of the boundless world energy. As it turned out, Yang Kai's approach was correct. The further down they went, the more terrifying the purity and richness of the world energy became. Originally, the world energy they felt from above was already astonishing enough, but when they went down, they realized the difference between the heaven and earth. With the help of such a vast sea of world energy, Qin Chaoyang felt that it was impossible for him to fail this breakthrough. He could not help but feel excited, and his face glowed, as if he had become dozens of years younger. The two fell all the way down, and it seemed that they had fallen more than 1,000 feet before they reached the ground. The situation below was the same as above. Both were shrouded in an unimaginable amount of world energy. It was as if they were soaking in water. However, this water was not ordinary water, but world energy liquid. Yang Kai did not have any intention of stopping. He found a direction and continued to rush forward. After a long time, he suddenly stopped, looked around, and said, "The patriarch of the Qin family should break through here. No one should come here for a while." Everyone was busy absorbing the pure world energy to prepare for their breakthrough. Who would have the time to explore? So what Yang Kai said made sense. Qin Chaoyang was afraid that he really could not hold on, so he just nodded and sat down cross-legged without saying a word. He formed a series of hand seals and silently circulated his secret art. Soon he entered the state. Yang Kai waved his hand and 3 beautiful figures appeared in front of him in an instant. "Sir, what is this place?" As soon as Zhang Ruoxi appeared, she noticed that this place was unusual and could not help covering her red lips in shock. Hua Qingxi, on the other hand, widened her beautiful eyes and said in a trembling voice, Yang Kai, you didn't break into a great sex paradise without permission, did you?" Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile, but she did not say anything. Yang Kai smiled and said, "How could that be? Then the world energy here." Hua Qingxi was shocked to the extreme. "How is it compared to the cultivation holy land of Star Soul Palace?" Yang Kai asked with interest. "Not bad." Hua Qingxi pondered for a moment and said, "The forbidden zones of Star Soul Palace are divided into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and mortal. With my cultivation, I have only entered the cultivation holy land of earth grade, and I spent a lot of sect contribution points. The world energy here is even better than the cultivation holy land of earth grade. What about the cultivation holy land of heaven grade?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "I don't know." Hua Qingxi shook her head and said bitterly, "That is the place where the master of the emperor realm goes to cultivate. With my cultivation, I am not qualified." Yang Kai gently nodded. "What is this place? How can there be such rich world energy?" Hua Qingxi asked again. "It's the sealed area you went to last time. I don't know what's down there, but there are suddenly a lot of earth veins and or veins." Hua Qingxi was stunned when she heard this. It was when she went to the sealed area last time that she lost her freedom and was caught by Yang Kai into the sealed world bead, where she was implanted with the soul brand. However, it was also because of this that she was able to obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, which greatly increased her chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm. No one could say for sure what the gains and losses were. In any case, Hua Qingxi was not very resistant to the current situation, and her attitude towards Yang Kai was becoming more and more amiable. Enough chit-chat, it would be a pity to let go of such an opportunity. Quickly meditate and absorb as much world energy as possible. Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoshi nodded after hearing this and quickly found a place to sit down cross-legged, each of them circulating their divine technique to absorb the world energy here. Hua Qingxi was a disciple of Star Soul Palace and a powerful cultivator in the Third Order Tao Source realm. Although she failed miserably at Yang Kai's hands and was subdued by him, she was not weak. On the contrary, she was very strong. At this moment, she silently circulated her divine technique, and in an instant, her delicate body became a bottomless pit as a steady stream of world energy gathered into her body. Yang Kai was amazed and secretly admired the mystery of Star Soul Palace's divine technique. Following that, something even more shocking happened. Not far away, a whistling sound came from Zhang Ruoshi's body, like the whistling sound of a strong wind. Accompanied by this strange sound, Zhang Ruoshi's delicate body also became a bottomless pit as more and more world energy was absorbed by her. Zhang Ruoshi's cultivation aura increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ka, a strange sound suddenly rang out, and an invisible wave of qi, centered on Zhang Ruoshi's delicate body, spread out in all directions, and a grandeur instantly filled the air. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Since the last time Zhang Ruoshi's bloodline awakened, her cultivation speed began to increase by leaps and bounds, and the denser the world energy aura was, the more obvious the effect was. She seemed to have no such thing as a bottleneck at all. As long as she accumulated enough strength in her body, she could naturally break through. Even her Shur was reaching the grand accomplishment stage without the slightest stagnation. The scene in front of him was the result of Zhang Ruoshi successfully breaking through to the Third Order Origin returning realm. Yang Kai really didn't know what was going on with this little girl's body or how mysterious her bloodline power was, but it was undeniable that this underground situation was the most suitable place for Zhang Ruoshi to cultivate. Yang Kai couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if Zhang Ruoshi were to cultivate in the heaven-grade cultivation holy land of Star Soul Palace for a few years. She might even be able to reach the level of the Emperor realm. Master, you seem to be about to break through too. Lu Yan looked at Yang Kai with bright eyes. Her cultivation wasn't weak now, so she could naturally sense the fluctuations in Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble you to guard this place." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out the sealed world bead, formed a seal, and pointed at the sealed world bead. In an instant, an invisible gap seemed to open in the sealed world bead, and a huge suction force came from inside, sucking in the surrounding world energy. The surging world energy was like 10,000 streams flowing into the sea. It was a spectacular sight. He tossed the sealed world bead to Lu Yan and said, "Find a place to hide. There are still a lot of people here." Lu Yan nodded and took the sealed world bead, her tender body disappearing in a flash. No one knew where she went to hide. But before she left, Yang Kai noticed that she was looking at everyone with a little envy. After all, such an opportunity could benefit everyone, but it had nothing to do with her, so naturally she felt lonely. Chapter 2265. Lu Yan did not have a physical body, so apart from swallowing and fusing with some special energy to enhance her strength, she could not absorb world energy to increase her own cultivation like a cultivator. This was also the reason why Yang Kai asked her to act as his protector. After Lu Yan disappeared, Yang Kai stretched out his hand again and released the monster insect queen and blood beast that he had not used for a long time. As his cultivation improved, the role of these two blood beasts had become less and less important, especially the blue flame thunder wolf, which was only at the second order Tao source realm. It was useless against weak enemies, but it was also useless against strong enemies, so this was a good opportunity for it to play a role. Moving his divine sense slightly, Yang Kai had the two blood beasts hide nearby, while he found a place far away from Qin Chaiyang and the others and sat down cross-legged. The fluctuations in the aura in his body became more and more obvious, which was the prelude to a breakthrough. Yang Kai calmly circulated his secret art. Being underground was like sitting on a spirit spring. There was no need for him to circulate his secret art as the omnipresent world energy continued to gather towards him, filling his limbs and bones, and settling down in his dantian. Time passed slowly as Yang Kai continued to accumulate his strength. At a certain moment, the strength in his body suddenly reached a critical point. This critical point was like an invisible wall, blocking Yang Kai's path forward, preventing him from seeing further and more beautiful scenery. He remained calm and collected, quietly gathering all of his strength and attacking the shackles. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk, a sound rang out from his soul, and Yang Kai's body shook slightly. His face turned pale. A trace of pain appeared on his face. Contrary to his expectations, he didn't succeed this time, and he failed at the critical moment. This was something he had rarely encountered since he began cultivating. Only when he was very weak did he have such an experience. The feeling of failing to break through gave him a feeling of nostalgia. He did not panic. Instead, he grinned maliciously. This time's breakthrough wasn't because of his cultivation, but because of an external force. It was normal for there to be some obstacles, but this obstacle couldn't stop Kai Yang's heart of martial arts. On the contrary, it stimulated his fighting spirit even more. He calmed himself down and continued to accumulate his strength. A moment later, he launched another attack. Boom, 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 again and again. The source qi in Yang Kai's body trembled incessantly, and every impact caused him to feel a heart-wrenching pain. The unbearable pain of both the physical body and soul was not something an ordinary person could endure. If he became discouraged, his martial heart would stop here. It would be impossible for him to improve in the future. Countless cultivators doubted themselves because they could not bear such pain. Then it was buried in oblivion. A cultivator could only reach the peak by advancing courageously. The pain did not make Yang Kai lose his confidence, nor did it make him panic. Instead, it made him feel calmer and calmer. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. Life is created by oneself. One's realm is born from one's heart, and all things are transformations. All things are born from one's heart and destroyed by one's heart. A trace of enlightenment leisurely climbed into Yang Kai's heart, and he suddenly felt enlightened. A layer of invisible force lingered around his body, turning into an invisible force that cut through the shackles, smashing the wall in front of him and stepping onto the broad road ahead. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk, waves of air visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out in all directions from Yang Kai's body. The aura of a second-order Tao source realm instantly filled the air. However, Yang Kai remained motionless as a strange feeling arose in his heart. In this feeling, his soul avatar seemed to have broken out of its shell and slowly floated up, allowing him to see everything below. He clearly saw Lu Yen holding the sealed world bead and hiding in the void. The world energy essence was constantly flowing into the sealed world bead, becoming the world energy inside the sealed world bead. Perhaps because of some inexplicable connection with Yang Kai, when Yang Kai looked at her, Lu Yen suddenly frowned and looked up at Yang Kai with a blank look in her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai saw Hua Qingxi frantically absorbing the world energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor to lay a solid foundation for her future breakthrough to the Emperor realm. He saw Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation rising steadily. In just a short while, she had already reached the Origin King realm and was being baptized by the world energy. Just like when Zhang Ruoxi broke through to the Origin Returning realm in the Four Seasons realm, when she broke through to the Origin King realm this time, the huge phantom suddenly appeared behind her again. This phantom was white and hazy, huge and unparalleled, but judging from its body shape, it was a woman. Moreover, it was a stunning woman with a graceful figure. She held a giant sword in both hands and stood in front of her. Her beautiful eyes shone like stars. Yang Kai's divine sense fell into a trance when he glanced at her. The huge phantom opened its red lips and inhaled sharply, directly absorbing the world energy gathering in the sky. Immediately after, the phantom shrank back into Zhang Ruoxi's body. This little girl had directly broken through to the Origin King realm without any hindrance or danger. Yang Kai also saw many Tao Source realm cultivators breaking through their bottlenecks. Some were laughing wildly, while others had a difficult look on their faces as they tried to break through their shackles. Yang Kai's soul continued to rise, and soon, it was several thousand meters in the air. He looked up and saw that Maplewood City, 2,000 kilometers away, was now bustling with activity. In the sky, masses of world energy transformed into tests and tribulations visible to the naked eye, baptizing the cultivators below who were breaking through to the great realm. From time to time, someone would succeed in breaking through and let out a long howl. Yang Kai's eyes looked further into the distance as his soul continued to rise. Soon, the entire Maplewood City became a small black dot. Yang Kai looked up and saw a sky full of twinkling stars as the heavenly cycle star array shifted. Somehow, the power of the laws of the world seemed to be within reach. Yang Kai's face showed a strange look as he reached out to grab the void around him and clenched hard. It was as if he didn't catch anything, but he did catch something. Yang Kai was at a loss. At that moment, an invisible world force suddenly descended from the sky and descended above Yang Kai's head. This world force contained unimaginable power and extremely terrifying destructive intent. Not good, Yang Kai exclaimed in his heart. With a slight movement of his divine sense, he descended at an extremely fast speed and returned to his body in the blink of an eye. Hong. The mighty power of heaven and earth followed closely behind and blasted his body. Yang Kai's entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. His expression changed drastically as the source chi in his body trembled uneasily. Poo. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood, and his aura instantly withered, but his eyes were as bright as stars. What is this? Yang Kai looked up at the void and grinned. A warning. Can I peek into the world principles in advance? Damn those damned heavens. He was certain that if not for the suppression of the world force just now, he might have been able to peek into the world principles with a little more effort. If that was the case, he could create world principles with a single thought, and he would have the capital that only the Emperor realm had. Unfortunately, at the last moment, he was hindered by the world force and failed. The world force did not seem to allow him to do so. However, it was not as if he had gained nothing. After cursing, Yang Kai lowered his head again and opened his hands. When his 5 fingers flicked, the power of space principles lingered and tiny void cracks flowed from his fingertips as if they were alive. His control of space principles was much more skillful than before. With a flick of his fingers, the tiny void cracks flew out like flying needles and pierced into the surrounding stone walls, devouring them one after another. Yang Kai grinned as a satisfied expression appeared on his face. In the past, he would not have been able to control space principles to such an exquisite extent, but now he could. Although this kind of attack was weaker than the moon blade, it was more difficult to defend against. In some cases, it would be more useful than the moon blade. Immediately after, Yang Kai checked his cultivation again and found that he had broken through to the second-order Tao source realm. Only then did he put away the resentment in his heart and take out some pills and stuff them into his mouth. Although the shock of the world force just now did not hurt him too much, it was not something he could ignore. Who knew if such an injury would have any sequelae, so the sooner he healed, the better. While Yang Kai was recuperating, Qin Zhao Yang had already condensed his strength to the peak. In the next instant, his body shook as waves of energy radiated out from him. His aura soared, causing his robes to flutter loudly. In the next instant, the wrinkles on Qin Zhao Yang's face started to fade away, causing him to look as if he had become a few dozen years younger. His complexion started to become rosy, and even some black strands started to appear on his white hair. Second-order Tao source realm. Qin Chaoyang also made a breakthrough. He was not in a hurry to open his eyes and continued to sit in place, absorbing the world energy and consolidating his cultivation. Time passed slowly. At a certain moment, a cultivator who was at the critical juncture of a breakthrough suddenly frowned and showed a suspicious look. A moment later, his aura was like a balloon that had a hole poked in it, leaking out in an instant. With such a change, he immediately opened his eyes and shouted with grief and indignation, "What the hell is going on?" This father was at the critical juncture of a breakthrough. Why did the world energy suddenly become thin? His breakthrough had been triggered by the rich spirit chi in this place. But now that the spirit chi of heaven and earth had suddenly become slightly thin, he was unable to reach the critical point, causing his breakthrough to end in failure. "Ah, Brother Liu, are you the same?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away. "I thought I was the only one like this." No, the world energy is so terrifying. How could it suddenly become thin? Even if there were several people from the Emperor realm, it would be impossible to swallow such a huge amount of world energy in such a short time. Did some bastard block the spirit eye below? Another person's voice sounded. Speaking of which, I seem to have seen someone jump down. Maybe that's really the case. Which bastard is so wicked? He's going too far. Let's go and take a look. If someone really dares to do this, this father will make him bleed within 5 steps. How dare he block my breakthrough? He's too hateful. Chapter 2266. Thousands of feet underground, Yang Kai stood up. Although this was a rare opportunity to cultivate, and it would be difficult to encounter such a rich world energy in the future, Yang Kai did not intend to waste such a good time on meditation and cultivation. He wanted to know what happened here that caused such a change in the world. What's more, he had just made a breakthrough. No matter how hard he cultivated, he would not be able to improve his cultivation in a short time. He moved his divine sense slightly and sent a message to Lu Yen, asking her to continue to guard here. Just as he was about to explore further, he frowned and turned his head to look in the direction of the entrance. There were clothes fluttering and figures flickering. It seemed that many cultivators had come down. There's someone over there. Sure enough, someone came in first. Bastard, this guy must have done something to ruin our opportunity to break through. Let's go and take a look. Let's see who has the guts to do this. The noisy shouts entered Yang Kai's ears, making him quickly release his divine sense to check the situation around. Then he found the problem. The surrounding world energy seemed to be a little thinner than before. Although it was not obvious, it was indeed thinner. Aware of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lu Yan's hiding place. He didn't know if it was because the sealed world bead was swallowing the world energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, causing the world energy here to become thinner. Don't underestimate this little gap. It was very likely that it was this little gap that prevented these cultivators from reaching the critical point of breakthrough. It was probably for this reason that they came down together to investigate the reason. Thinking of this, Yang Kai quickly reached out and waved his hand. He took back Lu Yen and the sealed world bead together, lest the movement of swallowing the world energy was too big, which would attract the attention of the people who came. After doing this, he stood quietly and waited. Boy, no matter which sect you are from, you are dead this time. If you know what's good for you, come over obediently and apologize to me. Maybe I will spare your life. You ruined my opportunity. I'll fight you to the death. The group of people yelled and accused Yang Kai of being the main culprit and quickly approached him. Not long after, the group of people arrived in front of Yang Kai. Ah, it's you? This. After seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, the cultivator who had been shouting loudly suddenly fell silent. They all stood in place with cold sweat on their foreheads, looking embarrassed. The scene of Yang Kai killing Chu Huiran and Zhuang Pan was still vivid in their minds. Everyone was very afraid of Yang Kai. None of them dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers. Each and every one of them was so regretful that their intestines turned green. They blamed themselves for not understanding the situation and making a fuss. They didn't know if they had angered this fiend. Is something the matter? Yang Kai looked at the group of people indifferently and asked coldly. No. Nothing, I just came down to take a look. Haha. The scenery below is not bad. I'm just traveling with you guys. Not bad. Let's travel together. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled and said indifferently, since the scenery is not bad, then you can't miss it. Let's go and take a look. Yes. We'll go now. Seeing Yang Kai's cold expression, no one dared to stay. They all took a detour and went deeper. Before they left, many of them stared in the direction of Hua Qingxi with shock in their eyes. With everyone's strength, they could naturally sense Hua Qingxi's cultivation realm. It was not surprising that she was only in the third order Dao source realm. There were a few cultivator present who were at this level, so there was nothing to be shocked about. The key was the trace of an inexplicable aura that lingered around Hua Qingxi's body that made people yearn for it. Emperor's will. That trace of inexplicable aura was Emperor's will. It was a sign that she had touched the shackles of the Emperor realm. In other words, this woman had a great chance of advancing to the Emperor realm in the future. Why was everyone so shocked and envious? They did not know if Hua Qingxi had already touched the Emperor's will, or if it was an opportunity created by the explosion of spiritual energy. However, with such a powerhouse here in Yang Kai's protection, how would they dare to stay? Not long after, all of them had left. After they left, Yang Kai let Lu Yan out again and asked her to continue hiding beside him to protect him. Then, Yang Kai's figure swayed, and he also went deeper into the forest to explore. The deeper he went, the denser the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was as if the source of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was in some unknown place. Yang Kai could not help but be curious. He wondered what could cause the spiritual energy to surge like this. The cultivator who had gone one step ahead of him was not far ahead. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise in front of him. It was followed by the sound of gasps. They seemed to have found something incredible. Yang Kai's expression changed. Under the lingering influence of the law of space, he disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared beside everyone. Following the others' gazes, Yang Kai could not help but narrow his eyes. Not far ahead, there was a round pit that covered an area of about 10 feet in radius. From the bottom of the round pit was like the mouth of a spring. Streams of spiritual liquid gushed up like a fountain and spread in all directions. Spiritual eye. God, it's the eye of a spiritual spring. There's a spiritual spring here. It's unimaginable. No wonder the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so dense. With the existence of this spiritual spring, everything makes sense. Looking at the scale, it should be an intermediate spiritual spring. If we can establish a sect here, it will be prosperous in less than 100 years. Everyone came from mid-tier clans and sections. Looking at their respective clans and sects, there was no such thing as a spirit eye. Only those first-tier sects had the qualifications to occupy such a precious place and establish their own sections. Everyone was excited, their eyes shining brightly as they imagined what kind of earth-shaking changes it would bring to their sects and families if they occupied this spiritual spring. In less than 100 years, their strength would double, and they would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those first-rate sects. I'm afraid it's going to be troublesome. Suddenly, a person said with a bleak expression and sighed heavily. What does this friend mean? The spiritual spring is right in front of us. How could it be troublesome? Someone asked puzzledly. Yes, you're really strange. Such a heaven-sent opportunity is actually called troublesome by you. You're simply crazy. Someone else said sarcastically. The person who spoke did not refute, but instead sighed and said, Have you thought about it? Previously, there was news of a high-rank earth vein in Maplewood City. But why didn't those first-rate sects intervene? Why else? Although a high-rank earth vein and a source crystal lode are extraordinary, how could first-rate sects care about them? Only the sects we belong to would treat them as treasures. Exactly. The person looked around and said, But what if the news of a spiritual spring here were to spread? As soon as this question came out, everyone's expression changed slightly as they suddenly thought of the key point. If news of a spiritual spring were to spread, then they would definitely have nothing to do with this place. Those first-rate sects would definitely send masters to occupy this place and establish a branch here. These medium-sized families and sects would be powerless to resist and could only watch as this delicious meal was handed over to others. Thinking of this, everyone's mood suddenly became depressed, and they no longer felt as excited and happy as before. How about, we all make a great heart demon oath not to spread the news of this place? Someone suggested in a low voice. Everyone glanced at the person who spoke as if they were looking at an idiot, ridicule flashing across their faces. There were no secrets in this world, and no matter how hard they tried to conceal the existence of a spiritual spring, it was impossible to keep it a secret. One day, those first-rate sects would know about it. Moreover, the sects and families that the cultivator here belonged to were dependent on those first-rate sects to survive. Now that they had seen a treasure like a spiritual spring, they would most likely spread the news as soon as they left this place. How could they keep it a secret? I was just casually saying. The person who made the suggestion quickly realized that something was wrong and smiled awkwardly, no longer saying anything. Hong. At this moment, a loud noise came from not far in front of them, followed by a burst of spirit liquid that turned into a spirit rain that scattered in all directions. What's going on? Heavens, you must be joking with me. Another spiritual spring. After a moment of shock, everyone stared with wide eyes at a place not far in front of them, about 500 meters away, a spiritual spring suddenly appeared and spirit liquid sprayed out like a fountain. In an instant, the spirit chi underground became much denser. Yang Kai was also completely shocked and stood dumbfounded in place. Spiritual springs were things that could only be found by chance. It was already a great opportunity for those first-rate sects to occupy a spiritual spring and turn it into a holy land for cultivation. However, two spirit essences had appeared 2,000 kilometers below Maplewood City, and they were right next to each other. Looking at the scale, they were both medium-scale spiritual springs. Hong hong hong. As if they didn't think that the shock of the crowd was enough, buzzing sounds burst out one after another. The earth trembled and rubble fell. In an instant, the world energy had become so rich that it was indescribable. Several of the cultivator who couldn't reach the critical point of breaking through because of the thin world energy suddenly felt the aura in their bodies fluctuating, showing signs of breaking through. However, at this moment, they couldn't care less about their own situation. Instead, they stood there dumbfounded, looking around. Underground, the light was dim and the world energy was abundant. It was impossible to see anything, but everyone was a Tao Source Realm cultivator. With a sweep of their divine sense, the situation was clear at a glance. Everyone was shocked to find that one spiritual spring after another had appeared. In a short while, the area of 10,000 meters underground was filled with spiritual springs, not far from each other. Chapter 2267. In less than a dozen breaths of time, a total of 18 spirit wells had appeared in the area with a radius of over 100,000 feet. Among these spirit essences, the worst was a medium-grade spirit essence, and there were even 3 high-grade spirit essences. These 18 spiritual essences seemed to be arranged according to a special pattern. They were scattered underground, with 15 middle-grade spiritual essences circling the surroundings and the 3 upper-grade spiritual essences in the center. Overall, there seemed to be a great mystery. With 18 spirit essences erupting together, the scene was so spectacular that everyone was shocked speechless. After the initial excitement and shock, everyone quickly realized that something was wrong. The appearance of a medium-grade spirit essence would definitely attract the first-tier forces to intervene. Now that 18 spirit essences had appeared, and there were even 3 high-grade spirit essences, this was not something those first-tier forces could handle. Perhaps even top sects like Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and Orthodoxy Temple would be alarmed, and even Star Soul Palace might send people over. This was definitely a major event that shook the entire Southern Territory and even the entire star boundary. The name of Maplewood City would definitely spread throughout the world and be known by the world. It's over, it's completely over. Someone's mouth twitched as he whispered softly. Even though he didn't speak clearly, everyone present knew what he meant. The meaning behind his words was none other than that the fortuitous encounters here were completely unrelated to their sections. This arrangement of spirit essences, could it be the 18 stars great array? Among the crowd, a person's eyes flashed with shock as he glanced around. 18 stars great array? Someone looked at the person suspiciously. Someone asked in surprise, "Friend, are you proficient in spirit arrays?" "I know a thing or two." The person nodded. Everyone was curious. They all looked at the person and asked, "Since this friend knows spirit arrays, then tell us, what is the use of this 18 stars great array?" The person's face was pale, and his expression was ugly. After a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "I'm not sure if it is the 18 stars great array. After all, this spirit array has been lost for a long time. It seems to be something from ancient times, and there are only a few descriptions in the ancient books." The Great Ancient Formation. Cries of surprise rang out. The Ancient Era and the Primordial Era were 2 very special eras. It was said that during these 2 eras, the tides of heaven and earth fluctuated, and the power of laws was rich, giving birth to many almighty figures. However, as time passed, the power of the laws gradually thinned out, making it more and more difficult for the cultivator to advance. However, when it came to ancient and primordial items, they were all shocking items. Therefore, when they heard that the 18 Stars Grand Formation was an ancient formation, everyone became interested and wanted to find out more about it. Yang Kai's expression also changed slightly. He looked at that person. "Friend, is your surname Gong?" "The Gong family of the Tianhe Valley," someone shouted. Since he could recognize the ancient Grand Array at a glance, his attainments in array formation couldn't be underestimated. In the whole Southern Territory, only the Gong family in the Heavenly River Valley had a deep understanding of array formations. Every member of the Gong family was an array formation master. Yang Kai had dealt with Gong Wenshan of the Gong family in the Four Seasons realm. He had a deep understanding of the Gong family's research and use of array formations, so he asked this question. "Hiss, it's you." The cultivator standing next to Yang Kai seemed to come back to his senses at this moment. He was shocked and quickly moved away from Yang Kai. The others were also shocked. They took a few steps back. In an instant, there was no one next to Yang Kai. Yang Kai touched his nose and said, "I'm just here to take a look. You don't have to be so nervous." He didn't expect these people to be so afraid of him. Seeing that he was easy to talk to and didn't show any killing intent, everyone was a little relieved. "Brother Gong." Yang Kai looked at the person who spoke again. The man smiled bitterly and said, "My surname is not Gong, but I'm half a member of the Gong family." When he said this, everyone couldn't help but be confused. The man explained, "My wife is a member of the Gong family, so I also learned a lot of array formations from the Gong family. So that's how it is." Everyone showed a look of understanding. They thought that this man was probably a son-in-law of the Gong family, so he had studied array formations. "Friend, tell us about the 18 stars array," Yang Kai said. "I'm very curious about what this array formation does." The 18 stars array is an ancient array formation. The requirements to set it up are very strict. As you can see, it needs to gather 18 objects full of spirit chi, and they must be the kind that can continuously produce spirit chi. The spirit core is the best foundation to set up the array formation. When the son-in-law of the Gong family talked about array formations, his expression suddenly became solemn and he talked eloquently. It was obvious that he had a solid foundation and was convincing. And the function of this ancient array formation. He paused for a moment, then continued. "It's a seal." "A seal? Seal what?" The group of people suddenly became confused. "I don't know." The man shook his head, then turned to look at Duan Yuan Shan and said, "City Lord Duan, was there any abnormality in this place?" The corners of Duan Yuan Shan's mouth twitched. He glanced at Yang Kai and said, "Since everyone has been in Maplewood City for some time, you must know that Maplewood City was surrounded by the demonic chi a few months ago." "Hiss. Could it be that the thing sealed is actually the ancient demonic chi?" Everyone's expression changed. They couldn't stand steadily and were on the verge of collapsing. Yang Kai also showed a look of understanding. He secretly admired the methods of those ancient almighty beings. Among the people here, he knew best what was sealed in this place. It wasn't the ancient demonic chi that was sealed here, but the ancient great demon's black pupil. The black pupil that could evolve into a dark world. All of the ancient demonic chi was born from the black pupil. Using the world energy to seal the demonic chi was indeed a good method. Unfortunately, even those ancient almighty beings had underestimated the strangeness of the black pupil. Countless years had passed, but the black pupil hadn't disappeared. Although it had lost its spirituality and will, it still existed. In the end, it broke out of the ground and was obtained by Yang Kai. "Everyone, don't worry. When the demonic chi surrounded the city, 3 Master of the Emperor Realm came here to deal with it. The demonic chi should have been completely removed. In any case, we haven't detected the slightest trace of the demonic chi in the past few months." Duan Yuan Shan comforted everyone. He had always thought that the removal of the demonic chi was due to Gao Shueting and the others. It seems that the 18 stars grand array is sealing that demonic thing. The Gong family's son-in-law's face was pale, and he was a little scared. The others also sighed softly. Everyone was silent for a while before someone said, "Let's ignore the ancient demonic chi for now. Now that the 18 spirit eyes have appeared, it may be an opportunity for us." "That's right, since we can't occupy them forever. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to absorb them? What are you waiting for?" A person shouted, and his figure flickered as he rushed toward the spirit eyes. This person was decisive, and he directly stared at a high-grade spirit eye and rushed over, intending to rush in and absorb the world energy. There were only 3 high-grade spirit eyes, but there were 20 to 30 sects, families, and forces here, so he naturally wanted to take the initiative. Once this person moved, everyone couldn't hold back, and they all used their movement skills to rush toward the spirit eyes. Yang Kai also moved, and he directly used the space divine technique to teleport to the top of a high-grade spirit eye. Standing in the air, he coldly glanced ahead. In front of him, several cultivator fiercely rushed over. They seemed to be from the same sect, and their cultivation wasn't bad. The lowest cultivation was at the second-order Tao Source realm, and the leader was even at the third-order Tao Source realm. It seemed that they wanted to snatch the high-grade spirit eye. But before they could even arrive, Kai Yang had already arrived before them in a flash. Their faces turned ugly, and they all stopped in place. The leader of the cultivator was a middle-aged man, and he looked dignified and dignified. After pondering for a moment, he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, can we negotiate?" "No," Yang Kai replied decisively. The middle-aged man's face turned black, and he said with a bitter smile, "I haven't said anything yet. In any case, it's not good. Don't be like this, we're all here to make a living. Can't you give us some face? Besides, such a big spirit eye, you can't eat it all by yourself. I and my junior brother and junior sister will take half, and you can take the other half. Everyone will be happy. I like to monopolize it, and I never share it with others." Yang Kai's nose was in the air, and he looked insufferably arrogant. "Little brat, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that we're afraid of you. We just don't want to hurt everyone's face." One of the cultivators behind the middle-aged man suddenly shouted. The middle-aged man frowned, but he didn't stop him. Obviously, he was also angry. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the person who spoke and said, "If you're not afraid, why don't you just come and snatch it?" That person was furious, and it seemed that he was really going to attack. The middle-aged man was startled and quickly blocked in front of him. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, are you sure you can't?" Yang Kai said coldly, "I'll give you face if you say it properly, but if you dare to snatch it, don't blame me for slapping your face." "Slapping my face?" The middle-aged man's face changed greatly, and he suddenly recalled how Ning Yuan Shu and Zhuang Pan were slapped in the face by Yang Kai, and he suddenly felt his scalp tingle. Yang Kai looked into the distance and said, "If you go and snatch the other spirit eyes now, you might have a chance, but if you continue to talk nonsense with me, I'm afraid you won't even be able to drink the soup." The middle-aged man turned his head and suddenly became anxious. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Just as Yang Kai had said, most of the 18 spirit springs here had already been occupied by the cultivators, and there were even some who were fighting over them. For a time, the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking as rocks and sand flew everywhere. This was especially true for the other 2 high-rank spirit eyes, where the competition between the cultivator was particularly fierce. All of them were fighting on the basis of sex and families. For a time, the scene was noisy and chaotic. Duan Yuan Shan and the others were very tactful and didn't show any interest in the high-rank spirit eyes. Instead, they cooperated with Drunkard and several Maplewood City's old ancestors to snatch a mid-rank spirit eye. Chapter 2268. Among the 18 spirit springs, only the one occupied by Yang Kai was the safest. Everyone had seen Yang Kai's ferocious methods before, so no one dared to compete with him. So they took the initiative to avoid provoking this fiend. Yang Kai was happy to see this. He didn't pay attention to the fighting in the other spirit springs and instead sent a message to Lu Yen, asking her to bring Hua Qingxi and the others over. After doing all this, his figure flickered, and he charged into the spirit spring's eye, falling into it in an instant. In the next moment, Yang Kai felt the thick and viscous world energy all around him. The feeling of this world energy pouring into his body made him feel very comfortable, and he couldn't control himself. He had just broken through to the second-order Tao Source realm, but he actually showed signs of stabilizing in a short time. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly formed hand seals to absorb the world energy. At the same time, he took out the sealed world bead and with a flick of his hand, opened a gap in the sealed world bead, allowing the small sealed world to pour in the world energy for the sealed world bead to accept. But soon, Yang Kai frowned and looked down, his eyes shining brightly, as if they could see through the void. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to see something shooting out from the spirit spring at an extremely fast speed. He could hear the whooshing sound of something breaking through the air. Not good. Yang Kai's heart sank. He didn't know what was shooting out from the spirit spring, but he felt an extremely dangerous aura. He hurriedly urged the source qi in his body to form a layer of protection on the surface of his body, and at the same time, His figure flickered as he tried to escape. But it was already too late. Asterisk shio shio shio. Hong hong hong. Asterisk inexplicable things rushed out at an incredible speed and hit Yang Kai's body. Every hit was like a falling meteor. In an instant, Yang Kai felt pain all over his body, and with the help of the impact, he rushed out of the spirit spring. Following closely behind him, streaks of white light danced out like stars in the sky, shooting in all directions. What the hell? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he dodged to the side and used his eyesight to observe carefully. Soon, his expression was brilliant and varied. This was because he had discovered that the things that had rushed out from the spirit well and struck his body were fist-sized pieces of origin crystals. And judging from the color and purity of the source crystals, these source crystals were at least mid-rank source crystals, and there were even a large number of high-rank source crystals mixed in them. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, his eyes burning with passion. Throughout the entire star boundary, low-rank source crystals were the basis of currency for transactions between cultivators. Low-rank source crystals, low-rank source crystals, low-rank source crystals, low-rank source crystals. They were referring to low-rank source crystals, which were equivalent to 100,000 mid-rank source crystals and 1,000 high-rank source crystals. Spirit crystals, high-rank mid-rank crystals, and a few to rank spirit mid-rank. As for high ranks, there were only a few of them. High-rank source crystals were not easy to obtain. Only the best source crystal veins would produce high-rank source crystals. And the best source crystal veins had always been controlled by the big forces. Once they were mined, they were basically digested by the sect and rarely circulated to the outside world. The higher the grade of source crystal, the more useful it was. Many sect formations and even cultivator breakthroughs required high-rank source crystals. However, at this time, from the spirit spring, a large number of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals shot out. How could Yang Kai not be shocked? Just as he was in a daze, the other 17 spirit springs also erupted together. A large number of source crystals burst out from the bottom of the spirit spring along with the surge of spirit chi. For a time, the sound of whooshing could be heard, and white lights flashed and danced in the sky. A cultivator was hit by the source crystals for a moment and couldn't help but groan as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was clear how strong the impact was. However, in just a moment, all the cultivators in the spirit spring began to boil. Source crystals, high-rank source crystals. There are actually high-rank source crystals in this spirit spring. Ha 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 ha, we're rich this time. Get lost, this spirit spring is ours. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame my brothers for not taking into account the friendship between our two sects. What a joke. Treasures belong to those who are virtuous. You bunch of trash want to seize them? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I'll fight it out with you, wah. The appearance of the 18 spirit springs had already made the scene extremely chaotic. Now that so many source crystals had appeared at the bottom of the spirit springs, all the cultivators went crazy. After all, the spirit springs couldn't be taken away. They all knew that before the news spread, they could only cultivate here for a period of time at most. However, source crystals were different. They could be taken away and were hard currency that could be circulated throughout the star boundary. A high-rank source crystal was equivalent to 10,000 low-rank source crystals. Judging from the amount of source crystals that erupted, as long as they occupied a spirit spring for a few days, it would be enough to double the financial resources of the entire sect. For a time, the sects and families that were already fighting each other became more and more unwilling to give in. Those sects that were originally harmonious looked at each other with some hostility. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. This was an immutable truth. Yang Kai. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, Hua Qingxi had already rushed over with Zhang Ruoxi, Lu Yan, and Qin Chaoyang and landed beside him. At first sight of this strange scene, Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes trembled in shock. She covered her red lips with her small hand and said in a trembling voice, "This? What's going on here?" The spirit spring is erupting with source crystals. What do you think is going on? Yang Kai grinned. Zhang Ruoxi was still young and didn't have much experience. This was the first time she had seen such a big scene. She was so shocked that her little face turned a little pale. Qin Chaoyang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His hands and feet trembled as he stared at the spirit spring and the erupting source crystals. He was stunned and speechless for a long time. Ruashi, don't worry about anything. Find a safe place to cultivate. Lu Yen will stand guard for you. As Yang Kai spoke, he gave Lu Yen a look. Lu Yen understood and pulled Zhang Ruashi to the side, sitting down near the high-rank spirit spring. However, whenever an source crystal flew over, Lu Yen simply stretched out her hand and caught it in her hand. Seeing this, Yang Kai directly threw a space ring to Lu Yen and then said to Hua Qingxi, "Let's put aside our cultivation for now. Come with me to collect the source crystals." Okay, Hua Qingxi nodded. With a flicker of her tender body, she arrived above the spirit spring with Yang Kai. At this moment, source crystals were continuously erupting from the mouth of the spring. Yang Kai stood high up in the air, opened his hand, and sent out hundreds of golden blood threads. These golden blood threads intertwined and formed a giant golden net above the mouth of the spring. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk all the erupting source crystals were blocked by this golden net and slowed down. Hua Qingxi saw this opportunity and formed a series of hand seals. With a flick of her fingers, she collected the source crystals and stuffed them into her space ring. With the two's cooperation, not a single source crystal flew out, all of them being blocked. It seems that there's nothing for me to do. Qin Chaiyang watched for a while before the corners of his mouth twitched. Brother Yang, you do what you need to do. I'll go somewhere else. With such a great opportunity, if he could accumulate a considerable amount of wealth, it would definitely become the foundation for the Qin family's resurgence. But the spirit spring occupied by Yang Kai didn't need him to do anything, so he could only turn his attention elsewhere. Looking around, Qin Chaiyang grinned meaningfully. With a flicker of his body, he arrived next to the mid-grade spirit spring where Duan Yuan Shan and the others were. Cupping his hands, he said, "City Lord Duan, brothers and sisters, this Qin greets you. Old fart, you want to take advantage of us?" Du family patriarch Du Li Shun glared at him. Zhou family patriarch Zhou Yi snorted. "Old thief Qin, you really look good when you talk with your butt between your legs. Where did you learn this from?" "What are you talking about?" Qin Chaiyang was unhappy. His beard curled as he said angrily, "You two shameless old fools. Do you believe that this old master won't beat you until your mother can't recognize you?" Zhou Yi and Du Li Shun looked at each other and laughed. "If your mother was still alive, would she recognize you?" Qin Chaiyang's face turned black. Enough nonsense. Since you're here, hurry up and help. Can't you see that the source crystals are all flying away?" Duan Yuan Shan waved his hand and shouted, "Since City Lord Duan has given the order, this one will obey." Qin Chaiyang grinned meaningfully and joined the crowd. The patriarchs were all from Maplewood City and had known each other for many years. Although there may have been some small frictions and disagreements in the past, now that there were foreign enemies invading and under the watchful eyes of so many strong masters, everyone couldn't help but want to work together for warmth. So, even if they ridiculed each other, it didn't affect their friendship. "Hey, Zhou Yi, you old fart, you actually managed to break through to the second order. The heavens are really blind." Qin Chaiyang collected the source crystals for a while, and after seeing that the situation had stabilized, he suddenly discovered that the Zhou family patriarch was the same as himself. He had taken another step forward. "What are you talking about?" Zhou Yi glared and shouted, "Old fart, if you can break through, why can't this old master?" "It seems that everyone has broken through," Du Li Shun grinned meaningfully. Only then did Qin Chaiyang remember to check the cultivations of the others, and he was surprised to find that everyone had broken through a minor realm. All the old friends of the patriarchs had reached the second-order Dao Source realm, and so had Drunkard, while Duan Yuan Shan had reached the third-order Dao Source realm. "Aya, congratulations to all of you." Qin Zhaoyang laughed heartily. "Congratulations to you too." Duan Yuan Shan grinned meaningfully. Now, our Maplewood City can be considered a force to be reckoned with. As the saying goes, brothers fight against each other over the wall. This Duan hopes that everyone can work together in the future. If the old ancestors of these patriarchs were all gathered together with Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard, this force would really be extraordinary. At the very least, it would be comparable to some mid-level sects and families. The only thing missing was a master from the Emperor realm. However, there weren't many masters in the Emperor realm. Even those mid-level sects and families might not necessarily have such a master. Hearing Duan Yuan Shan's words, everyone looked solemn and nodded in agreement. Chapter 2269. Of the three high-rank spirit eyes, one was occupied by Yang Kai, one was occupied by the octagonal door, and the third was jointly occupied by the cultivator of the two sects. The other 15 mid-rank spirit eyes were also crowded with people. In fact, the strength of the disciples of the octagonal door was not enough to occupy a high-rank spirit eye, but everyone was wary of the ferocious existence known as Luo Yuan, so no one dared to provoke the octagonal door. Only the heavens knew when Luo Yuan would come back, and if he happened to see them, no one would be able to contend with him, given that he had injured protectors Gao Shan and Lu Shui and forced them to flee. At the high-rank spirit eye where Yang Kai was, after cooperating with Hua Qingxi to collect source crystals for a while, his expression suddenly changed, and he said to Hua Qingxi, "I'll go down and take a look." It was impossible for source crystals to spray out from below for no reason. Yang Kai guessed that there must be some kind of mystery at the bottom of this spirit eye, so he wanted to go down and investigate. Now that his golden blood thread net was blocking the source crystals, Hua Qingxi only needed to collect the source crystals before they burned out, so he didn't need to stay here any longer. What's more, Lu Yan was also here, so if some blind guy dared to snatch the spirit eye, the two of them would be enough to deal with it. Be careful. Hua Qingxi didn't stop him and just solemnly exhorted. Yang Kai nodded and his figure flickered, diving down for the second time. Just like before, as soon as Yang Kai entered the spirit spring, he felt a huge resistance from below, as if it was trying to push him up. At the same time, there were also countless source crystals whistling through the air, crashing into his body. Yang Kai felt pain all over his body, but he endured it and urged his source qi. He used his space secret technique. Only then did he feel better. The further down they went, the greater the resistance. The density and richness of the surrounding spirit qi also increased. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out the sealed world bead, opened a world rift on this emperor artifact, and placed the sealed world bead in front of him, allowing the surging world energy and source crystals mixed in it to flow into the sealed world bead. He didn't know how far he had sunk. His surroundings were white and misty, and he couldn't see anything clearly. When he released his divine sense, he could only extend it to a range of 10 feet. Any further, and it would be obstructed by the boundless world energy. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's figure suddenly stopped as he stepped on solid ground. This should be the lowest position. He stood in place and silently sensed for a moment. He could clearly feel the torrents below. Moreover, the space below wasn't as narrow as he had imagined. Instead, it was extremely vast. He stood there with a strange expression on his face, and pondered for a while before releasing his divine sense to explore his surroundings vigilantly. These source crystals continued to fly upwards. Yang Kai activated his eyesight. Seeing through the obstacles around him, Yang Kai found the source of the source crystals and walked in that direction. Along the way, the sealed world bead was constantly devouring the world energy and source crystals in this place. Its harvest was unimaginable. Not long after, he suddenly stopped and focused his gaze in front of him. In that white, misty world filled with liquefied world energy, there seemed to be a behemoth in front of him. Although it was some distance away, Yang Kai could still see its vague outline. That behemoth didn't have the slightest aura of life. He didn't know what it was, but all the source crystals were flying out from that direction. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and stepped forward. After a while, he arrived in front of the black shadow and took a closer look. Finally, he saw what it was. For a moment, Yang Kai was stunned in place, unable to speak for a long time. After a long while, he burst into laughter, feeling extremely carefree. He found that the behemoth in front of him was actually a source crystal lode. Pieces of fist-sized source crystals separated from the lode and then followed the flow of world energy, turning into 18 branches and shooting upwards. The source crystals collected by the cultivator above were obviously separated from this huge lode. The lode was bright, without the slightest impurity, and the quality was pure. Such a huge and pure source crystal lode was unlikely to be found in the entire star boundary. Only in ancient times would such a thing exist. Silently feeling the 18 undercurrents of world energy above the lode, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. The 18 spirit eyes are actually connected to each other? If that's the case, then if we take this mine away, then the people above. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while, gradually unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. His huge divine sense rushed out of his knowledge sea like a flood dragon, turning into an invisible force that wrapped around the lode. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed, his cheeks turning pale as soybean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and his body trembled. He had underestimated the size of this load. With the current strength of his divine sense, he could barely wrap it up, but he couldn't stuff it into the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead was a world of its own. Although it could collect anything, even living people, Yang Kai needed to use his divine sense to do so. Depending on the size of the object collected, the density of the world energy, and the strength of its resistance, the amount of divine sense required would vary. Just like when Yang Kai first took the embodiment into the sealed world bead, although the embodiment at that time did not resist Yang Kai and even cooperated with him. Because of its size, Yang Kai still collapsed in an instant. The load in front of him was the same. Although it was undoubtedly many times smaller than when the embodiment had first taken shape, it was still a source crystal load with a surging amount of world energy. If he wanted to collect such an existence, Yang Kai estimated that if he tried to force it, his knowledge sea would be damaged. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai sent a message to the embodiment inside the sealed world bead. The next moment, the gap in the sealed world bead expanded leisurely, turning into a huge void crack that stretched in front of Yang Kai. Blue veins bulged on Yang Kai's forehead as his body trembled violently, his source chi fluctuating wildly. "Do it!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. The next moment, two giant arms stretched out from the huge void crack. These two giant arms were extremely hard and had sharp edges. Surprisingly, they were the arms of the embodiment. The Dharmakeya's arms crossed the realm and hugged the huge mine in his palms. Then he suddenly exerted force and lifted it up. Such a horrifying scene was really like the power to uproot mountains and rivers. His aura was unparalleled. Only the bodies of the Stone Mongoose clan could possess such brute strength. At the same time, Yang Kai's divine sense was also like a tide as he cooperated with the embodiment's movements and stuffed the load into the void crack. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk a loud noise rang out. The load slowly rose, moving little by little. Yang Kai's face grew paler and paler, his clothes soaked in sweat, and his head throbbed with pain as if thousands of needles were stabbing him. His divine sense had been damaged by this. The soul-warming lotus bloomed with 7 colors, and its gentle power made up for the damage to his divine sense, making Yang Kai feel much better. As for the embodiment's arms that had crossed over, creaking noises could be heard as gravel constantly fell from his arms. It seemed that even he couldn't bear such a weight, causing the onlookers to be on tenterhooks and feel anxious. It seemed like just a moment, but also like thousands of years. Just when Yang Kai was almost unable to bear it, the embodiment in the sealed world bead suddenly retracted his giant arms, directly pulling the source crystal load into the void crack and disappearing. At the same time, the sealed world bead flashed wildly, and the gap between the void crack closed. Yang Kai staggered, only to feel that his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were full of a salty smell, and his eyes were seeing stars. Unable to stand steadily, he fell to the ground. It was only at this moment that he suddenly felt a wave of fear. Although his divine sense was protected by the soul-warming lotus, it was still full of danger. If he had used his divine sense too much and caused his soul to become chaotic, he may not be able to recover in the future. A trace of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, and Yang Kai felt cold all over. "Who is it?" Yang Kai suddenly turned his head, his eyes cold as he looked in a certain direction and shouted, "Who's there?" At that moment, he heard the sound of footsteps. Now that he was exhausted and could barely move, if someone really wanted to harm him, he couldn't even escape. So Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant, hurriedly wiped the blood and cold sweat from his face, and sat cross-legged, assuming a calm posture. After Yang Kai shouted, the footsteps paused slightly, but soon continued to move in his direction, faster and faster. Yang Kai's expression became ugly, and his eyes became slightly gloomy as he stared at the approaching person. After a short while, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. That person stood about 10 feet away from Yang Kai and asked hesitantly, "Grandmaster Yang?" Hearing this person's voice, Yang Kai frowned, and a strange expression appeared on his face. "Why is it you?" He discovered that this person was actually Yi Jing Han, who he couldn't shake off. He hadn't expected that she would come down here. Yang Kai immediately became vigilant and said coldly, "Why did you come down here instead of collecting source crystals up there?" Although he didn't know why this woman was looking for him, Yang Kai was very annoyed by the fact that he was neither a relative nor a friend of hers, and he had already clearly rejected her. Yi Jinghan said, "This mistress isn't strong enough. And this mistress is the only one from Thousand Leaves sect who came here, so I don't have the strength to compete with others." Her words were filled with bitterness and desolation. "When I saw Grandmaster Yang come down here, this mistress wanted to come down and take a look." As she spoke, she suddenly coughed twice. "Are you injured?" Yang Kai raised his brows. "It's just a minor injury." Yi Jinghan replied, "I was hit by someone when I came down." Hearing this, Yang Kai roughly understood what had happened. Everyone was occupying their own spirit springs, and if Yi Jinghan wanted to come down, she must have used a spirit spring to do so. The others must have thought that she wanted to snatch source crystals, so they attacked her. With her second-order Tao source realm cultivation, it was impossible for her to come out unscathed, so it was only natural that she would be injured. Chapter 2270. Do your parents know that you're so daring? Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground and looked coldly at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan replied bitterly, "This mistress has been an orphan since she was young." Yang Kai was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he asked in a deep voice, "What did you see just now?" "What?" Yi Jinghan replied with a blank look on her face. "Nothing." Yang Kai exhaled softly. Yi Jinghan's tone and expression didn't seem to be fake, so she really didn't see anything just now. "Grandmaster Yang," Yi Jinghan stammered, "can you give this mistress a chance to say a few words? Aren't you speaking right now?" Yang Kai's entire body was exhausted and powerless. Even though he felt that Yi Jinghan wouldn't do anything harmful to him, he still had to be on guard against her. That was why he didn't show any signs of fatigue, and just quietly rested to recover his strength. "Thank you, Grandmaster Yang." Yi Jinghan was overjoyed when she heard this. She thought that her sincerity had finally worked, and she became excited. She deliberated over her words and said solemnly, "Actually, this mistress is looking for Grandmaster Yang to ask for a favor." Yang Kai closed his eyes and concentrated, not paying any attention to her. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan continued, "This mistress wants to ask Grandmaster Yang to. Grandmaster, be careful behind you." "What?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard this, but in the next moment, he felt a chill coming from behind him. That chill was as sharp as a blade, and it cut into his skin painfully. His expression changed drastically. He was so focused on recovering that he didn't notice any danger approaching him from behind. If not for Yi Jinghan's reminder, he wouldn't have reacted so quickly. Even now, he was afraid that he wouldn't have reacted. He was extremely shocked in the depths of his heart. He didn't know what kind of divine being could actually approach him without him noticing. In a hurry, Yang Kai circulated his source chi and jumped up into the air, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a powerful force came crashing down on Yang Kai's arms. Asterisk creak creak creak. Asterisk the sound of bones dislocating rang out. Yang Kai was really shocked this time. The quality of his physical body was unparalleled. Even a direct hit from an Emperor Realm Master would not be able to dislocate his bones, but this inexplicable attack was able to do so. Dragon form. Yang Kai let out a low roar, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar. Dragon scales suddenly covered his arms in front of his chest, blocking the violent power of the attack. This power. Yang Kai's expression froze as he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the power that had attacked him. It didn't seem to be the source chi he was familiar with, but rather another kind of power that he couldn't quite put his finger on. He abruptly raised his head and released his divine sense. He wanted to see who had the guts to sneak up on him. With one look, Kai Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. Not far in front of him, there was a pitch-black figure standing. For some reason, that figure did not have the slightest bit of vitality, and it seemed to be constantly fluctuating due to the surging energy. He was unable to stabilize it. The two scarlet eyes were like the eyes of a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. Anyone who saw them would shudder in fear. "See!" Yang Kai's expression sank as he shouted, "Who is your excellency?" The other party had no intention of replying. It simply tilted its head and glanced at Yang Kai before swinging a fist and smashing it towards Yang Kai. Although it was a fist, the attack contained within the fist wind was like the sharpness of thousands of sharp blades. It cut the surrounding space with a sizzling sound, and it was incomparably sharp. Having just suffered a loss, Yang Kai naturally didn't dare to be careless. With a flick of his 10 fingers, a series of tiny void cracks appeared, transforming into a rain of needles that shot towards the black figure. The other party seemed to realize that the situation wasn't good, and its figure flickered as it retreated from the battle, standing not far away as it tilted its head and stared at Yang Kai. This black figure's reaction wasn't very nimble, and could even be said to be very stiff and jerky, giving off the feeling that it hadn't moved for a long time. But Yang Kai instinctively felt that this was a formidable enemy. Buzz. A strange sound suddenly came from the black figure's body, and with this strange sound, Yang Kai suddenly felt a burning sensation in his lower abdomen. What? Yang Kai was shocked and quickly retreated. Even if he was facing a genuine powerhouse from the Emperor realm, he wouldn't be so flustered, but at this moment, he just wanted to get as far away from this black figure as possible. Because at that moment, the ancient demon sense that had been sealed in his lower abdomen seemed to have been affected by something and became restless. Fortunately, the Tsang tree's gold and silver seal was extremely mysterious and was able to suppress it immediately. Otherwise, Yang Kai would definitely become the demon race again. This black figure, was it related to the ancient great demon? An unimaginable thought popped up in Yang Kai's mind uncontrollably, and his face turned pale. Although the ancient demon sense in his lower abdomen only surged for a moment, it was obviously detected by the black figure. In an instant, his killing intent surged like a tide as an indescribable evil aura suddenly filled the air, and a pitch-black energy visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions. Demonic Qi! Yang Kai exclaimed. At this moment, he was completely sure that this black figure was really related to the ancient great demon, because the energy fluctuations between the two were almost exactly the same. Kill! A word suddenly jumped out of the black figure's throat, and then its figure flickered as it rushed in front of Yang Kai, swinging its fist. Under this punch, the world collapsed and the universe was in chaos. Yang Kai's eyes widened, and he didn't dare to be negligent. With a flick of his wrist, the myriad sword emperor artifact was instantly summoned. He leisurely swung his sword and slowly shouted, "Myriad sword, one man holds the pass." *Zheng. The humming of the sword and the humming of the sword chi could be heard incessantly. A ring of light appeared in front of Yang Kai, turning into a solid barrier. When the black figure's fist smashed down, Yang Kai's body trembled, and his sword aura was almost disrupted. "Grandmaster Yang, this mistress will help you." Yi Jinghan's voice trembled, and it was obvious that she was frightened, but she still braced herself and flew over. A bracelet on her fair wrist flew out, and she formed a series of hand seals, causing the bracelet to expand to the size of a wash basin, whistling as it flew toward the black figure. "Back off!" Yang Kai shouted. Although Yi Jinghan's cultivation was similar to his, it was impossible for her to contend against this black figure, and the slightest carelessness would result in her death. However, his shout was still a little too late. The bracelet artifact spun and struck the black figure's head in the blink of an eye. The black figure didn't pay any attention to it, and he didn't even put up his guard, allowing the attack to hit him. Clang. A loud noise rang out, as if the bracelet had struck a solid object. The light on the bracelet flickered erratically, and it was even contaminated by a wisp of demonic qi, which damaged its spirituality. Poo. Yi Jinghan spat out a mouthful of blood, and her aura weakened. The bracelet artifact was her natal artifact, and when it was damaged, she also suffered a backlash. In her panic, she didn't dare to continue fighting, so she just waved her hand and took the bracelet back. When she lowered her head and looked at the bracelet, she saw a wisp of black demonic qi lingering around it, gradually spreading to the surroundings and faintly showing signs of corroding other parts of the bracelet. Yi Jinghan turned pale with fright. It was only now that she understood the disparity between her and the black figure. "Kill!" A hoarse battle cry rang out once again. It sounded like metal scraping against metal, and it was extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Yang Kai maintained the myriad sword's momentum and confronted the black figure as an equal. He looked at the other party with a grave expression and shouted in a low voice, "Who are you, Your Excellency? What is your relationship with the one-eyed giant demon?" "Kill!" The black figure didn't seem to have heard him, and this was the only word that came out of his mouth. "Are you looking down on me?" Yang Kai was infuriated, and a golden light suddenly appeared in his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation was instantly revealed, and he stared intently at the black figure. He wanted to see what this black figure was. As soon as he looked at it, a strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face, and he said in alarm, This is, using the demon eye of annihilation. Yang Kai was able to see through all illusions, and he was able to see the true form of the black figure. He discovered that the black figure wasn't a living being, but an existence similar to an artifact spirit, just like Liu Yan. The only difference was that the black figure wasn't an artifact refining furnace, but a hammer. At this moment, the hammer was hidden inside the black figure's body, and it was surrounded by a boundless demonic qi. Exquisite runes flowed around the hammer like they were living creatures, seemingly containing the power of supreme principles. Yang Kai looked at it and felt a stinging pain in his left eye, and a warm feeling flowed down from the corner of his eye. Forcing himself to focus, he carefully examined the shape of the hammer, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that he had seen it somewhere before. Very soon, he recalled what had happened. He had indeed seen this hammer before, but not in reality, but in the knowledge sea of the Jiang family's first young master, Jiang Chu-he. Last time, when the demonic qi besieged the city, Jiang Chu-he had been eroded by the demonic qi and turned into a demon. Yang Kai had joined forces with Qin Yu to use a soul-searching secret technique to find a good way to resist the demon thought. In Jiang Chu-he's knowledge sea, Yang Kai had seen many things about the ancient great demon. Among them, there were traces of the appearance of this hammer. In those battles, the weapon used by the ancient great demon was this warhammer. It was invincible, and countless ancient powerhouses had died tragically under this warhammer, ending their glorious lives. The demonic warhammer. Yang Kai shouted and quickly dispersed the demon eye of annihilation, not daring to look at it again. If it was the ancient great demon's demonic warhammer, then everything made sense. Why did the demonic qi sealed in his body resonate with this black figure? The two had an inseparable relationship, so it was natural for them to resonate. In other words, the ancient powerhouses had not only sealed the ancient great demon's black eye here, but also the ancient great demon's warhammer. It was just that the demonic warhammer had been suppressed under the 18 stars great array, unable to see the light of day. This time it had finally been released. Perhaps it was related to the source crystal mine he had taken. Perhaps the source crystal mine was the key to suppressing the demonic warhammer. Although he had such a guess in his heart, Yang Kai did not regret it. Chapter 2271. Now that the 18 stars grand array had reappeared, this place was destined to be explored by countless masters. Even if he didn't take away this source crystal mine, someone else would. In other words, it was only a matter of time before the demonic warhammer reappeared. But what was unexpected was that the demonic warhammer had actually developed its own sentience in the flowing time Great Emperor and was able to take form. Thinking quickly, in the next moment, Yang Kai's sword intent changed from defensive to offensive. Million sword chi, moon swallows the wolf. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk countless sword chi bombarded the artifact spirit in human form like a torrential rain, forcing it to retreat. The demonic chi on the surface of its body was tumbling, but it wasn't damaged in the slightest. It was a manifestation of the ancient demonic warhammer, which was at least at the level of an emperor artifact. It was extremely sturdy. If the demonic warhammer wasn't destroyed, no method would be able to hurt it, unless one used spiritual energy to directly attack its soul and erase its consciousness. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had just consumed too much of his divine sense to collect the source crystal mine, so it would be difficult for him to gather his divine sense again and use his soul secret technique in a short time. He could only use offense as a form of defense. As soon as the sword chi appeared, Yang Kai immediately retreated and flashed to Yi Jinghan's side, grabbing her with one hand and shouting, "Let's go!" As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them flew up at an extremely fast speed, following the direction of the surging world energy, straight into the sky. Above, at the 18 springs, many cultivators looked at each other with ugly expressions. Where are the source crystals? Where are the source crystals? Damn it, why aren't the source crystals erupting? What's going on? God knows what's going on. The other springs don't seem to be erupting source crystals either. Many of the cultivators looked around, all of them clamoring, all of them wanting to continue. After all, source crystals falling from the sky was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Moreover, They had encountered high-rank and mid-rank source crystals this time, so they were all overjoyed. Suddenly, there were no more source crystals. Apart from pure spiritual energy, there was nothing else that gushed out from the 18 springs. How could they not be depressed? Did something happen down there? Someone guessed. Why don't we go down and take a look? There might be some heaven-defying opportunity waiting for us down there, someone suggested. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Previously, everyone had been busy collecting source crystals and had no time to pay attention to anything else. Now that there were no more source crystals, they naturally wanted to go down and investigate. 18 spirit eyes. With so many source crystals, even a fool would not believe that there was nothing good down there. Therefore, everyone was tempted. Although they were tempted, they still understood the principle of shooting the bird that pokes its head out. Therefore, they looked at each other, and no one dared to be the first to eat crabs. Cough. Brother 4Cs. You have a profound cultivation base. Why don't you take the lead this time, and we'll follow you down? A middle-aged old man suddenly looked at another old man and said. The old man named Chi Si Hai coldly snorted and said unhappily, Brother Woohoo, are you joking? When we were collecting source crystals just now, you didn't ask this old master to take the lead. Now that we've encountered such a dangerous situation, you want this old master to go first? Are you insulting this old master's IQ or your own? Zhou Woohoo coughed dryly and said, Brother 4Cs, it's fine if you don't want to, but why do you have such a vicious mouth? Didn't you rinse your mouth after eating? Chi Si Hai said coldly, This old master is not stupid enough to be used at will. Zhou Woohoo curled his lips and cupped his fists again. Then he turned to the octagonal door and said, Little brother Luo, this old master can see that your excellency's cultivation is amazing and his methods are heaven-defying. You must be a person with a great opportunity. Little brother, do you want to go down and investigate? Luo Yuan had come back at some point. Although he was in a sorry state after fighting with Gao Shan and Lu Shui, he was in high spirits. It seemed that he had gained a lot. Looking around, the people from Flying Saint Palace were nowhere to be seen. It was unknown whether they had been beaten away by Luo Yuan or not. Old man, you're really insidious. If you want to go down yourself. Don't encourage my brother Luo. The round-faced woman at the octagonal door glared at Zhou Woohoo and shouted. Zhou Woohoo's face sank and he snorted, Little girl, how can you speak like that? Can't you respect the old and love the young? Can't you see that this old master is already so old? Look at my beard and hair, they're all white. The round-faced woman snorted. Since you're so old, why don't you just find a place to lie down and wait for death? What are you running around for? Do you want to die faster? Little girl, you really pissed this old master off. Zhou Woohoo trembled with anger. Chi Si Hai was gloating on the side, laughing happily. Something's wrong. Luo Yuan had not said a word, but was staring down at the high-rank spirit spring in front of him with a frown. At this moment, he suddenly said, as if he was facing a great enemy. What? The round-faced woman looked at him when she heard this. Luo Yuan's face became more and more dignified. Suddenly, he shouted, Retreat! As soon as his words fell, he pushed his source chi and wrapped it around the disciples of the octagonal door before retreating 1,000 meters away. Asterisk Gulyalu. Asterisk at the high-rank spirit spring. Bubbles suddenly appeared and the whole spirit spring seemed to be boiling. What's going on? Everyone looked at the spirit spring with a blank look on their faces. At that moment, a figure suddenly broke out of it, bringing with it a burst of crashing sounds. There's someone down there? When did this guy go down? See, it's that evil star. Everyone exclaimed, but after seeing that it was Yang Kai, their faces suddenly became ugly. They didn't know if the reason why the source crystals suddenly stopped erupting had something to do with him, but they didn't dare to ask. How did he come out of our spirit spring? The round-faced woman also looked at Yang Kai blankly, her brow furrowed in confusion. So that's how it is. Luo Yuan, on the other hand, seemed to understand something and said thoughtfully, It seems that these 18 spirit springs are actually connected to each other. Is that so? Brother Luo is really smart, the round-faced woman said with a smile as she looked at Luo Yuan with her beautiful eyes, making no attempt to hide her admiration for him. The other disciples of the octagonal door all looked at her with shame, knowing that the round-faced woman was too deeply poisoned and was probably beyond saving. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he looked around before flashing directly to Hua Qingxi and the others. Master, Lu Yan's beautiful eyes became dignified as she looked down at the bottom of the spirit spring and whispered, I don't know why, but I suddenly have a strange feeling, as if down there. There is an existence similar to you, Yang Kai replied quickly. It took a human form? Lu Yan's tender body trembled, and she seemed a little excited. There weren't many artifact spirits that could take a human form and possess their own intelligence. All such existences were of the same kind, so when she heard that there was an existence similar to her, Lu Yan's emotions fluctuated. She really wanted to know how the other party had taken a human form and how much intelligence it had. It's very dangerous, so don't provoke it, Yang Kai said as he put Yi Jinghan down and took out a large number of spirit pills from his space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk another sound rang out as the demonic artifact spirit shot out of the spirit spring after Yang Kai. Its aura was violent and gloomy, and it had turned into a pitch-black figure that was drifting erratically. Only its blood-red eyes were visible. Hiss! Who is this? It looks so ferocious. Ha ha, look at how that fiend is fleeing in a sorry state. It seems like this guy is quite powerful. It would be best if we could quickly kill him. Exactly, it would be best if we could get that boy surnamed Luo from the octagonal door involved as well. Then we could just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Heh. After the demonic artifact spirit appeared, its eyes were still fixed on Yang Kai. It seemed like Yang Kai was the only one it was interested in this world, and it had no interest in anyone else. It raised its hand casually and chopped down fiercely in the direction of Yang Kai. Asterisk Chi, asterisk a pitch-black ray of light, which seemed to have devoured all the light in the world, broke through the shackles of space and struck directly above Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand slightly, releasing the net of golden blood threads covering the spirit spring. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the pitch-black attack slammed into the net, causing the world energy aura to tremble slightly. The net of golden blood threads was unable to withstand such an attack and collapsed. Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he took back all his golden blood threads and swept out with his sword, sending out a huge sword wave to meet the attack. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the two bursts of energy collided and exploded, creating a strong wind that swept out in all directions, causing everyone to lose their footing. This guy is too strong. Seeing the means of the demonic artifact spirit, everyone paled, and in the distance, Luo Yuan's eyes narrowed. Yang Kai took out a large number of spirit pills and tossed them into his mouth like they were jelly beans, chewing and swallowing them while vaguely calling out, Brother Luo, I've found you a decent opponent. Do you want to test his tolerance? Luo Yuan heard this and coldly snorted. Not interested. This secret technique has already been successfully cultivated. Is that so? Yang Kai shouted. Then all the more reason to give it a try. It's a good opportunity to test the power of that secret technique. You're also a scoundrel. The round-faced woman waved her small fist at Yang Kai from a distance and gritted her teeth. You can't beat him, so you want to drag Brother Luo down with you? Shameless. What shame? Life is more important, little girl. Yang Kai didn't seem ashamed at all, and instead seemed to be proud of himself, causing everyone to despise him. Forget it. Yang Kai curled his lips and said unhurriedly, Since you don't want an emperor artifact, this uncle will do it himself. What? An emperor artifact? Where is this emperor artifact? Give it to me, I want it, big brother Yang, Uncle Yang. Yang Kai grinned and pointed to the demonic artifact spirit. All of you have profound cultivations. Can't you see that this guy isn't a living thing? What does little brother Yang mean? Chi Si Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai smiled and said, This guy is an emperor artifact. Chapter 2272. What? An emperor artifact has taken human form? As soon as Yang Kai said this, everyone was shocked. Every cultivator looked at the demonic artifact spirit in horror, their eyes gradually flashing with covetousness. What a joke! Just the two words, emperor artifact, were enough to make people drool, and an emperor artifact that could take human form was unheard of. Its value was simply immeasurable. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk swallowing sounds could be heard as everyone looked at the artifact spirit with fiery and greedy eyes. Many divine senses crisscrossed in this underground space, checking whether the artifact spirit situation was as Yang Kai said. After a short while, Chi Si Hai shouted, It really is an emperor artifact. He could see the phantom of the demonic war hammer from the artifact spirit's body, and could also clearly feel the Emperor intent and Emperor aura contained in the artifact spirit's body. It was not something a Tao Source Realm cultivator could comprehend. It is indeed an Emperor artifact. Although Zhou Wu, whose eyes were fiery, there was a strong sense of fear and vigilance in his eyes. But since it has taken human form, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. Everyone, be careful not to get the treasure and get yourself into trouble instead. Hearing what he said, everyone suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them, and their excited blood gradually cooled down. Yang Kai glanced at him and laughed. If you want to take good things, you naturally have to take risks. Since old Sir is so cautious, why don't you retreat now? What are you still doing here? Zhou Wu, who coughed twice and said embarrassedly, "Let's take a look," Yang Kai said. Although this artifact spirit has taken human form, it has been suppressed under this 18 stars grand array for countless years. It is no longer at its peak. It is impossible for it to exert the full power of an Emperor artifact. If anyone wants to seize the treasure, you might as well try it with this Yang. The treasure belongs to the fated. As soon as he finished speaking, he braced himself and unsheathed his myriad sword, sending a rain of swords towards the artifact spirit. Seeing him take the lead, the others could no longer hold back. Although everyone knew that there was a certain risk in dealing with an Emperor artifact that had taken human form, few people could remain calm and indifferent in the face of such a huge temptation. All of a sudden, the cultivator from each side activated their source energy. Secret arts and martial skills were unleashed at the same time. Colorful lights filled the underground space. The people from Octagonal Door were also eager to make a move, but Luo Yuan was still standing in place, showing no intention of intervening. He could only anxiously stand where he was and observe the situation. Boom, boom, boom. With a flash of brilliance, dozens of attacks from the Tao Source Realm cultivator bombarded the place where the artifact spirit was located, making it impossible for anyone to see what was going on inside. Even their divine senses were completely devoured. Is it dead? There's no movement at all. Could it be that it's really dead? Everyone craned their necks. He looked at the artifact spirit. His eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. He widened his eyes and waited for the results. The light gradually dissipated and the chaotic energy slowly calmed down. But the scene that entered everyone's eyes made their hearts sink. The demonic armament spirit stood quietly in place. Although the light on its body was slightly dimmer than before, it did not show any signs of damage. Instead, it was enraged by the joint attacks of the crowd. Its two red eyes were filled with ferocious violence as it viciously scanned the surroundings, as if it wanted to remember everyone's appearance in its heart. Every cultivator that was targeted by it inexplicably felt a chill, as if they had heard the call of death. Hiss. It's actually safe and sound after taking so many attacks. Is this artifact spirit invincible? How can we fight like this? Young Master Yang, the situation seems to be a little different from what you said. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Did you not use your full strength? This artifact spirit doesn't seem to have high intelligence and has been suppressed for countless years. It shouldn't be this powerful. Ahem ahem. Everyone looked embarrassed when they heard this. Indeed, no one had used their full strength in that blow just now. They all wanted to save some strength for when the artifact spirit was destroyed, so they could snatch the Emperor artifact. None of them had expected that their attack would end in failure. At this moment, after being exposed by Yang Kai, they all looked a little uncomfortable. Not good, everyone attack. It's going to use its full strength. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed as he shouted. The demonic artifact spirit stretched out its hand and grasped at the void. In an instant, a dark war hammer appeared in its hand. This war hammer was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai had seen in its body before. Obviously, it was this artifact spirit source artifact. All kinds of complex and mysterious runes flashed on its surface, as if they were alive and contained a profound mystery. An extremely dangerous aura spread out with the appearance of this war hammer. Inexplicably, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar at this moment, shivering all over. On the other side, Luo Yuan's pupils shrank as he realized the situation was not good. He quickly shouted to the people from Octagonal Door, "All of you retreat." As soon as these words fell, Luo Yuan's figure flickered slightly, and he suddenly appeared above the artifact spirit's head. Forming a series of hand seals, Luo Yuan's source chi surged as he muttered, blazing sun golden wheel. A small fiery red sun suddenly formed between his hands, causing the temperature of the ground to rise instantly, causing everyone's skin to heat up. Everyone felt the huge lethality of this secret technique and turned to look at Luo Yuan with a slightly pale expression. The small sun in Luo Yuan's hands seemed to have fallen from the sky and smashed directly towards the artifact spirit. Before this attack even arrived, the artifact spirit felt the danger and its black aura tumbled as it roared again and again. "What the fuck are you all standing around for? Hurry up and attack!" Yang Kai shouted as he rushed in front of the artifact spirit and slashed out with his myriad sword. The other cultivator regained their senses and once again used their secret techniques and martial skills to attack the artifact spirit. However, this time they did not dare to hold back and instead went all out, causing the scene to become several times more intense than before. Even if a true master from the Emperor realm was here, they would only be able to escape in the face of such an attack. It was impossible for them to take it head-on. The artifact spirit, however, did not move. It was unknown whether it was because of its lack of consciousness or because it had great confidence in its own abilities. But before the countless attacks arrived, it raised the war hammer in its hand high up. The war hammer flickered for a moment as the complex runes on it rolled and squirmed. Principal strength surged out, forming an invisible force that covered a radius of several thousand meters around the ground. Immediately after, the artifact spirit swung the hammer down fiercely. The hammer smashed into the void, shattering the space and creating a pitch-black hole. However, the shockwave seemed to have crossed the barrier of space and hit the chest of every cultivator who attacked. Asterisk pu piu piu. Asterisk under this blow, all the attacks were annihilated. Most of the cultivators turned pale, coughed up blood, and were sent flying backwards. The remaining cultivators also had ugly expressions as their chi and blood surged. Luo Yuan also let out a muffled groan as the burning sun golden wheel collapsed on its own, failing to hurt the artifact spirit in the slightest. The same was true for Yang Kai. Suddenly, an invisible barrier appeared in front of Myriad's sword, preventing him from successfully sending his attack to the artifact spirit. The next moment, a huge force came from the barrier and slammed into him. Asterisk Poo, asterisk Yang Kai coughed up a mouthful of golden blood and was sent flying like a ragged sack. His already bad condition worsened. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the surroundings, and cracks appeared on the ground and the walls of the cave. Large and small stones fell from above, and the 18 spiritual essences were also affected by the aftershock. All of a sudden, all of them boiled up and erupted together. The impact made the underground space even more unstable, and there were signs of it collapsing at any time. Not good, this place is going to collapse. Run. Little brat surnamed Yang, you incited us to attack. If I die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Someone shouted as he fled. Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted, "Men die for wealth, birds die for food. You make your own choices and you bear the consequences. Did I incite you? If I tell you to eat shit, will you eat it? Bastard." The man shouted angrily, but he did not dare to stop and could only flee desperately. The underground space became lively in an instant as everyone was busy running for their lives. Yang Kai wanted to take Hua Qingxi and the others back into the sealed world bead. But when he saw the artifact spirit glaring at him, he could only grit his teeth and say, "You go on your own." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and he rushed off in a certain direction. The artifact spirit did not give up and chased after him. After a short while, accompanied by a loud buzzing sound, the earth trembled and a huge pit suddenly appeared in the wilderness 2,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City. The world energy in this pit had turned into liquid and gradually accumulated, the level of the liquid slowly rising, as if it was about to turn into a spirit lake. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk rays of light burst out from the ground and one by one, the cultivators fled with lingering fear, their faces pale. In a certain direction, Yang Kai and the artifact spirit were chasing after each other as fast as lightning. Ha ha! There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, but you chose to throw yourself into it. Left and right protectors, listen to my order. Capture this brat for me. This young master will teach him how to behave properly. Suddenly, there was a burst of arrogant laughter in front of them. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and saw 3 figures standing there. These three were Ningyuan Shu, Gao Shan, and Lu Shui of Flying Saint Palace. Obviously, they had been staying here and had not left, but perhaps because they were wary of Luo Yuan, they did not go deep into the underground spirit spring and had been wandering around outside. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai, Ningyuan Shu was overjoyed. When he gave the order, his face was ferocious and his eyes were full of resentment and hatred. Just now, Yang Kai had slapped his face in front of everyone, which made Ningyuan Shu view it as the greatest humiliation of his life. He secretly swore that he would definitely get his revenge. He was worried that he would not be able to find Yang Kai, but who would have thought that he would walk right into his trap? Gao Shan and Lu Shui had suffered a loss at Luo Yuan's hands, but that did not mean that they could not even capture Yang Kai. Ningyuan Shu was very confident in the strength of the two old men. "Boy, you heard what the young palace master said. If you know what's good for you, come here obediently. This old master does not want to attack you, lest he be accused of bullying the weak." Gao Shan looked at Yang Kai coldly. Lu Shui also said, "Yes, boy, surrender yourself. The strength of these two old masters is not something you can compete with. If you resist, you will only suffer in vain." Chapter 2273. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Hurry up and take him down. This young master wants him to taste all the torture in the world. I want to tear him to pieces to vent the hatred in my heart. Ningyuan Shu shouted with a ferocious expression. Hearing this, Gao Shan and Lu Shui's expressions turned solemn as the power in their bodies surged. "Two elders, please wait. This kid is coming." Yang Kai's face was filled with a joyful smile as he waved at Gao Shan and Lu Shui while quickly flying towards them. Gao Shan and Lu Shui froze in place, while Ningyuan Shu was also at a loss. He didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Yang Kai be running away at this moment? But he actually took the initiative to deliver himself to them with such a joyful expression, as if he had finally seen his loved ones after a difficult time, which was very puzzling. "Two elders, be careful of his tricks." Ningyuan Shu coldly snorted and reminded them in a low voice. Gao Shan and Lu Shui nodded and said, "Young palace master, don't worry. This kid is not as strong as Luo Yuan. He won't be able to make any waves in our hands." That's for the best. After a short while, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he directly appeared in front of the three of them, grinning at them. Ningyuan Shu seemed to be afraid of Yang Kai just now. Seeing this, his pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back to distance himself from Yang Kai. This junior greets the two seniors. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists, then immediately looked at Ningyuan Shu and said, "Young palace master, there was a little misunderstanding between us just now. How about we drink a cup of wine and bury the hatchet? We will still be good friends in the future." Good friends? Ningyuan Shu glared at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression, his cheeks swollen. While speaking, he also put his face in front of Yang Kai and said, "Look at me. Do you think this young master can still be good friends with you?" Yang Kai leaned back slightly, turned his face away, and said with a look of disgust, "Young palace master, if you have something to say, why are you putting your face in front of me? This young is timid, don't scare me." Ningyuan Shu was furious. He roared, "Isn't this your masterpiece?" All right. Yang Kai waved his hand to interrupt his clamor and looked at Gao Shan and Lu Shui with a smile. "Two elders, this kid has surrendered, right?" Gao Shan pondered for a moment before nodding. "At least you know what's good for you." Flowing Water continued, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Kid, your future is limitless." Heh. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then the two of you will be responsible for protecting this kid's safety. This kid is now considered one of your captives." Protect your safety? Gao Shan frowned. "What do you mean?" Flowing Water was also confused. However, the two of them soon understood what it meant. In the void, a figure flashed by as the weapon spirit chased after him. Standing a few dozen feet away from them, he gripped the demonic war hammer and stared darkly at Yang Kai. "Hiss this aura." Gao Shan was startled as he stared at the artifact spirit. Flowing Water's expression also became solemn as he shouted in a low voice, "Demonic Qi." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Two elders really have sharp eyes. This guy's aura is indeed demonic Qi. Instead, it is the purest, ancient demonic Qi." "How is that possible?" Gao Shan and Flowing Water's eyes widened in an instant as they stared at Yang Kai with a look of, "You're kidding me." Yang Kai sternly said, "Kid is not in the mood to joke with two elders." Gao Shan said, "No wonder it feels a little different from ordinary demonic qi. But how can there be ancient demonic qi here?" Flowing Water also had a puzzled look. Yang Kai said, "Two elders, can't you see that he is not a living thing, but an artifact spirit? Look at the hammer in his hand. That is an ancient emperor artifact." "What?" Gao Shan and Flowing Water trembled once, twice, thrice as they stared at the demonic war hammer in horror. Gradually, a look of fanatical greed flashed across their faces. Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot. "Two elders have profound cultivations. Your strength is extraordinary, but you have been trapped at the peak of the Tao Source realm for countless years. The heavens are really jealous of your talents. If you can obtain this Emperor artifact and comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao, you may be able to take a step further and break through the shackles of the Emperor realm. You may even become an overlord in the future. No matter how eloquent you are." Gao Shan turned his head and glanced coldly at Yang Kai. "This old master is inevitably tempted." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. The group of trash below can't do anything to this artifact spirit. Only two elders have the strength to subdue it. As long as you can erase its consciousness, this Emperor artifact will belong to you. You too can do it. I have high hopes for you." After saying so, he leaped back a few dozen meters, clenched his fist, and shook it up and down, as if he was cheering for Gao Shan and Flowing Water. "Gudong!" Both Gao Shan and Flowing Water swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although they knew that this artifact spirit was definitely not to be trifled with, how could they not be tempted with such a precious treasure in front of them? Looking at each other, the two shouted in unison, "Do it!" As soon as the words fell, a light flashed in Gao Shan's hand, and the ancient zither artifact appeared. He sat cross-legged in the air and placed the zither across his knees. When his 10 fingers plucked the strings, a tinkling sound suddenly rang out. Flowing Water also took out his flute and placed it under his lips, blowing it slowly. Two completely different tunes resounded through the world in an instant. They contained the great Tao and perfectly complemented each other, forming an impact visible to the naked eye that enveloped the artifact spirit. Yang Kai was not far away, so he wasn't targeted, but after hearing this voice, he suddenly felt his divine sense become somewhat dazed. It was as if this voice had a life of its own and was actively drilling into his ears, transforming into a strange force that affected his mind. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he silently circulated his secret art to resist the sound attack. On the other side, the artifact spirit was the first to bear the brunt of the two old men's sound attack, and the impact it suffered was even more significant. Although it had taken human form, it did not have much intelligence. Strictly speaking, the sound attack of Gao Shan and Flowing Water could be considered a spiritual energy attack, which was precisely the right medicine to restrain the artifact spirit. Therefore, as soon as the tune was played, the crimson light in the artifact spirit's eyes flickered, and the demonic qi on its body was constantly tumbling, as if it had been greatly affected. The war hammer in its hand also did not fall for a long time. Seeing this scene, Gao Shan and Flowing Water were overjoyed and worked even harder to urge their divine technique, seemingly wanting to take down the artifact spirit in one fell swoop. Ning Yuan Shu was also watching intently, secretly excited, praying that Gao Shan and Flowing Water would succeed as soon as possible. If the two old men could succeed, then this war hammer would definitely be brought back to Flying Saint Palace. This ancient emperor artifact definitely contained great secrets. If his father could comprehend and refine it, it would definitely greatly increase his strength. At that time, the status of Flying Saint Palace would also rise, and his status would also rise. How could he not be excited? On the other side, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, seizing every moment to restore his strength. At this moment, Gao Shan and Flowing Water were restraining the artifact spirit, so he naturally had to seize such a good opportunity. Although this artifact spirit was ferocious, it was not impossible to restrain it. Yang Kai had just consumed too much of his strength in collecting the source crystal load, so he was powerless. As long as he was given a little time to recover, he would be able to teach this artifact spirit a lesson. In the wilderness, the sound of the ancient zither and flute rang out, fluctuating up and down, creating a wonderful sound. Along with the ups and downs of the tune, energy constantly converged and rushed towards the artifact spirit, causing the light on its body to flicker wildly. The cultivator that had escaped from underground was also attracted by the movement here and gradually came over to watch from a distance. Seeing this situation, Gao Shan and Flowing Water's faces couldn't help sinking, lest they end up benefiting someone else, especially when they saw Luo Yuan among the crowd. Both of them became even more nervous. The previous battle with Luo Yuan was, to put it nicely, a draw, but in fact both of them had suffered a crushing defeat. After all, the two old men had joined forces while Luo Yuan was only one person. A rising star being able to suppress the two old men and force them to flee was already an obvious victory. With such misgivings in their hearts, the two old men exchanged a glance and immediately understood each other's intentions. In the next moment, the rhythm of the tune changed abruptly, suddenly becoming like a powerful army. As the sound changed, the shockwaves visible to the naked eye actually transformed into thousands of soldiers and horses that rumbled towards the artifact spirit. As the sound waves raged, the heavens and earth lost all color. Roar! At this moment, the artifact spirit, who seemed to be suppressed by the sound waves, suddenly roared. Its flickering red eyes suddenly stabilized, and an unimaginably violent aura surged from it. The war hammer in its hand that had been raised high suddenly fell down. In an instant, the wind and clouds suddenly changed and the demonic energy in the sky surged, and was pulled by the war hammer into a vortex that poured down like a funnel. Kong star. When the war hammer hit the void, the space around it shattered like a mirror, and a halo of light spread out like a sharp blade, cutting through the thousands of soldiers and horses formed by the sound waves. The sound waves dissipated like paper paste. The zither in Gao Shan's hand let out a clanging sound as the strings broke. Flowing Water's flute also let out a cracking sound as several cracks appeared on it. Not good. The two old men's complexion changed wildly as they hurriedly tried to resist. However, under the impact of the sound waves, the two old men's strength was like a small boat in a stormy sea, capsizing in an instant. Pu-piu. The two coughed up blood at the same time, and their auras instantly withered. Two elders. Ning Yuan Shu screamed in horror, his eyes trembling. Waste. Kai Yang scolded. He was simply too angry. He had hoped that Gao Shan and Lu Shui would be able to buy him a little time so that he could have a chance to recover. But he did not expect that these two old fellows would be so useless. They only lasted less than 30 breaths in front of the artifact spirit before being defeated. Not only that, both of their artifacts were damaged. The two old men had suffered a huge loss in this battle and would need at least 10 or 20 years to recover. The two old men's approach obviously angered the artifact spirit. After breaking free from the shackles of the sound waves, the artifact spirit raised its war hammer again. The runes on the war hammer surged and a black light spread out leisurely, as if it had turned into a black hole that could swallow the heaven-devouring great emperor. A bad feeling welled up in everyone's heart. Chapter 2274. The black hole was extremely tiny at the beginning, but in the blink of an eye, it actually expanded with a bang, and it seemed as if it intended to swallow the heavens and the earth. It caused others to be unable to help but have the illusion that the end of the world had arrived. Darkness descended, and the whole world was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. In the boundless darkness, something seemed to be rapidly growing. Gao Shan and Lu Shui were the first to bear the brunt. They felt all kinds of dark emotions surging up from the depths of their hearts, causing their eyes to tremble and emit an extremely evil light. The darkness seemed to be able to devour people's minds and make them fall into the demonic path forever. Not good. Gao Shan suddenly shouted, biting the tip of his tongue and spitting out a mouthful of blood essence. He forced himself to suppress the dark thoughts in his body and bitterly held on. Lu Shui did the same, but their expressions were extremely ugly. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold on for long under this divine technique before their minds would be demonized and they would become demons. At this moment of crisis, a deep and solemn voice suddenly resounded in the world. The voice was profound and mysterious, seeming far and near at the same time, ethereal and untraceable. At the same time, a ray of light suddenly bloomed from the darkness. The light shrouded a figure that was quietly floating in the air. The figure was making hand seals and muttering some unknown incantation. All the cultivator who heard the incantation felt as if an invisible hand had brushed past their minds, cleansing the surging darkness and making their minds clear again. It's her. Yang Kai stood not far away with a strange expression, looking at the figure in the sky that was emitting a faint light. Unexpectedly, he found out. This person turned out to be Yi Jinghan. He didn't know what divine technique she had used, but it had a great effect of calming the mind and pulling many cultivator back from the edge of the sea of suffering. After everyone came back to their senses, they didn't dare to stay in the same place. They used their movement skills to escape from the darkness. Gao Shan and Lu Shui saw a glimmer of hope and quickly fled. Before leaving, he didn't forget to bring Ning Yuanshu along. Yi Jinghan's cultivation was only at the second-order Dao Source realm. So even if the divine technique she cultivated had the ability to restrain the darkness, she couldn't maintain it for a long time. So, after 10 breaths, her pretty face turned pale and the light radiating from her body was instantly extinguished. But it seemed like she had exhausted all her strength and was unable to escape. She fell diagonally from the sky and was about to die. At this critical moment, Hua Qingxi tossed out a red caltrip and wrapped it around her. She pulled Yi Jinghan out of the darkness, and together with Lu Yen, she brought her and Zhang Ruoxi away. He fled without looking back. Seeing this situation, how could Yang Kai hesitate? Turning around, he teleported away with the support of a secret space technique. He could no longer count on any of the cultivators here. He could only rely on himself. The most important thing now was to recover his strength as soon as possible. Not long after Yang Kai left, the artifact spirit put away the warhammer and the darkness dissipated. He looked around and saw that it was empty. There wasn't a single person in sight. But soon, he locked his gaze in the direction Yang Kai had fled. Carrying the warhammer, his figure flickered and he chased after him. Clear Jade Mountain was only about 10,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City. Once, the divine spirit Wan Feng appeared here and burned a large area of the mountain forest with its world-extinguishing black flames. Even after nearly 2 years, the world-extinguishing black flames showed no signs of extinguishing and continued to burn fiercely on the mountain. That area had been completely scorched. Not a single blade of grass grew within a radius of 100 kilometers. There was only black flames that filled the sky. Although this place was desolate and dilapidated, it had become a blessed land for many cultivators cultivating the fire attribute divine technique. Many cultivators who majored in the fire attribute divine technique or secret art would travel tens of thousands of kilometers to this place to comprehend the mysterious power contained in the world-extinguishing black flames. After all, this was a divine flame left behind by an ancient divine spirit and possessed infinite power. If one could refine even a trace of it, they would benefit from it for the rest of their life. Yang Kai had long heard that there were many fire attribute cultivators gathered in Clear Jade Mountain. He had also thought about bringing Lu Yen here to try and absorb the world-extinguishing black flames. After all, Lu Yen could even refine the Wanfeng's feather into his body, so there was no reason why he couldn't absorb the world-extinguishing black flames. However, these thoughts were just thoughts. During this time, Yang Kai had been too busy to leave. Using a series of space secret techniques, Yang Kai arrived at Clear Jade Mountain in just a moment, arriving at the place where the Wanfeng had ravaged. Glancing around, Yang Kai found that there were indeed many cultivators gathered here, each of them emitting a violent and scorching aura. Obviously, all of them cultivated fire attribute secret arts or secret techniques. Noticing Yang Kai's arrival, many people opened their eyes and glanced at him before no longer paying him any attention. As Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense, his face couldn't help but sink, because he found that there was no decent cultivator here. Most of them were Origin Kings or even Origin Returning Realm cultivators. There were very few Dao Source Realm cultivators, and even if there were a few, they were only from the First Order Dao Source Realm, so they wouldn't be of much use. Yang Kai had hoped to rely on the cultivator here to help him block the artifact spirit, but now it seemed that this plan was ruined. But soon, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at a certain spot in the center of the black flames. Over there was a safe zone about 30 meters in radius, and the black flames did not spread to that location. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai said, "Everyone, there will soon be danger here. If you don't want to die, leave quickly." As soon as these words came out, many cultivators woke up from their meditation, opened their eyes, and glared at him with dissatisfaction. Someone even laughed meaningfully and threatened, "Boy, what did you just say?" If you have the guts, say it again. The person who spoke saw that Yang Kai was young and thought that his cultivation wasn't very high, so he didn't take him seriously. Yang Kai glanced at that person and smiled. I said it very clearly. Also, I was advising everyone for their own good. Boy, you probably want to monopolize this divine fire, don't you? An old man looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, Young man, you need to know that making things convenient for others is the same as making things convenient for yourself. This divine flame covers an area of 100 kilometers, so you can just find a place to sit down and comprehend its mysteries. Why do you have to provoke everyone's anger? Even if your strength is good, you should know that 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. This old master advises you to restrain yourself and stop talking nonsense. Yang Kai sweated profusely and said, I don't want to comprehend the mysteries of this divine fire. It's just that danger is really coming. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. What danger? A tall and burly First Order Dao Source Realm cultivator coldly snorted. Yang Kai had never seen this guy before, so he didn't know whether he was a foreign cultivator or not. However, there had been a lot of foreign cultivators appearing in Maplewood City recently, so it wasn't surprising. The man angrily shouted, Little brat, don't try to frighten me with your alarmist words, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard this. He frowned and probed for a moment before smiling bitterly. All right, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to leave now. What? Boy, you dare threaten us? Believe it or not, I'll skin you alive. Outrageous, this boy doesn't put us in his eyes. We have to teach him a lesson. Just as everyone was shouting angrily, a whistling sound suddenly rang out, and the figure of the artifact spirit appeared not far away. Everyone was stunned and looked at the artifact spirit suspiciously. After sensing the violent and evil aura coming from the artifact spirit's body, everyone paled, knowing that what Yang Kai said was true. Run! Why are you still sitting here like idiots? You're courting death. Yang Kai shouted. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed greatly. The artifact spirit didn't look like a guy to be trifled with, and his aura was almost comparable to the Emperor realm. No one dared to hesitate and got up one after another, using their movement techniques to flee in all directions. The artifact spirit turned a deaf ear to them, as if he wasn't interested in anyone. He just stood there and looked at Yang Kai, his scarlet eyes glowing with an evil light. In a short while, all the cultivator who had been comprehending the mysteries of the black flame had left. Yang Kai grinned at the artifact spirit and said, I'm curious, how much intelligence do you have? As he said this, he raised a finger and said, Do you know how many fingers this is? The artifact spirit was indifferent. Yang Kai laughed and said, This is too, idiot. As soon as he said this, the artifact spirit raised the war hammer in his hand. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. His figure flickered, and he directly rushed to the safe zone surrounded by the black flame, laughing wildly and saying, Come and hit me if you have the guts. Perhaps he was provoked by Yang Kai, but as soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the artifact spirit's figure flickered and rushed towards him. However, as soon as he stepped into the black flame, the artifact spirit seemed to have been stung by something and retreated abruptly. His pitch-black body was suddenly stained with a few small clusters of black flames. Although the flames were small, they burned fiercely and didn't die down for a long time. The Luanfeng's black flame burned everything in the world. Even an emperor-grade artifact would be melted into molten iron if placed in it. However, the black flame here had been burning for a long time, and without the support of the Luanfeng's body, its power was much weaker. Even so, it wouldn't be so easy to extinguish it. The artifact spirit seemed to be aware of the danger and kept urging his strength to extinguish the flames, but he was unable to do so, and his mood slowly became irritable. He raised the demonic war hammer and swung it at himself. With this blow, a buzzing sound rang out and the power of the artifact spirit's aura fluctuated wildly. Yang Kai's eyes shrank and he said in horror, So ruthless. Although the artifact spirit was born from the demonic war hammer, hitting his own body like this could lead to some unpredictable consequences if he wasn't careful. The artifact spirit was obviously not intelligent enough and was just doing it casually. But this time, it actually had a miraculous effect. The flames from the black war hammer seemed to have dimmed a lot. Seeing this, the artifact spirit tilted his head and thought for a while, as if he had found a good way. Then he picked up the war hammer and kept hitting the burning places on his body. Yang Kai looked on coldly and felt that he would probably be busy for a while, so he immediately calmed down and coldly snorted. "Have fun. This young master will teach you how to behave." Chapter 2275. After saying so, Yang Kai closed his eyes and concentrated, seizing every moment to restore his strength. He had swallowed a lot of spirit pills earlier, so the medicinal efficacies had condensed in his flesh and meridians, causing his source chi to show signs of being blocked. What he needed to do now was to completely dissolve the medicinal efficacies and guide them into every part of his body. The artifact spirit was still outside the range of the black flames, constantly pounding its body with its war hammer as it busied itself. Time passed slowly, and after an hour, the artifact spirit barely managed to extinguish the small flames on its body. However, after experiencing the scene just now, the artifact spirit seemed to have realized that the black flames were not to be trifled with, and did not dare to rush in again. It just stood outside and roared constantly, anxiously trying to provoke Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not pay any attention to it, and simply sat cross-legged in meditation, adjusting his strength. After another hour, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression was no longer weak and tired as before. Instead, his eyes were shining brightly. He stood up and grinned at the artifact spirit. "You're dead." "Roar!" The artifact spirit roared angrily. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he directly teleported out of the area covered by the black flames. The next moment, he rushed in front of the artifact spirit, his eyes shining like stars as he stared directly into the artifact spirit's scarlet eyes. "Look at me," Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. It was unknown whether the artifact spirit could understand him, but it instinctively raised its head and stared at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's left eye flickered with a golden light as he activated his demon eye of annihilation. A soul-absorbing and soul-stabilizing force surged out and suppressed the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit's expression froze. The next moment, the phantom image of a war blade suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's eyes. In a flash, it floated in the knowledge sea of the artifact spirit. This war blade was less than a meter long and was exquisitely carved, with dragons and phoenixes carved into its hilt. It exuded a powerful aura. The soul-splitting blade. This was the first time Yang Kai had used this Emperor artifact after refining it. The artifact spirit was an Emperor artifact after all, so Yang Kai did not dare to be careless, so he immediately used his strongest attack. The soul-splitting blade buzzed incessantly. A halo spread out from the blade, and countless complicated and arcane runes wrapped around the blade. Yang Kai shouted, "Heaven-shattering slash." As soon as he finished speaking, the soul-splitting blade. Roar! The artifact spirit seemed to have suffered a great deal of damage. It roared in pain, and its entire body became illusory, as if it would collapse at any moment. The heaven-shattering slash was a soul-secret technique that Yang Kai had learned from Tianyan. During this period of time, he had been using this secret technique to refine the soul-splitting saber whenever he had the time. However, it was also because Yang Kai's cultivation was too low, and because he had only refined it for a short period of time. He hadn't completely refined the soul-severing blade, so there was still a lot of room for improvement. Under this blow, the artifact spirit stumbled back, without the slightest strength to resist. The light on its body dimmed, showing signs of collapsing. On the contrary, he became even more ferocious. He raised the war hammer in his hand high and smashed it down at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he cursed inwardly. In a moment of desperation, a snow-white lotus bud appeared in his left eye. Blossoming lotus. The flower bud disappeared in a flash and appeared in the artifact spirit's knowledge sea, slowly blooming with his spiritual energy as the source. With 2 soul secret techniques and a soul emperor artifact, Yang Kai almost used all his trump cards to make the artifact spirit's movements stiffen. In his left eye, a stream of golden blood slowly flowed down. As the lotus flower gradually bloomed, the light on the artifact spirit's body became dimmer and dimmer, and in the blink of an eye, it became transparent. Soon, only the illusory image of the lotus flower was left where the artifact spirit was originally. After it fully bloomed, it exploded with a bang, leaving only the war hammer in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai gasped for breath, his face pale and bloodless, but before he could do anything, the war hammer flickered slightly and tried to escape. "It's not dead yet," Yang Kai exclaimed. This artifact spirit had taken 2 of his soul secret techniques in a row, but had not been killed on the spot. Its tenacity was beyond his expectations. But that was it. Seeing that the Warhammer was about to escape, Yang Kai directly threw out the sealed world bead and formed a series of hand seals. Under the influence of space principles, a void crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the sealed world bead. "Stop him!" Yang Kai roared. From the void crack, a giant arm suddenly stretched out. It was the arm of the embodiment. The embodiment spread its 5 fingers and pressed down like a mountain, sealing the space around it and making it impossible for the Warhammer to escape. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and grasped the Warhammer in the palm of his hand before taking it back into the sealed world bead. The void crack also gradually disappeared. Yang Kai fell to the ground, feeling unwell all over his body. The little bit of strength he had managed to recover with great difficulty had been exhausted once again. His eyes were filled with stars, and when he tried to stand up, he fell to the ground again. A fragrant wind blew over and supported his body. Yang Kai turned his head with difficulty and saw Lu Yan's face at once. "Master, are you okay?" Lu Yan asked nervously. Yang Kai shook his head with difficulty and turned his head to look around. When he found that Hua Qingxi had also followed him, he immediately understood that the 2 of them should have arrived a long time ago, but had been hiding in the distance. After noticing the situation here, they showed up to help. However, they did not expect that the battle here would end so quickly. In fact, if Yang Kai had not consumed too much of his strength to collect the source crystal load, he would not have been entangled with the artifact spirit for so long. Although the artifact spirit was an emperor artifact, it was restrained by soul attacks. Yang Kai's soul secret technique was extremely powerful, so as long as he recovered enough spiritual energy, it would not be difficult for him to deal with the artifact spirit. "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head and asked weakly, "Where is Ruashi?" Lu Yan said, "It's too dangerous here." This servant asked her to follow that woman named Yi Jinghan. Yang Kai nodded. "That's good. I'll recover first. Lu Yan, try to absorb the Wanfeng's black flames. If you can, it will be of great benefit to your growth." This servant had the same idea. Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a fiery light as she stared at the world-extinguishing black flames that covered a radius of 100 kilometers, as if she had seen some delicious food, licking her lips with her scarlet tongue. Yang Kai then looked at Hua Qingxi and said, "Sister Hua, I'll leave the sealed world bead to you." "He's calling me Sister Hua." Hua Qingxi heard Yang Kai call her this for the first time and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. By the time she reacted, Yang Kai had already flashed into the sealed world bead, while the sealed world bead flew towards her. "Smelly brat, you're just pretending to be young." Hua Qingxi curled her lips, dissatisfied with Yang Kai's way of addressing her. But soon her attention was attracted by the sealed world bead, and she examined it carefully. Although she had been staying in the sealed world bead for a long time, this was the first time she had seen the true form of the sealed world bead, so she couldn't help feeling curious. She wondered which almighty master possessed such a divine technique to refine an entire world into a bead. Soon, she put her dissatisfaction to the back of her mind and began studying it with great interest. After all, this was an emperor artifact, so if she could see a trace of its mysteries, it would be of great help to her growth. She secretly guessed that the reason why Yang Kai was so proficient in the Tao of Space was because he had comprehended the mysteries of the sealed world bead. In fact, she was wrong. Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of Space before obtaining the sealed world bead. It was because he cultivated the Tao of Space that Yang Yen gave the sealed world bead to Yang Kai. If it weren't for this, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have had a share in the sealed world bead. However, Yang Kai did comprehend many mysteries of space principles from the sealed world bead. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai leisurely appeared and was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, "The world energy aura here is so rich." Only now did he realize that the world energy aura in the sealed world bead was 5 or 6 times richer than before. A buzzing laughter sounded. "Where do you think the world energy you absorbed from the spirit spring went?" Yang Kai glanced at the embodiment and chuckled. "It's just that I didn't expect so much world energy to be absorbed here. The cultivation environment here is probably not inferior to the cultivation holy lands of first-rate sects." The embodiment nodded and said, "It's not bad, but the world energy here is like water without a source, a tree without roots. If it isn't replenished, it will be exhausted one day." Yang Kai sighed. The world principles of the sealed world bead are not perfect. Although it is a world of its own, if you want it to produce world energy on its own, you still need to find a way to make it evolve the world principles. Saying so, he looked up at the embodiment and narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by leaning against this source crystal load? The embodiment sat down next to the source crystal load with a solemn expression, forming a seal with one hand and holding the demonic war hammer with the other. I'm cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. This source crystal load only produces mid-rank and high-rank source crystals. You should use them sparingly. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique could devour everything in the world. The embodiment could even devour the flesh and blood essence of a cultivator and turn it into the source of his own strength, let alone this source crystal load. Under the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, a steady stream of world energy from the source crystal load rushed into the embodiment's body, like thousands of streams returning to the sea. The embodiment said, "Don't worry, I have divided this mountain into two. The other half is for you to use." Yang Kai nodded. That would be for the best. If you have time, break the other half for me. Who knows, maybe one day I'll need source crystals. I'll recover first, I'll tell you the details later. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's figure flashed and appeared near the medicine garden, sitting down cross-legged. There was an immortal tree in the medicine garden, so its vitality was abundant. Although he was not seriously injured before, he had consumed too much of his strength. With the immortal tree's vitality replenishment, he could recover faster. With a thought, the world energy in the sealed world bead converged towards the place where Yang Kai was sitting. In an instant, the world energy around him showed signs of condensing into a liquid. Yang Kai opened his mind and body, circulating his secret art and absorbing the world energy to his heart's content. His aura calmed down quickly, and his strength was quickly restored. Chapter 2276. Half an hour later, Yang Kai was full of energy again. His face was ruddy and his eyes were bright. He was no longer as weak and disheveled as before. Yang Kai stopped his secret art and reappeared in front of the embodiment in a flash. The huge embodiment seemed to have sensed something and opened its eyes to look at Yang Kai. Looking at each other, Yang Kai said, "The artifact spirit doesn't seem to have been completely erased. There is still a trace of its soul hiding in the warhammer. Be careful." The embodiment grinned and spread his fingers. "Are you talking about this?" Yang Kai fixed his eyes and saw a mass of black chi condensing in the embodiment's palm. It seemed to have a mind of its own, trying to escape from his control. However, this was the small sealed world. The embodiment and Yang Kai's divine sense were connected. With a single thought, he could use the small sealed world's principles, so how could the black chi escape? Although it was held in the palm of his hand, it was suppressed and locked down by the surrounding world, like a beast trapped in a cage. "Did you force it out?" Yang Kai showed a surprised look. The embodiment shook his head. It escaped by itself. "What happened?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. The embodiment chuckled. It probably sensed danger. Yang Kai was stunned. "What did you do?" "It's nothing." The embodiment patted his stomach and said casually, "I just ate the war hammer." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he wailed, "Will there be a problem? That's an ancient demonic artifact, an emperor artifact. If you rashly swallow it, it will be harmful to your body. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art can devour anything. What's a trivial demon weapon?" The embodiment smiled proudly. "You haven't cultivated this secret art, so you don't know its mysteries. But don't worry, since I dared to do this, I naturally have a certain degree of confidence. Not to mention the spirit of the demon weapon, if I'm stronger, I'll be able to devour the demonic spirit sealed in your body. I can also devour it." Yang Kai's body shook and he exclaimed, "Is that possible? Then wouldn't this cultivation method be invincible?" The practicing body laughed and said, "Probably only this body of mine can do it. If you practice it, you will definitely fail. Although your body is strong enough, it can't withstand the pollution of the pure demonic chi. If you practice the combat technique of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, I'm afraid it won't be long before you lose your mind and become a killing machine." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I understand, that old fart Wu Mengshan is really up to no good. But I don't know why he taught me this secret art. What is his goal?" The embodiment said, I'm afraid he didn't expect you to be able to resist the temptation to cultivate this technique and hand it over to me. Yang Kai was indifferent for a while before he replied, "If it weren't for you, I might have really tried to cultivate. After all, the reputation of the heaven-devouring great emperor is too great. I'm afraid no one can resist this temptation." At this point, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Forget it. You can refine and devour it. If you can really refine this demonic battle weapon, it will be of great benefit to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he left the small sealed world bead and reappeared in clear Jade Mountain. Looking around, Hua Qingxi was sitting cross-legged on the ground with her back against a big tree, studying the sealed world bead in her hand with great interest. Yang Kai glanced at her and saw that she didn't seem to have any intention of returning to her senses, so he stretched out his hand and took back the sealed world bead. Looking around, he asked in amazement, "Where's Lu Yen?" He didn't find any trace of Lu Yen, and even the Luan Feng black flames that originally covered an area of 100 miles had disappeared. "She went back," Hua Qingxi got up and replied. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, but with a sweep of his divine sense, he found traces of Lu Yen somewhere in the sealed world bead. But at this moment, she was surrounded by black flames and was circulating her secret art with difficulty to refine it. He didn't know when she returned to the small sealed world bead, but it should be the embodiment who took her back. However, to Yang Kai's surprise, Lu Yen only took a little time to absorb the Luan Feng black flames. But looking at her posture, it would take a little more time to refine them all. "You come back too, I still have things to do," Yang Kai said and put Hua Qingxi back into the sealed world bead, then took out a communication artifact and sent a message to Qin Chaiyang to take care of Zhang Ruoshi while rushing back. According to Hua Qingxi, Zhang Ruoshi was now with a woman named Yi Jinghan, and although Yang Kai didn't think that Yi Jinghan was a bad person, it was still better to entrust her to someone he knew to take care of her. After receiving a response from Qin Chaiyang, Yang Kai put away the communication artifact and used space principles to travel 100 kilometers in an instant. After a short while, he returned to the place where the 18 spirit springs had been. Looking around, Yang Kai found that the terrain of this place had undergone earth-shaking changes due to the previous battle, and the most obvious change was the appearance of a spirit lake that covered an area of about 10,000 meters on the battlefield. Previously, the artifact spirit had smashed down with its hammer, causing the underground space to collapse, directly causing a huge crater to appear here. Then, the spirit liquid below the 18 spirit springs surged out and filled the crater, gradually converging into a lake. This was a real spirit lake, and the sparkling water in the lake was all liquefied world energy. In just a few short hours, the lake was already overflowing. The overflowing lake water spread in all directions, turning into pure and dense spirit chi of heaven and earth, filling this space. Countless cultivators gathered around the spirit lake, all of them looking excited. These people had obviously rushed over from Maplewood City. By the time Yang Kai arrived, the lake was already crowded with cultivator. Each cultivator occupied a space, seizing the time to circulate their secret arts and absorb the pure world energy in this place. The closer to the center of the lake, the stronger the cultivator's cultivation. The Tao Source Realm cultivator basically occupied the central position. Gathered around the lake were some Origin Returning Realm and Origin King Realm cultivator. From time to time, there would be people fighting over a piece of land. Looking at the scene here, Yang Kai understood that this place would definitely become a cultivation holy land in the entire Southern Territory and even the Star Boundary. Sooner or later, it would be controlled by the top forces. Once that happened, it would be impossible for an ordinary cultivator to enter. At the very least, they would have to pay a certain price. Yang Kai was not the only one who could see this point. Basically, all the Tao Source Realm cultivators understood this and knew that this opportunity would not come again. Therefore, they were seizing the time to cultivate here as much as possible. If nothing unexpected happened, the news of the spirit lake appearing in Maplewood City would have already spread to the various sects. At most, it would take 3 days. Masters from the Emperor Realm would arrive here and take over this spirit lake. Yang Kai saw the Tao Source Realm cultivator from before, as well as Qin Chaiyang and the others. Zhang Ruoshi and Yi Jinghan were together with Qin Chaiyang and the others, occupying a good spot in the middle of the spirit lake. Yang Kai did not greet them. Instead, he quietly found a spot and dived down. There were also many cultivator cultivating under the lake. Yang Kai used his nihility secret technique to conceal his aura and vitality fluctuations. Under the rich world energy, it was impossible to detect Yang Kai's existence unless one observed closely with their eyes. He went all the way down and came to the place where the 18 spirit springs were previously. There was no one here. Perhaps it was because the demonic war hammer had taken shape, so everyone was very wary of the bottom. They did not dare to go too deep. They were afraid of encountering danger. Yang Kai was happy to see this. He released his divine sense and found the center of the 18 spirit springs. Then he took out the sealed world bead and opened a gap in the small sealed world. He allowed the spirit liquid to flow into the sealed world bead while he sat cross-legged and consolidated his second-order Tao source realm cultivation. Because the world principles in the small sealed world were not perfect, it was impossible to derive its own world energy. So it was impossible to maintain such a good cultivation environment. It could only be replenished from the outside world. Naturally, this was the best time to replenish it. Yang Kai did not have much time before the masters from the Emperor realm arrived. Once the masters from the Emperor realm arrived, he would not be able to collect world energy like this. Gradually, Yang Kai entered a meditative state. His mind was clear and he was not disturbed by external things. At the same time, the cultivator cultivating around the spirit lake discovered a bizarre scene. This lake, why isn't it spreading outwards? It's true. Not only is it not spreading, but it's also slowly falling. Could it be that this spirit lake is just a flash in the pan and will disappear in a few days? Shut your mouth. It's not easy for such a cultivation holy land to appear in Maplewood City. How could it disappear so easily? It's just a normal phenomenon for the lake water to fall. It will stabilize soon. Although many cultivator noticed the abnormality, they did not know the reason. Even those Tao Source Realm masters could not figure out why. However, such a good opportunity to cultivate was obviously not the time to investigate all of this. So, the lake only stirred for a while before it calmed down again. Thousands of people gathered here. The closer to the periphery, the more people there were. There were even more cultivator who heard the news from Maplewood City and rushed here to join the cultivation army. The scene was spectacular. Normally, with so many cultivator cultivating together, the world energy would definitely not be sufficient. But now the world energy was so dense that it formed a lake. Even if hundreds of thousands of people came, it would be impossible to absorb all the world energy. Time passed slowly. From time to time, a cultivator would break through. Every time this happened, the nearby cultivator who was disturbed would look at the person who broke through in dissatisfaction and curse. If a cultivator sensed the aura of a breakthrough, they would consciously leave this place and go to the outermost area to find a suitable place to welcome the baptism of world energy. The entire Spirit Lake, and even the entire Maplewood City, was in a frenzy of breakthroughs. A jubilant atmosphere shrouded this 100,000-kilometer radius. Time passed slowly, and after a full 3 days, Yang Kai, who was meditating at the bottom of the lake, suddenly felt something and opened his eyes. Sighing slightly, he muttered to himself in dissatisfaction. Why did they come so quickly? Saying so, he formed a seal with both hands and put away the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and he directly arrived above the Spirit Lake. You're tuning in to the Blee Maze Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.